Harmony is a sweet and innocent child who deserves to be brought home to her family and friends.
You're not in any trouble right now that I know of. Okay. We have no warrants. Okay. So, where's your daughter so we can check on her to make sure that she's okay? Right now, I'm not going to say you guys.
Can you tell me that she's alive?
You're going to play the same board games that you played with me the other day?
No, it's not word games.
I got nothing.
Because we care, man. We want to know. Why is it you have so much trouble talking about Harmony?
I got nothing else to say.
Mr. Montgomery has been charged with the following 4 crimes. Second-degree murder for recklessly causing the death of Harmony Montgomery by repeatedly striking Harmony in the head with a closed fist.
So you just need to find out where she is. I have nothing to say.
5-year-old.
Hello, everybody. Hello. Are y'all ready? Are y'all ready this morning for court? Welcome and come on in. Yanni, have you had any sleep, honey? What time is it there? It has to be early in the mornings, Yanni. Let's see who we got in here. Oh, we got some new members. We got, let's see, let me get my bell. Where did my bell go? Here it is. Oh, we got, let's see. Justice and Marie and Shauna Martz. Justice and Shauna Martz, new members this morning. Woo, thank you guys. Thank you for becoming a member of the Finish Time family. Woo, wake up, the cowbell's on. Welcome, y'all. Thank you, Justice. Thank you, Shauna. God bless you guys. We got Angie in here. We got Kilbister, Justice, and Shauna, new members. Abigail Rose is over. My granddaughter is over every Tuesday and Wednesday night, and her mom and her boyfriend, so I'm taking care of her. Okay, Abigail, that's fine. Hey, Innocence. Hey, Laura P. Hey, Rachel Champ. The woman sat in the courtroom with the long blonde hair is Crystal, Harmony's bio mom. We'll have to look for her. Thank you, Rachel. Hey, Crystal Bambridge. Hey, Angel Loader. Can. You up this early? Hey, Angela. Diamonds Creation. Who else we got? Yanni, honey. She's been up all night out in the damn YouTube streets. She's been out there pimping in them YouTube streets. No, I'm just kidding. She's been out there on them YouTube streets, though, no doubt. YouTube should show a major update where trusted mods can post pictures and videos in chat. I know that'd be awesome, wouldn't it? Am I missing anybody? Let's see who else we got in here. Michelle Tucker. I've been thinking about you. I hope you're doing okay. Cool Gamer. Nikita. See, y'all are night owls just like me, and y'all up this morning too. Lord have mercy. Hey, Fitz. Hey, Dee Dee. She's up and going too. Mustang Mama. Come on in, y'all. All of you's. Rhonda Lynn. Let's see who else we got. Shit Shaker and Sandra Louise. Well, guys, looks like we're waiting for court. It's overtime, but I think it's probably going to more or less start probably at 9 o'clock. I wonder if Adam's going to show his face today. How much y'all want to bet Adam don't? I just got a feeling that he's going to cop out. But watch, when Kayla, his ex-wife, comes in, and you bet his butt will be there. Because he wants to be there to stare at her and intimidate her. Hey, Diana Parker. Hey, Lisa Mounts. Y'all heard the birds against the worm. Have y'all had your sleep? I know I've not had none, and I know y'all got to not have none. Some of y'all was with me last night. I just wonder. I know Yanni's it's probably 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning for her. It's morning here, y'all. It's almost 9 o'clock in the morning. And I actually think that court's not going to start until actually 9 o'clock this morning. I'm just really curious to see what goes on. Opening statements to find out what else, this monster did to this beautiful, precious baby girl. and see if justice is served. I'm curious to see if he's going to try to blame his ex-wife too. We all know that there's a lot of speculations going on around, you know, that he could possibly blame his ex-wife. It's 1:00 a.m. Lord. Hey, Ken, are you at home today? I thought you went to work. Maybe not. I don't know. Yeah, you probably at work. Maybe. But yeah, y'all, I'm just curious to see what's gonna happen today. If he's gonna come in just so he can intimidate Kayla. 7:50 a.m. here. So you're a little bit behind Nikita. Oh, you're at work, Candace? Okay. I thought you had to work today. But yeah, it's getting ready to start, y'all. Diamond said, my girls are working on their math. I'm working on some party favors and listening to one of my favorite YouTubers, Miss Daisy. Thank you, Diamonds. Thank you. I love you, Diamonds. Y'all come on in. Everybody come on in and get settled in. Get you some breakfast this morning. Get you coffee ready. Get you tea ready. We're going to be here for a while today. So hopefully, it'll start soon. While we're waiting for it to start, I'm going to go ahead and pull up the video that I posted last night. And let's see, nothing's happening on the other channel either. And just kind of give y'all a little bit of an update of what happened yesterday for those of you all that has not joined us. Let me see. We'll pull this up while we're waiting for. Okay, and we'll play this video. While we're waiting for court to start, I'm going to pull up the video from yesterday just to give you guys a little bit of a recap, okay, of what happened yesterday. All right, here we go.
Your guilt on both of those charges, falsifying physical evidence and abuse of corpse?
Yes.
The surprise announcement came after the lunch break. 17 jurors had just been sworn in and given instructions from the judge, including explaining Adam's notable absence from the courtroom.
He is not here today. He has the right to be present, but he also has the right to be absent. You're not to speculate on why he is not here today, and you are not to in any way draw any negative or adverse inference or hold it against the defendant that he is not here today.
The jury was just coming back from lunch for opening statements when Adam Montgomery appeared on video from prison to confirm his intention to concede to 2 charges.
And that by agreeing to allow them to acknowledge this in opening statements, the jurors can find you guilty of those 2 offenses, relying on that information. Do you understand that?
Yes.
The abuse of corpse allegations are some of the most graphic descriptions in the affidavit of how Adam allegedly moved Harmony's body to various locations around the city and then tried to condense her remains using lime and brute force. Again, opening statements tomorrow, 9 a.m. No word on if Adam Montgomery will be in the courtroom. He will be asked an hour before departure time each day if he plans to attend his own murder trial. We're live in Manchester. Amy Cavino, WMUR News 9.
Now, one legal analyst says Adam Montgomery's decision to acknowledge some of the charges against him shows that he may try to blame someone else for his daughter's death. She says the likely choice is Montgomery's estranged wife, Kayla, who is also a star witness for the prosecution.
I would guess that he will point the finger at Kayla Montgomery and say she was the one who did it, and just basically use the logistics of, he is alleged to have hit her while driving, right? So how could he do that? Whereas he will most likely, again, I would anticipate he would have to testify that it was Kayla who struck her and she was distraught, and he had to handle the body.
LaFrance also says that strategy could require Montgomery to testify himself. And she says acknowledging abuse of a corpse may also be a sign that he knows where Harmony Montgomery's body is. And while that development was playing out in court, jurors were retracing the Montgomery family's steps on the day prosecutors allege that Harmony was killed. WMUR's Tim Callery is live now with a closer look at the key locations in this case.
And Jen, prosecutors describing today's jury view as the final journey of Harmony Montgomery, pointing out those key locations in their case against the little girl's father. The first stop of the jury view was a methadone clinic located at 20 Market Street. Prosecutors say this is where Adam and Kayla Montgomery took their children back in December of 2019. It's here where prosecutors say Adam began his assault on his daughter, Harmony. The jury then traced the family's steps to the Burger King on Daniel Webster Highway. Prosecutors say the Montgomerys went there after the clinic, and the state alleges that Adam continued to hit Harmony along the way. From there, it was the Colonial Village Apartments on West River Road. This is where the state says the Montgomery family lived out of their car after they were evicted from their Guilford Street home. Prosecutors allege that it was here where Adam Montgomery used drugs while Harmony was dying in the back seat of the car. The last stop was the site of the former Portland Pie Company. It's where Adam used to work and where the state alleges that he stored his daughter's remains in a walk-in freezer. And now the jury also stopped at the intersections of Webster and Elm Street here in Manchester. That is where prosecutors say Adam Montgomery first realized that Harmony was dead after the family's car broke down. They accuse him of putting the little girl's body in a duffel bag and then calling for a tow truck. Reporting live in Manchester, I'm Tim Callery, WMUR News 9.
Good morning, always late. So that's a little recap of what went on yesterday. Y'all, I'm eating breakfast. Yes, ma'am. We're still waiting for court to start. I assume that it'll start at 9 o'clock. Hey, Pumpkin, how are you? Y'all come on in. We're getting ready for this court hearing today. Justice for little Harmony, y'all. Justice for this baby. Y'all, I don't get up this early for nothing. Gotta have your breakfast though, don't you? You know what I got? I got me some Hardee's, biscuits, gravy, sausage, and eggs. And it is yum, yum. Y'all go get you a good breakfast this morning. Or make you a big breakfast. I'm just curious to know if Adam's going to show up. I bet he don't. I wouldn't offer him every day. That judge is being too lenient on him. You have Wendy's. You up and going. Candace, you got the early bird gets the worm. All right, guys. I'm sorry about that. I don't mean to eat in y'all's ear. Okay. Well, we're just waiting right now. I had hard-boiled eggs and an orange for breakfast. That sounds good. You been up since 5 a.m.? Lord have mercy. You are the early bird. Y'all, I didn't go to bed till like 3 something. And I'm up again doing this. I might doze off during this court hearing, y'all. It's a beautiful day here in East Tennessee. Thank you. Thank you, Diamonds. It's a beautiful day here in East Tennessee. Oh, thank you, Nikita. Thank you for being a member for 6 months? Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Nikita. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for being a part of our Critters family over here. We don't have a whole lot of people over here, but what the people we do have, we love. Hey, Fonda Cheese Man. Thank you, Nikita. God bless you. Wendy's chili is good, y'all. It's very good. Y'all early birds and night owls, both. Y'all are both early birds and night owls. I do plan on going live maybe after a while and taking y'all up there and letting you see Benny's grave. And just show y'all how big his grave is. Oh, we got something going on here. Hang on. Hang on. They're starting court. There's no sound yet.
You can remain seated. I need to go get one more.
Can't hardly hear her. Let's see what's going on, y'all. I'm gonna take this sign down so we can see. Let's see if Adam's in there. Nope. Adam never showed his face, did he? Of course. I knew he wouldn't come. I knew. You watch and mark my word. He'll come when Kayla's up on the witness stand. Once Kayla gets there and she gets up on that witness stand, he'll be there. How much y'all want to bet? I hope it's loud where you can hear it. Oh, thank you, Nikia. Hey, Angela. Fried green tomato sounds so good. I knew Adam wasn't going to show up. He don't want to face the fact of what he's did, and they're letting him away with it. They're letting him away with not having to face a courtroom. And I think that's ridiculous. That judge needs to force him to face the courtroom. I knew he wasn't going to show his face. I knew he wasn't going to show up. We can read these people like books, can't we? He's thinking about what his plan is now. He done went yesterday and pleaded guilty to tampering with evidence and abuse of a corpse. Now he's got to think about his next plan, because they're going to be asking him, well, what'd you do with Harmony? You know? That's what they're going to be doing. Oh, Adam ain't showed up. He ain't going to. He has to face in court with what he did. He knows he's not looking at life anyway. He will face the ultimate judge regardless. I agree. I've been up since 2 p.m. I had to work. Lisa, you're probably really tired right now, baby. Good morning, my 3 sons. You're an early bird too. He is a coward. He is. I really believe that he's a coward. That he don't want to face what he did to her. And I've asked the Lord to let me know when I'm being too rough on people. But this one here, you got to call it for what it is. He's a coward. But like I said, when Kayla comes up to testify, he'll be there just so he can stare at her and give her a death stare. And he can intimidate her. That's what I think anyway. Good morning, Crystal. Good morning, everybody coming in and joining us today. They've not started court yet. I have seen, for those of you that's joining us, they're going to start with their opening statement on here today. And so stay tuned. Stay tuned. We're just kind of hanging out right now, waiting for court to start. And so I think they're just kind of waiting right now. We're all just kind of waiting for court to start. Trying to see who else is covering it today. You know, this is not a big popular case on YouTube, but you know, this little baby's life mattered just as much as anybody else's. I like the opening statement and the closing arguments. Yes. You know, Harmony, I feel so bad for Harmony because Harmony never had anyone. Her mother wasn't there for her when she needed her, and her father wasn't there. Her stepmother wasn't there. The CPS wasn't there. Law enforcement wasn't there. I mean, her uncle probably should have stepped up and been there for her. I mean, he did tell, but like, why didn't he? Well, he probably didn't witness Adam hitting on her. I already had the boys at work talking brand names. They all want them, but I gotta get my family first. Oh, y'all are talking about something else. So right now they're just kind of hanging out and waiting. That's what we're all doing right now. We're hanging out and waiting. Everybody that's ready for this court hearing this morning. Y'all, this has been what, 2 years since this case first started, and we were the first ones on this case with Harmony. We've been following this case for 2 years now. We've been through it all. You know, when they arrested Adam, when they, you know, basically whatever they did, you know what I'm saying? So, like when they took the refrigerator out, the floor, all that from the apartment, they brought the refrigerator out in black plastic bags and biohazard. I knew that was not good. So they're all having a meeting right now. So maybe it'll start here in a minute. They're probably discussing where Adam's butt did not show up. Of course. So hang on to. Okay, sorry guys. But I knew it. You knew it. He's a coward. He doesn't care. He doesn't want to face the fact of the awful things that he did to his daughter. Drugs or not, I don't care. What he did to her was just horrendous. Just horrendous. And I feel so bad for her. And I know a lot of people want to go back and just save her. Unfortunately, at that time, people didn't know her. They didn't know who this little baby girl was. See y'all later. Gotta work now. Love y'all. Bye, Can. Call me when you get off work this evening. When you get time. Have a good day at work, honey. He's not there again. What a POS. Yeah, he copped out. He don't want to face the facts. That he don't want to face the facts that he hurt his own baby. My cat has a new favorite toy and he takes it everywhere with him. He sleeps with it too. So cute. Oh, ain't they so cute when they get it? I wonder if Crystal's coming in. Looks like people's coming in. Okay, Candace, have a good day at work. I never knew you could choose to appear or not. I didn't know it either. Obviously, in this state, you have a right to not show up and be accountable for what you've done. Like, I can see if it's a petty crime, but doing something like this, you know what I'm saying? It's just crazy that they're not making this man show up and face the consequences of what he did. Oh, well, let's play games. Let's offer him every day a choice. No, if your ass don't show up the first day, your ass don't show up the whole entire time. But every day they said they was going to bring a bus to him and pick him up if he wanted to come. So he's going to wait till Kayla. He's going to wait till Kayla gets up on the witness stand or one of his family members so he could stand there and stare at him and intimidate him. Miss Daisy, you go ahead and eat your breakfast. I'm terrible. I do coffee only. Well, I've already got that breakfast in my belly. I'm ready to go. Him not showing up is just going to backlash with the jury and the judge. Even though the judge says, oh, well, don't take that in accountability. Don't judge him for that. They're still going to judge him for that. The judge can say what she wants to, but they're going to judge him. I'm already judging him over it. So I wish there was a way we could contact his judge and tell her it's unfair that he's not made to show up to court. I'm sure a lot of these jurors are missing work to be there. He should be too. I agree. 100% I agree. He should be there, but unfortunately, they're babying him for some reason, treating him like a celebrity. He gets to pick and choose whatever he does now. And that's ridiculous. And I ain't trying to be mean, you all, but I do believe this man hurt that baby. I believe that he knows what he did, and that's why he's not showing up, because he don't want to sit in court and have people look at him and judge him when they're talking about what he did to that baby. And I think we're going to find out a lot more of what he did to her before this trial is over. A lot more will probably come out that we don't know. Miss Daisy, he's just a piece of shit coward. Yes, I agree. Even if he skips the whole trial, I would think he would have to be there. Yeah, he'd have to be there for the sentences, but I think he should stay there and face the consequences of what he has done, like they did with Chris Watts and what he did to his family. No, they said it was his right, Crystal. They said,
You can see that.
I want, we can't hear it.
You can see that from where you
All right, guys, I'll shut up.
So I may actually lose over
That-
here.
That's fine. I can't see it, so if there's an issue, you need to draw it to the court's attention.
Your Honor, if you wish, that's why we did bring the second one. Very quick plug in so that you'll be able to see.
That would be fine. Yeah, thank you.
Looks like he's got like 2 attorneys. You can't really hear them talking yet. They've got everything turned off. I'm so nervous for them. I am too. He'll plea out and take them to Harmony's remains. I hope he does. Bring that baby home, but I think he probably don't know where all her remains are. To be honest with you, he probably don't know wherever she is, because he had an accomplice. There was another man that helped him. Hang on, y'all. Hang on.
Attorney Agati, if it's not easy, just shut it down. It's fine. We'll deal with it on the break and as we go. That's okay. If we're ready, I would like to bring in the jurors. Attorney Knowles?
Ready, thank you.
Okay. All rise for the jurors, please.
All rise for the jury.
You're welcome, Mr. Jones. You're welcome, honey. I'm sorry, Mrs. Jones. I'm sorry, Mrs. Jones.
You may be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As I said to you yesterday, we hoped and planned that we would begin with opening statements this morning, and that's exactly where we are. So when the state is ready.
Thank you.
Where is Harmony Montgomery? Where is Harmony? When people across this nation, from Florida all the way up to Alaska and everywhere in between, were looking for Harmony, there's one person who is not. One person. The one person who should have been looking for Harmony was not. Her biological father, that defendant that you saw 2 days ago, he wasn't looking for her, and in fact, he was hoping that she wouldn't be found. His concern was not with finding this innocent 5-year-old girl. His concern was that she would be found, and that his heinous and depraved actions would be brought to light. That's because he was the only person in this world who knows where Harmony is, who knows where her body is, and he was hoping that she would never be found. The one person, the one and only person who murdered Harmony, who butchered her body, and who disposed of her like yesterday's trash. This case is about Harmony Montgomery. I don't want that to get lost as we progress throughout this lengthy trial. This case is about Harmony Montgomery, but it's also about the defendant, his actions, his rage, his brutality, and his escalation in violence. The murder of Harmony Montgomery, that was just the beginning of the depraved actions of this defendant and what this case is all about. It's about a man who, for 2 years, evaded apprehension, didn't have to answer for his crimes, had no appreciation or concern about Harmony being missing because he already knew she was dead. For 2 years before the Manchester Police Department initiated their search for Harmony Montgomery, that man got away with murder. His only concern, other than Harmony's body being found, was to keep his wife, Kayla Montgomery, from coming in here and telling you all what he did to her. His heinous actions, his cover-up, what she witnessed. For 2 years, He got away with butchering a 5-year-old girl. And that defendant made sure that Harmony would never be found, that she'd be gone without a trace. You'll see, he believed that if there was no body, there could be no evidence of the horrible things that he did to her, and he would get away with it. And so he went to great lengths to cover up his crime, to cover up beating Harmony to death for a bathroom accident. He went to great lengths to cover up his conduct. Beating Harmony to death because she soiled herself. And he thought that if he destroyed the evidence, what remained of Harmony, if he destroyed Harmony, he could never be charged. He was careless in this meticulous cover-up. He made mistakes. We're going to hear about those mistakes because it's evidence of his crimes. It's evidence of what he did. So let's talk about the evidence in this case. On December 7th, 2019, the defendant beat Harmony to death because she had a bathroom accident, something she had no control over. She'd peed her pants, and he murdered her in a series of attacks, of brutal strikes that began that morning in the car that she was living out of and ended in the Burger King parking lot that you all saw yesterday on The View. He carried her body with him for months. For months, he carried her body, and he discarded her with zero appreciation for the life that he'd taken, just a fear of being caught. And in the months that followed, he beat, he injured, he terrorized the only witness to his crime, the only person that could come in here and tell you what he did. She was his loose end, Kayla Montgomery, his wife. He conditioned Kayla through force and through threats with the purpose of making sure that she would never come in here and tell you what she'd seen, what he did. Beating Harmony to death for another accident, destroying her body, freezing her, thawing her, squeezing the liquid out of her, compressing her body into a bag like this one. Compressing her body into a bag like this one and filling it with lime to further decompose her. Unspeakable things. And this is what he did to the only witness he left alive. She was beaten, she was conditioned, and she was living in fear. She was in a nightmare with no end, while he dragged around Harmony's body for months. And I want to pause here for just a moment. I want to thank all of you for being here. This is going to be a lengthy trial. You're going to hear many difficult things. That's not lost on us. It's not lost on the attorneys that are in this case. So thank you for taking the time out of your lives to come here and listen to the evidence, to judge the evidence. It's necessary. It's a necessary function. And if you listen to the evidence, if you keep an open mind, and if you follow Judge Messer's instructions, you'll understand the timeline of Harmony's death, of the cover-up. You'll understand the horrible things that that defendant did, why he assaulted, why he murdered, why he terrorized. And after he was done with all of this, why he destroyed evidence, why he lied, why he blocked his friends and family, why he manipulated his wife into doing terrible things to hide his crime, to hide the victim that he'd murdered. So let's talk about the victim that he murdered, the victim that he made sure couldn't come into this courtroom and tell you the horrible things that he did to her. Her name is Harmony Montgomery. And there are 4 descriptions that you're going to hear of Harmony during the course of this trial, some of them horrible. Harmony was born to the defendant, Adam Montgomery, and her mother, Crystal Sorey. She was born on June 7th of 2014. She was a daughter. She was a sister. She was a Minnie Mouse fan. She was a fun-loving girl that loved being a big sister. She was just 5 years old when the defendant brutally murdered her. During the course of her brief life, she was a fun-loving girl. She was someone that defied all odds. She spent most of her life with Tim and Michelle Raftery, her foster parents, who she called Daddy and Mommy Michelle. And those odds that she defied. When Michelle Raftery, when Tim and Michelle got Harmony, when they got custody of her, she was just 2 months old. And Michelle was told she's not going to live past 7 months, told that she had learning disabilities. And still, you'll hear that Harmony was an intelligent girl. She was a curious child. She was a child that ran with other children, played with them. She was potty trained at a very early age. At a very early age, she was potty trained, and that'll become important as we progress throughout this trial. So keep that in mind. Harmony was potty trained at a very early age. She wasn't someone that was bound by limitations. And you'll hear that when she lived with her mommy, Michelle, and her mommy, Crystal, she was thriving. She was thriving in school. She was thriving with her peers. She was a child like any other. She was full of life. But that's just one description of Harmony, and I told you there are more. The defendant got custody of Harmony in February of 2019. At that time, she was only 4 years old. And the second description is darker. It comes from the 10 days before the defendant murdered her. And we'll talk about that more as we go along. The 10 days before he murdered her. In the second description, not the one where Harmony's thriving. In this one, she's scared. She's skinny. She's constantly exhausted. And she's bruised. At this point in Harmony's brief life, she's not able to control her bladder. She's not able to control her bowel movements. She's soiling herself. And during this period, the time when the defendant had her, those 10 days, she went from living in their home on Guilford Street at 77 Guilford Street to being homeless and living in a car, in the family's car. And when they were living in that car, those bathroom accidents got worse and worse, and they came more and more often. And you'll hear about the defendant's rage, this rage of the defendants that was building and building with each and every accident. And each time Harmony had an accident in that 10-day period, the defendant would strike her. That rage only growing, adding to that fear. And the next two descriptions come from the actions that the defendant took after he had murdered Harmony, after he beat her to death. You'll hear that she went from this little girl full of life, a girl that radiated happiness, that radiated joy, to a scared girl, broken, bruised. And from there, she went to the dead girl in the duffel bag. And after that, she went to the dead girl rotting in the ceiling that the defendant slept under for months. For months, as Harmony's body fluid, her blood, leaked through that duffel bag and was absorbed into that ceiling, he slept under her. That's what he did to her. That's what he made Harmony. His actions. Remember that as we go along. This case is about his actions. And those are the descriptions of Harmony. That's what the defendant made her before he disposed of her. Harmony was just 5 years old when the defendant beat her to death, but her story continues long after her death with the gruesome actions that the defendant took. the things that he did to her, the places that he took her. 3 people witnessed Harmony's death, her murder, and they survived. Her 2 younger brothers, one just 5 months old, the other 2 years old, and her stepmother, Kayla Montgomery. Back then, Kayla was the defendant's wife. She was mother of his 2 small children, his 2 boys. They met when they were kids and they married in 2017. And eventually they moved to Manchester, New Hampshire, and they lived at the home on 77 Guilford Street. The defendant stayed home with the children and Kayla worked. She was a cashier at Dunkin' Donuts. And during the 6 months leading up to Harmony's murder, their marriage was on the rocks. But Kayla tried to make it work. She wanted to make it work for her family. She wanted to make it work so that she didn't lose another person that she loved. But this case, it's not about Kayla. It's not about what Kayla did. It's not about what Kayla didn't do. Remember that as we go along. It's about what the defendant did. Kayla was the defendant's loose end. She was the witness to his crimes. She was the witness to his confession to an assault that took place against Harmony by the defendant in July of 2019. She was witness to Harmony's murder. She was witness to the defendant compressing Harmony into bag, smaller bag, compressing her more and more over the months that he had her, adding lime to that bag. And she was witness to the defendant disposing of Harmony. She was the witness that was left alive. So let's talk about that first event, the assault on Harmony from July of 2019. That summer, the summer of 2019, was Harmony's first time living with the defendant. It was her first summer with the defendant. And again, they lived at this home on Guilford Street. You'll hear that they lived there with Helen Montgomery, the defendant's grandmother, and the defendant's uncle, Kevin. And Helen and Kevin left that summer. They went down to Florida, and there Helen had a triple bypass surgery, and Kevin stayed with her. He accompanied her to help her in her recovery. And you'll hear that Kevin was gone for 3 weeks. And when Kevin left, when he left that home, Harmony was uninjured. No bruises, uninjured. But when he came back, Harmony had a large black eye. A black eye that was so swollen that the profile of her face had changed. It was horrible. This girl was bruised. She was injured. And her face was swollen. And when Kevin walked through that door, he saw Harmony. And this immediately stood out to him. This was his niece, his great niece. And the defendant was standing next to Harmony, and he said, "Harmony, what did you do? What happened to you?" And Harmony didn't even have time to answer. The defendant interrupted and said, "She didn't do nothing. I bashed her around this house. I beat the dog shit out of her." That's what he told his uncle about Harmony, what happened to her, how she got that injury. "I beat her. I did that." The defendant in this case. You'll hear that this shocked Kevin. It frightened him. And that was the last night he stayed in the house. He never went back there. He spent that night in his house and he got out of there. And in the time that followed, he did everything he could to get Harmony help. He contacted authorities. He contacted DCYF, contacted Child Services. You'll hear that he was unsuccessful. This assault from July of 2019, that's separate and apart from the murder charges, different incident. So I want to talk about the murder now. And to do that, again, we have to talk about the 10-day period before the defendant brutally murdered Harmony. Those 10 days where Harmony had major life changes. You'll hear that the family went from living in that home on Guilford Street to being evicted and living in their silver Chrysler Sebring. And while they were living in the Sebring, they were living in the Sebring, they parked in that parking lot we saw yesterday at Colonial Village, the apartments. They stayed there in their car. Harmony, at this point, had another major life change. She started having accidents. She started peeing herself. She was incontinent. She couldn't control when she had to go to the bathroom. She was peeing herself and she was pooping herself. This girl that prided herself on being able to control her body, basic functions. She was a big girl, but she started having these issues with her bladder, with her bowel movements. And you'll hear that when they moved into that vehicle, when they started living there, those accidents got worse and they came more often. She wasn't letting the defendant know when she had to go, and she was creating a mess each time. And that rage, the defendant's rage that you'll hear about in this case, grew and grew. And he would hit her, he would strike her each time she had one of those accidents. And that was Harmony's life. For 10 days. For 10 days, she lived in a car. For 10 days, she had bathroom accidents. For 10 days, she was unable to control her own body. For 10 days, she was in fear. She was scared because each time she had one of these accidents, the defendant would hit her. The defendant that you saw 2 days ago, a large man, he would hit this. She was 35 pounds in June of 2019. This again is in December. She was tiny, and he would hit her. He would strike her with a fist over something she had no control over. And those accidents were getting worse, and they were coming more often. And she was so bruised before her murder that the defendant had to hide her when he went out in public. He would literally take a blanket and cover her up so that she couldn't be seen, and that so no one would know what he had done to her. No one would see those bruises. And that brings us to December 7th of 2019. That day began like any other day for Harmony. They were living in that car. She woke up and she was scared. She was scared because she'd wet herself. She didn't want the defendant to know. She'd wet herself first thing that morning, and she was afraid. And just as she feared what happened, the defendant smelled what she had done. And for that, he hit her. He struck her in the face, and he drove his car. He continued on with his day as if he had done nothing. He struck this little girl in her face, on the side of her head. He continued on as if nothing happened. He drove to the methadone clinic, the clinic that you saw yesterday on The View. And there he and Kayla took turns getting their treatment. You'll hear that Kayla went in first, the defendant stayed in the car, and then the defendant went in. And when the defendant came back to the car, he was hungry. And so he started driving the family's car to the Burger King that you saw yesterday on The View. And as he was pulling out of that parking lot, he smelled something. He smelled that Harmony had had another accident. And that rage that had been building inside of him, it was there. Remember, he was still upset about the earlier accident, that first thing in the morning. And he looked back at Harmony as he was driving, and he said, "Really, Harmony? Again?" And he began striking her. As he was driving, holding onto the wheel, he began punching this little girl repeatedly for something she had no control over. He struck her blow after blow after blow to the side of her small head. And he didn't stop. And you'll hear me say that. He didn't stop. He didn't stop with that first barrage of assaults, of strikes to her small head. He continued. And when he pulled up to a light, He continued hitting her, hit after hit to her small head, blow after blow. Now, during this barrage of strikes, Kayla, who was in the passenger seat, seated next to the defendant, seated in front of Harmony, she put a hand up. She tried to block what this defendant was doing to Harmony. She tried to stop him. You'll hear that in that moment, he looked at her as if to say, "You're next." And she was scared. And she looked forward and she put her hand down, and those strikes to Harmony continued. And when he pulled up to another light as he was driving to that Burger King parking lot, he continued striking her. And after that last strike, he looked at Kayla and he said, "I think I really hurt her this time. This time. I think I really hurt her this time. I think I did something." And he didn't stop. He continued with his drive. Pulled into that parking lot at Burger King and he ordered his food. He ordered his food and he ate. He didn't stop to check on Harmony. He didn't look back at her. He didn't show any concern for this innocent little girl, the child he'd just beaten. He ordered his food and he ate. And he didn't stop. You'll hear that at that time, after that last blow, after that last strike to her small head, she began moaning, making a gurgling sound. Sounds that continued on and off for several minutes. He didn't show any concern, ate his food, and he continued driving towards the Colonial apartment parking lot. And while he was there, he did drugs for 20 to 25 minutes, showing no concern for the child that was dying in his back seat, just feet away from him. And Kayla, you'll hear, was too scared to look back. She couldn't look back. She was frozen. She was terrified to see what he had done to this small child. She could just hear that moaning, those gargling sounds, sounds that eventually stopped. After the defendant ordered his food and he was driving back, he did his drugs, listening to those noises, not showing any concern. He pulled into the Colonial Village parking lot and he did drugs for 20 to 25 minutes. He ate his food and he did his drugs, and Harmony slowly died. And when he was done with that, still showing no concern for Harmony, he pulled out of the parking lot where they'd been living. And when he made it to the intersection of Webster and Elm, which you saw in the view yesterday, his car died. It died just as Harmony had died several minutes before. The defendant realized they were going to have to abandon that vehicle. And so he started removing items, getting the kids out, shaking Harmony, telling her to wake up. She wasn't responding. She couldn't. She was dead. He had done that. And when he realized that Harmony was no longer alive, that he'd murdered her, he grabbed a duffel bag. Remember, they were living in that car. All of their items, all of their possessions were in that car. He grabbed the duffel bag and he stuffed Harmony's body inside. And remember those descriptions that I told you about Harmony, what you'd hear throughout this trial. That's when Harmony became the dead girl in the duffel bag. He did that to her. That's what he made her. The defendant stuffed her into that bag and he went on about his day as if nothing happened. But Harmony's murder, that was only the beginning. And remember what I told you, this case, it's about the actions of the defendant. They didn't stop after he murdered Harmony. That was the beginning. of his conduct. His actions didn't end when he brutally murdered Harmony. You'll hear about how he carried her for months, scheming, plotting, coming up with a plan of how to get rid of Harmony somewhere she would never be found. And they went back to the Colonial Village parking lot that afternoon. They had a friend there, a friend who let them stay in his Audi. And you'll hear that friend brought them dinner for 2 nights, the 2 nights they stayed there, December 7th and 8th. He brought them dinner, and notably, he didn't see Harmony with them. He didn't see Harmony because she was in that duffel bag, the duffel bag that he was moving between the trunk of that Audi SUV and the ground outside. At night, he would keep her in the ground between his car, the Audi SUV, and the dumpsters that you saw yesterday that you walked around in that parking lot. He kept her on the ground because it was cold outside. Remember, this was in December, and he wanted to keep her body cold. From the Colonial Village parking lot, they went to Kayla's mother's home, and they stayed there for the rest of the month. She picked them up in her van, and that's where Harmony stayed for several days while the defendant looked for somewhere more suitable to keep her. And he found something more suitable. In the entryway of Christina Lubin, Kayla's mother's home, he found this open cooler. And he stored her there for much of the remainder of his stay. And they left that home on December 30th, and they went to the Families in Transition shelter. It was at the Families in Transition shelter that the defendant began to discuss disposing of Harmony, getting rid of her. He believed that if there was no body to find, there would be no evidence of what he'd done, and he would get away with this heinous crime. And so he began to discuss disposing of her. While he was there, he moved Harmony from the closet of that room. He moved her to the ceiling. He removed that vent cover and he stuffed her body inside. And that's when Harmony became the dead girl rotting in the ceiling that he slept under for months. Now, the defendant faced another problem at the Fit shelter. Harmony's body began to rot. It began to smell. He was storing her body in the ceiling above his room, and the heat was on. And the heat was causing her body to decompose more and more by the day, to rot more and more by the day. And it was smelling. And other tenants, other people that lived there were complaining about those smells. So he had to take her body out of that ceiling. And he brought it to the bathroom and he compressed it. He compressed and contorted her body into this bag, into a bag like this. And he put it back up there, back in the ceiling. And when he was taking her body down, when it was still in the duffel bag, before he'd added trash bags and put her inside a bag like this one, she was leaking. She was leaking. Her liquids were pouring through that duffel bag. And investigators followed up with the Fit shelter. They went to that room. They looked in the ceiling. And when they took that vent cover off, they immediately smelled decomposition, a smell associated with dead bodies, rotting bodies. They smelled decomp. Still present 2 years after the defendant had removed Harmony's body from the ceiling. And they saw deep stains in the drywall where Harmony's blood had been absorbed. That blood was tested It was sent to a lab in Florida and tested. And that lab in Florida confirmed that that blood was Harmony. Something the defendant missed. Remember, he was careless in his meticulous cover-up. He made mistakes. That's going to be one of them. That blood in the ceiling, Harmony's blood in the ceiling, all that remained of Harmony, the defendant made sure of that. And surrounding that blood, surrounding this blood, surrounding what was left of Harmony, the defendant's fingerprints, his palm prints, frozen there for time. So at the shelter, the defendant had a problem. He was living in a shelter. He didn't have access to a freezer, and Harmony's body was beginning to rot and stink, and it was getting worse and worse by the day. People were complaining. This wasn't good for him. And it was around this time he started working at the Portland Pie Company, which used to be here in town, since closed. He worked there for just over a month. He was a dishwasher and a cook. And that CMC bag, the one that looked like this, that accompanied him to work. It stood out to people because he placed it in the freezer during his shifts. He brought it with him regularly to work, and he stored it in a freezer where the company kept food, ingredients. People saw him bringing that in and out regularly. They couldn't have imagined what that bag contained, but they saw it. And after they left the fit shelter, after the defendant left the shelter, he moved into an apartment on Union Street. And it was in the Union Street apartment that he began to discuss dismembering Harmony, squishing her, further contorting her body. He discussed using a saw to cut her up. He discussed using lime to further decompose her so that there would be nothing to find. Remember, he believed that if there was no body, there could be no evidence, and he would get away with this horrible thing that he'd done, beating this little girl to death. And it was in the bathroom of his Union Street apartment that he compressed Harmony. Already in that CMC bag, filling that CMC bag, he compressed her further, and he added lime to the bag, thinking that it would eat away at anything left of her. He spent most of the day in that bathroom compressing Harmony. He took her out of the CMC bag and he placed her in the tub. She was frozen at that point, so he turned the hot water on and ran it over her so that he could manipulate her body, further compress her. Kayla walked into the bathroom as he was doing this. She saw what he was doing. She saw Harmony. Harmony at that point was skin and bones. And she saw the defendant squeezing Harmony, squishing Harmony, trying to remove the liquids that remained from her small body and down the drain of the tub. When Kayla walked into that bathroom, he told her to help him. You'll hear that Kayla obeyed. She held Harmony's arm while the defendant used the scissors to cut off Harmony's clothes. But this was too much for Kayla. She couldn't take what she was seeing, what the defendant was doing, the sick and grotesque things that he was doing to this child's body. And so she went to the living room to be with her two sons, to make sure that they didn't walk in and see what he was doing. So in that bathroom, the defendant shut the door behind her. And that once bulging CMC bag, the bag that Harmony's body filled, he compressed it enough to add much of a 40-pound bag of lime. And he took breaks from the horror show in that bathroom. And during one of the breaks from working on Harmony's body, he said, I can put her in pieces. I can put her in pieces. I can cut her up. And while he was working in that bathroom, working on Harmony, he clogged the drain. Remember that as we go along. He clogged the drain. While he was squeezing her, getting the liquids out, he clogged the drain to the bathroom. And investigators learned that the defendant went to Home Depot on February 26, just 6 days after they moved into that apartment. He went to Home Depot where he bought a saw, a backup saw blade, diamond cutting saw blade, a backup battery, and line. That was on February 26th, just 6 days after he moved into that apartment. On February 27th, he placed a work order to unclog his drain. Now, it was around this time that the defendant began to suspect that Kayla was working with the police, trying to give them evidence to put him away for what he'd done to Harmony. He was suspicious of her, and he was pulling out outlets. He was pulling out light bulbs, light sockets, thinking that there were listening devices planted to get him for what he'd done to Harmony. And it was around this time that he started beating Kayla. He started threatening her that if she reported him, he would kill her. And that if he went to jail for what he did, he'd have someone else kill her. The abuse was constant and it came regularly. And Kayla documented the abuse as shown here. Less than a week after the horror show in that Union Street apartment bathroom, the defendant disposed of what remained of Harmony, what was left of her. He was meticulous in making sure that nothing came back on him. He enlisted help from friends. He asked a friend to get him a U-Haul van. A U-Haul van back then was cheaper than a rental car. You'll hear that this friend, he helped. He got him the van. The defendant at the time rented a hotel room so that he could leave the hotel room and dispose of Harmony. And when he came to bring the defendant the keys to the van with his girlfriend saw a CMC bag that was protruding from the hotel room's mini fridge. And that stood out to her. And when the friend gave the defendant the keys to that U-Haul van, the defendant said, I fucked up. And he repeated it over and over. I fucked up. Me, the defendant, I fucked up. But he couldn't say how. He couldn't say what he'd done to fuck up. That was on March 3rd of 2020. The defendant left in the middle of the night, headed south. And when the defendant left, he told Kayla that he wasn't going to tell her where he was going to dump Harmony, where he was going to dispose of her. He didn't want her to have that information that she could later use against him. He was in control. He had all the pieces. He wasn't going to have someone know where evidence of the girl that he had brutally beaten was. He made sure that he was the only person that knew what he'd done with her. Remember, he believed that if there was no body, he could never be charged. He could never be charged with this heinous crime. And when he left the hotel room that night, he headed south to Mass, and he made another mistake. That U-Haul van that he rented, he blew through tolls on the Tobin Bridge, and a camera captured that van. You'll hear about the many searches for Harmony Montgomery involving multiple states, Maine, Mass, New Hampshire, involving multiple agencies, both state and federal. Thousands of man-hours looking for this little girl. And you'll hear the defendant's words. You'll hear him on a recorded call during one of those searches telling his friend that investigators were wasting their time looking for this little girl that he brutally murdered. They were wasting their time. The defendant's words, you'll hear that. After disposing of Harmony, the defendant realized he had one loose end, his wife, Kayla. And so he conditioned her The abuse got worse over those months and months. He beat her. She was a loose end to him and nothing more. Now, you'll hear that Kayla lied. She stuck to a story that the defendant gave her. She was scared at what would happen to her at the hands of the man she witnessed beat this small child to death and drag her body around for months. She's gone to prison for those lies. She's gone to prison for those lies. And since then, she's helped investigators. She's helped investigators find proof that Harmony is dead. That blood in the ceiling with the defendant's fingerprints. She spoke to investigators and police for hours upon hours over multiple days. Statements that gave investigators evidence that they wouldn't have without her. Gave a mother some sense of closure, knowing that her daughter's dead, still out there somewhere, but not suffering, not anymore. Now, Kayla's testimony is important. She saw what happened. She felt it. She lived it. She's still living it. But the reason you only have one witness to the defendant's crime is because he killed the other, the witness that he couldn't control, the witness that he couldn't manipulate. But even though Kayla's testimony is important, this case doesn't rest solely on her shoulders. You're going to hear about the forensic evidence, the physical evidence that corroborates what she says, about the surveillance footage. You'll hear and see evidence that corroborates Kayla in ways that she never could have imagined. You'll hear and see evidence that shows you who killed Harmony, who had motive to destroy her after he killed her. And you'll hear some of the defendant's lies for yourself. You'll hear about the absurd story he told to evade apprehension, that he gave Harmony back to her mother in mass the day before Thanksgiving in 2019. That was his excuse. That was his lie. But in those 2 years where he didn't have to answer for this crime, where he thought he was free and clear of what he'd done, he told someone that he trusted what he really thought of Harmony. Told her that she was evil, that she did evil things. He told her that Harmony was a constant reminder of her mother, Crystal Sorey, who he hated. And he told her that he hated Harmony to his core. That's what he said in secret about the innocent child that he'd beaten to death. The helpless girl that he beat because she soiled herself. He hated Harmony to his core, and the evidence is going to show that he did everything to destroy Harmony after he beat her, to hide his crime, to hide evidence of what he'd done. And for what the defendant did, he's been charged with multiple crimes that the clerk read to you yesterday in open court. And the evidence will prove that he's guilty of each and every one of them. He's guilty of the second-degree assault for beating Harmony in that July 2019 incident, for bashing her around the house, for beating her off every wall in the house, for kicking the dog shit out of her, for causing the black eye, causing that injury to Harmony. Just like he's guilty of reckless second-degree murder for beating Harmony to death in the Chrysler Sebring on December 7th, 2019. He's guilty of falsifying physical evidence, for mutilating Harmony's corpse, for destroying her, for putting her somewhere she would never be found. And he's guilty of tampering with a witness, for beating Kayla, for threatening her, for compelling her to stick to the story that he gave her. And he's guilty of abuse of a corpse, for his conduct in the Union Street apartment bathroom, for compressing Harmony into that small bag, adding lime to it. Those are the crimes the defendant in this case committed. That's what he's guilty of. The defendant committed multiple violent crimes against a small child, a helpless child. In December 2019, he assaulted and he murdered because of that rage, his rage. He destroyed Harmony so that he could never be caught. And he beat Kayla for control. That's what the defendant did to his victim in this case. And at the conclusion of this trial, that's what we'll ask you to find him guilty of.
Whenever you're ready.
You were just left with that picture of Harmony, and seeing that picture is heartbreaking, knowing that Harmony is dead. But Adam Montgomery did not kill Harmony. Adam Montgomery did not beat Harmony in the head as he approached the Burger King drive-thru. Adam Montgomery did not cause Harmony's death.
Oh,
Kayla
come on.
Montgomery was the last person to see Harmony alive
Hey,
and know
Buster.
how Harmony died. But she didn't come clean with Adam. She didn't come clean with the police. And she will not come clean with you. She is still lying about the cause of Harmony's death. Even though Kayla now has her deal with the state, she continues to lie. The only reason Kayla has to lie now is to protect herself. The only reason she has to lie and point the finger at Adam is because the truth points the finger at her. The only reason Kayla has to lie to make Harmony's death so brutal and foul by Adam is to hide that Adam was protecting Kayla, his wife, and the mother of his kids. Now look, I'm not pretending that Adam isn't innocent here. Adam is not an innocent here.
This guy.
He and Kayla covered up Harmony's death. He's not an innocent here. He and Kayla moved Harmony's body from place to place to keep it hidden. And Adam is not an innocent here. He and Kayla put her body in a shower to wash her remains of the fluids of decomposition and then permanently hid her remains. You can and should find him guilty of those crimes. But in committing those crimes and sticking with a story that protected his wife, Adam set himself up for Kayla's betrayal. Her betrayal to accuse him in the most vile way possible of what he did not do. To accuse him of brutally killing his, not her, daughter, when she knew that was not what happened. The evidence that will show you that Adam did not brutally murder Harmony will come mostly and very reluctantly from his accuser, Kayla. Not from other witnesses or the physical evidence, but by showing that Kayla's lies continue. And the only one protected by those lies is her. Because only she, other than an infant and a toddler, was around when Harmony died. Only she knows the truth, and only she has benefited from all the lies she has told. November 27, 2019, a day before Thanksgiving. Adam, Kayla, Adam's daughter, Harmony, toddler son, Seamus, infant son, Declan,
I don't believe it.
were evicted from their home on Guilford Street in Manchester. They began living out of their Chrysler Sebring. In the following week, when Adam was running around trying to make money to get them out of their situation, Kayla was left cooped up in that seemingly increasingly smaller by the minute car with a 5-year-old child, not her own, a 2-year-old toddler, and a less than 1-year infant, all of whom needed attention, all of whom needed to move around, and none of whom were doing well being cooped up in that car. And Kayla didn't do well either. Adam was off doing his own thing, and Kayla was stuck. Harmony's body was not discovered lifeless in the car at that busy intersection you saw yesterday. It was not discovered at that intersection in the middle of the day on December 7, 2019, as Kayla now claims. Both Adam and Kayla discovered Harmony's cold, lifeless body much earlier, in the dark of night, behind Colonial Village, when Adam returned from his business. Kayla made Adam feel responsible. She claimed not to know what happened. It was Adam's fault for everything they were going through. It was not her fault, she insisted. She thought all the kids were asleep. He had to protect her. He had to protect their children. If anyone found out, their children would be taken. Adam stood by Kayla, and together they covered up Harmony's death. By that decision, Adam became so intertwined in Harmony's death that he could not get out. Neither Adam nor Kayla knew what to do, so they put the decision off. Adam placed Harmony's body in a duffel bag from the car and placed that duffel bag in the trunk. And Harmony's body was in that bag in the trunk of the car when it broke down at the intersection of Webster and Elm. They had driven off from the Colonial Village apartments to try and figure out what to do, where to put Harmony's body. But then the car broke down. When it did, Adam grabbed the bag from the trunk and carried Harmony's body away from the intersection to the parking lot at Colonial Village. From there, as you'll hear, Harmony's body was moved from place to place until Adam and Kayla finally figured out a plan to hide the body permanently. When asked, Adam and Kayla told people that Harmony was back with her biological mom in Massachusetts. Let's now move forward 2 years. December 2021. This was 2 years after Harmony's death and close to a year after Kayla and Adam had separated. The police were now investigating Harmony's disappearance. They found Kayla and asked her where to find Adam and where Harmony was. Kayla gave the lie she and Adam had used to explain why Harmony was no longer living with them after Harmony died in December of 2019. That Adam had returned Harmony to her mother in Massachusetts. Kayla also told the police that she believed Adam was in Maine. After speaking with the police, she contacts Adam and she told him, quote, "You need to come down here." She told him he needed to return to New Hampshire and deal with the police because she was not going to deal with all this by herself. Adam did what Kayla told him to do and returned. But unfortunately for Kayla, he also brought another woman, Kelsey Small, with him. Adam met up with Kayla and they talked about what to do. That New Year's Eve 2021, Kayla talked to the police again. This time, it was at the Manchester police station. She again gave the lie that protected her, insisting Adam took Harmony to her mother's, and that was all that she knew. And after well over an hour of talking, as Kayla stuck with this lie, the police gave her time alone to think, to write down what she wanted to say, just in case it was too difficult to verbally speak about. And Kayla did take that time alone to think and to write. And this is what she wrote. Quote, "I don't know what happened. No clue. I just know he left to bring her to meet her mom, to give Harmony to her after he dropped me off at work in the morning." And she wrote, "You need to get him to talk. He won't tell me anything. So he obviously did something and isn't saying anything to me." Kayla was ready to point the finger at Adam, but only in a way that protected herself. 5 days later, January 5th, Kayla was arrested anyway, but for something different than what the police had wanted to talk with her about. Instead of being arrested in relation to Harmony's disappearance, she was arrested for something else, what eventually became a theft charge. But she knew the arrest was to pressure her. While in jail, Kayla had more time to think and to scheme. How was she going to get out of this mess that she was in? She knew that the police thought she had information about what happened to Harmony, and she knew that the walls were closing in. Kayla also knew that pointing the finger at Adam was worth something, and pointing the finger would help get her out of this mess, and she thought about how to use Adam to get out of it. What I am holding up for you is defense's G for identification. This plastic bag contains a note. This note is written by Kayla, and it reflects what she wanted for a bargain. A few weeks after her incarceration, this note was found in Kayla's cell. And in her musings, she writes of her willingness to, quote, betray Adam. Not to finally be free of Adam, not to finally be safe from him, not to tell the truth, to betray, meaning stab him in the back. But she also wrote of her longing to be alone with him one more time, to kiss, to make love if she could. She didn't write of fearing to be alone with him. She did not write of any fear that Adam would hurt or kill her for her betrayal. In her fairy tale musings, Adam would understand and protect her to the end. Their children needed their mother, she wrote. But as this note also shows,
Hey, Krista.
Kayla wanted more than just one last time with Adam. She had a whole wish list, a set of demands. She wanted, quote, immunity from everything. Everything being in all capital letters. She wanted immunity from everything, all charges I'm facing, and what I'm going to say about Adam. Maybe ankle bracelet, or probation, or drug court. Kids in my life. Not lose custody or rights to my children at all, and be able to have kids live with me once I do a residential treatment program and complete it. Kayla was willing to sing for her supper, not for truth, not for harmony, but for Kayla. Kayla was all about protecting herself to wiggle out of accountability for her own conduct. After that note was discovered in Kayla's cell in January of 2022, January 29th to be exact, Kayla told a correctional officer that she wanted to speak with the Attorney General's office. But no one came to her with a deal. And instead of a deal, she got a subpoena. She got subpoenaed to appear before the grand jury in March, and she remained in jail. Now, Kayla finally got out on bail on May 6th, but she still had been subpoenaed to testify before the grand jury. this time on May 20th. Still no deal. And when Kayla finally appeared before the grand jury, she still had no deal. It was explained to Kayla that she could choose not to answer a question if it would incriminate her. Instead, though, she chose to lie under oath, the same oath you'll see her take later, trying to make herself look innocent while pointing the finger at Adam. She told the grand jury that Adam had dropped her off at Dunkin' Donuts on November 30th with Harmony and the two boys in the car, and said that he was returning Harmony to her mother in Massachusetts. But even as Kayla insisted that she didn't know what happened to Harmony, a bombshell drops. The Attorney General's office, the AG, told her as she was testifying she was working at Dunkin' Donuts that they had her employment records. Was she sure? They asked. Kayla knew then that she was caught. She was caught in a lie. The AG had her employment records, looked at them, and knew that she was not working. And this was not just a simple, honest mix-up of days. Those records showed that the AG's office had, those records showed that she had been fired from Dunkin' Donuts for stealing even before the family had been evicted on the 27th of November. She knew she was caught in a lie. She knew the AG's office could prove it, but she had not developed a new lie and couldn't change course in midstream without a plan. So that day before the grand jury, May 20th, she kept marching forward, hoping that maybe they would believe her anyway. Nothing happened at first after her grand jury testimony was over, but Kayla knew it was coming. And roughly 2 weeks later, on June 3rd, when Kayla checked in as part of her bail conditions, it did. It came. She was arrested for lying before the grand jury. Kayla had a new story prepared, but with the new charges, the state had the upper hand. She was allowed to give her new story with the agreement that her statements could not later be used against her. But there was no guarantee of a deal, and instead, Kayla would only get that deal that she wanted if her statements helped the police figure out what happened to Harmony. And if the state decided that Kayla's statements were not helpful, she would be facing not only the charges she was already facing, but now 2 more felony charges, this time for perjury, perjuring herself before the grand jury, plus any charges that could come about if the police were able to figure out what happened to Harmony without her statements. And Kayla knew that the police were going to follow up on what she now said. And without something to corroborate this new story she was going to give, there wouldn't be any reason for the police to accept it. After all, she had already lied to the grand jury to point the finger at Adam. So instead of the truth, she told a lie of a brutal killing where she was also a victim. But because there cannot be any corroboration for the lie itself, Kayla intermingled some of the truth of how she and Adam covered up Harmony's death. The lie itself cannot be corroborated, but there would be corroboration in the truth of the cover-up. Because Kayla's new story was not true of how Harmony died, she lacked real memories to draw from, and the details did not fit. Both the details she provided and the ones she did not provide. And it is in those details based on a lie, that begin to reveal the lie still being told by Kayla. At first, Kayla's new story for the police, when she gave a proffer on June 3rd of 2022, her new story was that it was the middle of the night, 2 or 3 a.m. Harmony had been having trouble controlling her bodily functions while the family had been living out of the car, and Harmony went to the bathroom again. Adam responded by repeatedly punching Harmony, probably like 10 to 15 times. That story changed to Adam assaulting Harmony in the morning before they went to the clinic for their methadone. The story then continued by saying that Adam struck Harmony again after getting back in the car from the clinic. Then, as they drove to Burger King because Kayla wanted to get something to eat for her and the kids, the story expanded to Adam punching Harmony as he was driving into the Burger King parking lot. Kayla claimed to recall Adam commenting that the last strike was different. He thought he hurt Harmony. Kayla did tell the police that she put an arm up briefly to try and stop Adam, but to no avail. Adam drove up to the Burger King drive-thru. They ordered their food. Adam paid cash. The family got their food and drove back to the Colonial Village apartments with Harmony moaning in the back. That's her story. And when asked, Kayla claimed that she fed the kids. She told the police that she went up to her friend Anthony Bodero's residence to get some drugs for she and Adam to use, leaving Adam alone in the car with Declan, Seamus, and Harmony. This whole entire story was not true.
They're both lying, in my opinion, both of them.
One of the things that you'll see that reveals her story about punching to be a lie is that she is unable to describe a true scene. She does not describe 2-year-old Seamus crying as his sister beside him is being struck. She does not describe the baby screaming as violence and chaos break out around him. She does not describe trying to soothe or quiet the children. Nor does she describe Adam reacting at all to what would have been a cacophony of screaming and crying had all that punching been true. She does not describe trying to hide a broken child from the Burger King cashier or any concern on Adam's part that Harmony might be seen by the cashier or the camera. She does not describe Harmony as she feeds, piece by piece, food to Seamus, who is next to her in the backseat of the car. She does not describe seeking help from her friend she got drugs from. She doesn't describe any concern by her friend, Anthony Bordero, that she seems upset. And please keep close attention to Kayla's various descriptions of the car breaking down, where she claims that she and Adam first discovered that Harmony is dead. Kayla told the police that with Harmony in what would have been a critical, perhaps fatal condition in the back seat, the family decided to drive away from their corner in the back of the Colonial Village apartments. Yet Kayla did not remember where they were going. Then the car broke down at the intersection of Webster and Elm, and they discover Harmony's dead body in the back seat. Kayla talked about waving, honking, agitated drivers behind them around the car as Adam manhandles a dead child in the back seat into a duffel bag. And no one notices. Their car did break down on December 7th at the intersection of Webster and Elm. That is not in question here. And the family did walk back to Bodero's. But Harmony's body was already in the duffel bag, in the trunk, from when they discovered her death in the early hours of the night before. Yesterday, before we broke, the court gave you a partial set of instructions on how you are to go about deciding this case. Among them was an instruction on assessing the credibility of witnesses. It is up to you to determine the credibility of witnesses. But the judge did suggest an illustrative list of factors to consider in making that determination. One factor is whether what the witness said appeared reasonable. In discerning this, details matter, the details that are given and the details that are not. Is the witness pulling from a well of true memory or just making it up? Another factor the court has offered for your consideration is whether what the witness said is consistent with other evidence in the case. And that leads me to some of the science that was used in this case. Kayla also described Adam cleaning up blood spilled by Harmony with a kerchief. That lie was exposed by a special test that can reveal blood traces, even blood that was supposedly cleaned up. Luckily for the police, they were able to locate the broken down Sebring 2 years later. They're able to bring it to their lot at the police station, and they're able to search and test it with a special test that could detect invisible blood, blood that cannot be seen with the naked eye. No traces of blood, including on the back passenger seat where Kayla said Harmony bled and Adam cleaned it up. In offering guidance in assessing witness credibility, another common sense factor offered by the court is whether the witness had a bias or motive to lie. There will be time during Kayla's testimony, during direct and cross, to explore the changes, the inconsistencies, and details within her story, both those that are there and those that are not. And you just heard about the science to also assist you in evaluating Kayla's claims. But here, what follows is an example of Kayla's motive to lie at play, of Kayla taking something true and twisting it to point the finger at Adam, yet hide her own involvement. In telling the police how Harmony's body was finally removed from their lives, Kayla described an incredibly disturbing treatment of Harmony's body, her remains in the refrigerator before being placed in the shower, under hot water, washing away the fluids. Kayla at first said it was all Adam, and he wouldn't even let her in the bathroom. But she slipped up, and fortunately the interviewers caught it. They caught the slip and they probed. Kayla had to admit that she was part of it too. She cut off Harmony's hoodie in the shower, and she and Adam bagged up Harmony's clothes. And when that was done, Kayla and Adam put her remains in another bag, with Kayla helping Adam to zip that bag up. You will hear that after Adam and Kayla permanently hid Harmony's remains, that their relationship became more frayed. Adam struggled with the loss of Harmony and his mental health suffering. Adam and Kayla separated briefly. That was in the spring of 2020 before reconciling. But Adam continued to spiral, and a year later was arrested after another episode. He went to rehab, then stayed at a sober house before going to Maine with Kelsey Small, which was where he was in December of 2021 when Kayla told him to return to New Hampshire and help her deal with the police. Joined with the murder and related charges is a second-degree assault charge That allegation is that Adam knowingly caused bodily injury to Harmony in July of 2019 by striking her in the face with a fist. Harmony did get a black eye during the summer of 2019, and no question about it, Adam did react when he saw Harmony trying to smother her brother, jerking her away to stop her. But that is not what caused the black eye. On July 22nd of 2019, Kevin Montgomery, Adam's uncle, came up from Florida to the house. He saw Harmony's black eye, prompting a conversation about her. During this conversation, Adam told Kevin about a time when he walked in to find Harmony smothering then 5-month-old Declan. Harmony had her hand wrapped around his mouth, causing him to turn blue. Adam pushed Harmony away while checking on Declan. Then, a week later, upon returning to Florida, I believe it was July 29th, Kevin made a report to New Hampshire DCYF. And he told DCYF that Adam gave Harmony a black eye, conflating what Adam had said. A veteran caseworker, Demetrius Soros, responded that very same day, the 29th, to investigate. Though the encounter was brief, he did see Adam and Harmony outside the house getting into a car. And when he saw Harmony, he observed no concerns. He also followed up, paying another visit on August 7th. This time he did see a small red mark in Harmony's right eye and faded bruising under the eyelid. He spoke to Harmony alone, asked probing questions to find out what may or may not have happened, and then, after doing his job, left the visit satisfied that there was no substantiated evidence of abuse. I am getting ready to step down, but before I do, there is just one more instruction I need to discuss. The court has instructed you that you are to decide this case not on sympathy, but on the evidence and the evidence alone. This case involves the tragic and senseless death of Harmony, an innocent 5-year-old, and it triggers perfectly understandable, innate human emotions, and it would be inhuman not to feel them. But as was discussed during the jury selection process, and as you've been instructed by the court, you all have a difficult yet necessary task: deciding this case not on emotion, not on sympathy, but on the evidence. And after you have heard all the evidence, after you've heard all the evidence in this case and apply the facts to the law, you will know that Adam did not murder his daughter or engage in witness tampering with Kayla. Kayla was an equal participant in the cover-up. She alone knows how Harmony died, and she won't tell. At this trial's conclusion, we will ask you to follow the evidence you have heard and find Adam not guilty of murdering his daughter, witness tampering with Kayla, and second-degree assault.
I do believe Kayla knows more, and I think she was more involved.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, you've now heard opening statements. As I told you when I gave you my preliminary instructions, we would generally be taking a mid-morning and mid-afternoon break, and I do look for natural breaking points in a trial to do that. I think this is one of them. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a 15-minute break now, so use the restroom, have a drink of water, and we'll come back in 15 minutes and begin the evidence. All right, all rise for the jurors, please.
Yes, I think, I think Kayla's lying. I think Kayla didn't try to help Harmony. I think Kayla was involved with him hitting that baby. She was probably screaming at the baby too. I think both of them were withdrawn from drugs.
Counsel, approach for just a
and
minute.
everything. that they cared about at that moment was getting their drugs and putting them in their bodies. And I do believe that Kayla's lying. I mean, it's been proven that she's lied. I don't think Kayla hurt Harmony, but I do still believe Adam killed Harmony. But I do think that Kayla didn't do a thing to do it. I think that Kayla neglected Harmony just as Adam did. And how's she going to feed her kids and not that baby? You know what I mean? I don't know. Her story don't fly that much, but the judge already annoys me. All that explanation about natural breaking point instead of okay, 15-minute recess. Exactly. And then she's like, "Oh, don't judge Adam because he's not here. That's his right. And we're going to send a truck over there if he wants to come." No, don't give him an effing choice. Make him come and face what he did to his daughter. Make him face the public. Make him have to relive and hear what he did to his daughter. I don't believe for 1 second that he didn't kill her. But I don't believe for 1 second that Kayla's is innocent because she got away from Adam. She was almost a year separated from Adam. At any given time, she could have stepped up for Harmony and told what happened. But she chose to lie and deceit, to draw welfare benefits off that baby, and to continue the lie even after being asked by the grand jury. So she was just a part of it as what Adam was. And that's my opinion. And I'm sorry, y'all, but I think of what some of this guy is saying about Kayla is true. But I do believe Adam did just I do believe Adam killed the child. I really do. Let's see. Bless Lulu said, in my opinion, any woman to sleep with a man after knowingly he did what he did is sick. Yeah, and she was too afraid to look back there to see what was wrong with Harmony. No, Ish, you get your ass out of that car and you go back there and see. You call 911. I don't give a damn how scared you was. I've been in an abusive relationship like that myself. But make no mistake, if I would have saw that person hurt a child, don't you never think I wouldn't have called the police on him. I would have. I would have went to the bathroom, acted like I was going to the bathroom, and called the police. I still think she should have been charged. I think she should be charged too. But she struck a deal, and as you see, the prosecution is on her side. Poor abused Kayla. No, poor abused babies. That's what I say. Kayla was a drug addict, just like Adam. Kayla knew exactly what she was doing. She got away from Adam and still continued on with the lie. So, no, I don't feel sorry for her at all whatsoever. I think she's just as guilty as Adam. Adam unalived her. I think he did. I do believe Adam unalived her. But did Kayla do anything to stop him? No. She was only worried about doing her drugs. She did not give two sheets about that precious little baby girl was using the bathroom on herself. Why didn't they take her in Burger King and let her use the bathroom? Because the baby was so terrified she was afraid to ask. Because he probably beat her up when she asked. That's the sad part. The uncle said he bragged about slinging Harmony around the room. He's a monster. Why would the uncle have a reason to lie? Why would he have a reason to go against his nephew and lie? I mean, everybody's at fault but Adam. Adam's the innocent one here, according to that attorney. He did nothing wrong. You know, they've got proof here. You heard them say they had proof that he bought stuff to cut her little baby body up with. I mean, who does that? Oh, if he's so hurt about his daughter, how could he cut his daughter up? Or how could he wash her down the bathtub? You know what I'm saying? The things he did to her body alone was horrible. Miss Daisy, you hit the nail on the coffin. Poor baby, poor Daisy, not used to being up this early, are you, babe? Well, I've not really had a lot of sleep, uh, Misty, but I'm good. I'm glued to every word of this case, you guys. Even though I don't have a lot of people in here today, it's still, I want to cover this case because he is a demon. Because my heart goes out to Harmony, and I just feel like that the more people that's support of this baby, the more pressure they'll put on this case. And I just want her little name out here, and I want justice to be brought to her. I do. I want justice to be brought to her. He could have only done that over my dead body. Exactly. She put her arm up for him to stop. Really? No, I don't believe that. I do not believe that. I think she sat there and she was more worried about getting that methadone up her nose or in her arm. I don't know which way they do it, than she was that baby. Most people couldn't do this to an animal, yet he's a demon. Sad. Exactly. I mean, Christine, hey. I want to welcome everybody that's come in today. I haven't been able to say thank you. And Diamonds, thank you for gifting that membership. Thank you so much for that. I forgot that she did that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think they are both guilty, but in order to catch the killer, someone has to make a deal trade. One evil for another. Kayla only cared about herself and her kids, not what Adam was doing to Harmony. And I agree. I agree on that. She's portraying herself as a victim. Anyone trying to collect and go fund me on missing child is not trustworthy. The uncle's words mean nothing to me. I won't look at what he says as evidence. Well, he's a little shady too. Unfortunately, some step parents don't treat their stepchildren well. You're right, Mustang Mama. Proud of you, Daisy, for covering this case. Thank you for this. Oh, you're welcome. Well, we've covered this from the beginning, if y'all remember, ever since I think it was in January or February of the year that she went missing that we started covering Harmony's case. Poor Harmony had foster parents that she knew as a mommy and daddy. Yep. Sometimes biological is not always the best. Everybody's like, oh, but they're with their biological parents. No, their biological parents is not always the best thing for a child. Their biological parents are like this monster right here. Shoot. And did you hear what he said about how he hated Harmony and that she reminded him of Crystal? Crystal said with her own mouth that he would do anything to hurt her. And yeah, I believe that. I do believe that he hated the baby. What I don't understand is why he wanted to go to court and fight for her. I told him to kill me, not baby Harmony. Exactly. I would have told him that too. Well, he'd have had to went through me to touch that baby. Sadly, the system also let this poor baby down, and I wish they could be held accountable in some way also. Me too. I think Kayla physically abused her also. You know what? I bet you're right, Barbara. And I mean it. I believe Kayla participated in hurting her. I do. I believe that Kayla was just as responsible with the abuse that Harmony was to put through. I mean, what kind of woman sits back and lets a man do that to their baby to where their baby's terrified to use the bathroom? I mean, and why isn't Kayla getting her out and taking her to the bathroom? Even if Harmony didn't ask to go to the bathroom, Kayla should have said, "Come on, Harmony, let's go take you to the bathroom so you don't have accidents." No, her ass was in the front seat worrying about her drugs. doing her drugs. And they didn't even try to buy that baby anything to eat. How many days did that baby go without food? I don't want to hear this bullshit about Kayla. I think the defense on that part is right. I think Kayla's just as responsible. I think Adam ultimately unalived that baby, but who's to say that they didn't both sell that baby and essay that baby? We don't know. We don't know. That baby could have been trafficked. She could have been trafficked. That's the sad part. Oh, thank you, Debbie Nelson. Thank you. Thank you so much for that super sticker. Thank you for covering this case, Daisy. Oh, thank you, Debbie. Thank you for contributing to my channel. God bless you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, Kayla should have taken. Oh, I missed that. Taken better care of Harmony. Exactly. Exactly. Kayla was the stepmother. She was also a part of when you're a stepmother to a child that has custody, look at me with Bub. You really think that I would let someone hurt Bub? Do you really think I would let someone hurt my Bubby? Hell no. Hell no. Bub might not be my biological child, but let me tell you one thing. It no. There's no way I would let anybody hurt him. I don't care how much you love a man. You don't sit back and let them do that to that child. Like someone said, I believe Kayla was being abusive to her too. She knew exactly what she was doing. She had time to report Adam. She was away from him for over a year. But yet she chose to continue the lie and continue to steal money and benefits off the government. And even when she was indicted by the grand jury, she stood up there and lied. It was only when she got caught. So no way do I believe she was scared for her life. Why are women losing their basic instincts that comes with being a female? I don't know. The world is growing colder and colder. You can imagine sitting in a car with him, Harmony, and two little ones in a car and doing nothing while he punches that child in the face. I know. Kayla was happy to collect benefits of Harmony after she passed. Sad. Yep. Good morning, Nikita. Oh, thank you, Brown Bear Jamboree. If you're looking for a personalized custom gift, please contact. This is Diamonds Creations Facebook page, you all. She does them beautiful cups. For anybody that's not joined her, go on over and check her Facebook out. She does awesome stuff. Awesome cups and designs. The talent is unreal. Good morning, Nikita. I think Kayla was jealous of Crystal and seen Crystal in Harmony just as Adam did. Yeah, I do too. And it's so sad. I babysit children when I first was a stay at home mom as income. Those children were treated no different than my own. All children should be loved regardless of who they belong to. I agree. And they should be safe. They should be safe. And that's why I think that they should have some kind of program where um, people can, like that, if they don't want to take care of their kids, they can like leave them in a daycare or something. Because if there was like a daycare or something available to him, maybe they would have been able to pick up what was happening to Harmony. Um, she would have, she didn't even survive to go to school. I wonder what Harmony told CPS worker the interview with her. I know. He probably interviewed her in front of her father. And of course, she's not going to say nothing. She's not. The baby was terrified. Look at Elizabeth Smart. Elizabeth Smart was like what, 13 years old, 12 and 13, and she was too afraid to tell law enforcement that she was Elizabeth Smart because she was so terrified of her abuser. It's not until they started asking her questions and got her away, separated her, and started drilling her that she admitted that she was Elizabeth Smart. The guy kidnapped this girl and kept her for months. And she like got it's called something, it's a psychological thing. Where they want to protect that's their survival. They go into a mode that they start getting attached to their abuser, and that's how they survive, is by protecting them. And Elizabeth Smart didn't even want to tell that she was Elizabeth Smart. She couldn't do it. She had several chances and couldn't do it because she was so terrified. So Harmony wasn't in school yet. Was she due to start kindergarten? I think Harmony was in daycare and maybe preschool when she was with Crystal, but I don't believe she was in any of that with Adam. If she would have been, they would have noticed the bruising and stuff. I thought Crystal said Adam was friends or something with the CPS worker. Yes, a childhood friend is what Crystal said. Might just be a rumor, but I think I heard it. Yes, she said that in the interview. I think it was a childhood friend, something like that. He had connections with. Lord, y'all. Miss Daisy, during the lunch break, you will be talking. Will you be talking, taking a break and coming back? Or are you going to keep the stream going? You're taking a break. I don't know yet, y'all. Depends on how I feel. We may just go right on through it. I don't know. It depends on how I feel because I've not had no sleep at all today. Y'all, I went to bed like 3:30 and got back up at 6 o'clock. Maybe 3 hours sleep. But speaking of that, I'm gonna leave y'all talking while I run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Hey, Lady R. I just now noticed Lady R was in here. Howdy, guys. I'm back. Oh, no. Y'all don't know how much I can watch the trial. I fight depression and anxiety. I had to quit watching yesterday. Put on music. I know. It's sad, ain't it, Polly Pam? It's a hard thing to watch. It is. Yeah, I'm taking a break. Yeah, a little bit of music can help to stay positive, preferably Christian music. This case is very sad, y'all. It's very sad. And it makes me just think about other cases, and it just makes you just sad thinking about it. I think that they need a better system when it comes to children, when it comes to little babies.
New exhibit.
We're starting back. I hope to see some passion in these attorneys. I want the prosecuting attorney, to be Harmony's voice. Oh, did you not hear the opening statement? The opening statement is sad. What the prosecuting attorney said. Yeah, it's pretty sad. He pretty much painted him as a monster.
You can sort of do it simultaneously. If you have
I wonder which one's
witness
Kristen.
advocate, they can bring them in. I'm going to bring the jurors in now. Okay. All rise for the jury, please.
Oh, okay. You was Christine. So sad, y'all. I wonder which one's Crystal. Wonder if Crystal's gonna testify on behalf of her daughter. It was Crystal.
All rise for the jury.
I'm glad they're televising this so we can see and listen to what happened to that baby.
Please be seated. When the state is ready, you may call your first witness.
Partner, the state calls Michelle Raftery.
I wonder who this is.
And Ms. Raftery, if you just remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you will provide will be the truth and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes.
You can make yourself comfortable, Ms. Raftery. There's a microphone in front of you, but I'm just going to ask that you speak into that so that everyone can hear what you're saying. Can you begin by stating and spelling your last name for the record?
Yep. Michelle Raftery, Raftery.
And what's your date of birth, Ms. Raftery?
9/11/70,
Where do you currently live?
Haverhill, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived there?
In Haverhill, about 25 years.
Who do you live there with?
My husband and 3 of my children.
And what's your husband's name?
Timothy.
And your children? What
The
are their
ones that are
ages?
home? Oh, their ages?
Yes.
Ben's 25, Jaden is 14, and Claire is 13.
And do you have children that live with you?
Those are the ones that live with me. Yeah.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a behavioral health partner
And how long have you done that?
for a year.
Prior to that, what did you do for a living?
I was a FRL, a family resource liaison.
So that's
And can you explain what that is to the jurors?
Yes, I work with foster parents and I help support them and run
Oh.
support groups and trainings for them.
That's CPS. Ooh, no
Do you
wonder
have any
she's
experience as a foster parent yourself?
Yes, I do. Over 13 years.
And can you tell the jury about that experience?
Yes, we had the privilege of being Harmony's foster parents.
Oh, that's
And you
Harmony's
mentioned the name
foster
Harmony just
mom.
now.
Yep.
Who is she to you?
She was our foster daughter,
What did she call you?
Mama.
Your husband, Tim, what did she call him?
She called him Dada and Papa.
You said that you'd been a foster parent for 13 years?
Yep.
What point in that time when those 13 years did you take Harmony in?
Like probably halfway through the years. Yep. So she came to us at 2014.
And tell us about that.
Yep. So you always start off, you get a phone call from DCF and they tell you a little bit about the child. And Harmony was 2 months old at the time, and she had a pretty intimidating diagnosis at first. So, I did a lot of Google research, but I still knew that we wanted to say yes. And Harmony came and lived with us when she was 2 months old.
Pretty intimidating. What were you told about Harmony before
So
you took her?
we were told that she has hydroprocephaly, which is like a disorder with her brainstem. And we were told that she was legally blind in both eyes, and that she probably wasn't going to live 7 months.
I'm sorry, can you say that last thing?
Yeah, that she probably wasn't going to live past 7 months old.
Love you too, Lady R.
Hydroprocephaly was the original first diagnosis.
You mentioned this blindness.
Mhm.
What can you tell us about that?
So at that time, she had a whole team of doctors, and she was considered legally blind in both eyes. However, I started to notice when I would feed Harmony that she would track me with one of her eyes, at least one of her eyes. And, then we went on to get different diagnoses for her.
You mentioned having Harmony since she was 2 months old.
Yes.
What was Harmony's date of birth?
6/7/14.
June 7th, 2014.
That's correct.
What kind of child was Harmony Montgomery?
She was a loving child. She was very sweet, very happy. She was super social. She loved to be with people. We used to joke around with her to leave a sparkle wherever she went, because wherever she went, she left people happy, and you knew that you met her.
How long was Harmony in your care for?
So which time? We took care of Harmony 3 times. She came back into care 3 times. So for the first time, she was with us for about 2 months. Then she returned to her mother, and then she returned to us. And then she stayed with us for about a little over 2.5 years. And then she went back with her mother and then came back 10 months later.
You mentioned these disabilities.
Yes.
Was Harmony developmentally delayed?
She was not. It definitely could have been a possibility. She started off with that original diagnosis, and through going through testing, she had a neurologist, endocrinologist, ophthalmologist, and we had a whole team of specialists that worked with her, and they changed the diagnosis to septo-optic dysplasia.
And were you taking any steps when she was in your care to treat her needs?
Yeah, absolutely. Harmony had, like I said, a team of doctors, but she also had early intervention workers. So she had 2. She had a nurse that came weekly, and she had a vision specialist that came weekly, and we did all the treatments and the programs that she needed with that.
Was she meeting benchmarks at that time?
She was meeting every benchmark. She was succeeding. Yeah.
Ms. Raftery, when was the last time you saw Harmony Montgomery?
The last time I saw Harmony was December of 2018.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I couldn't imagine having a child from an infant, and then I'm just thankful that things worked out with Bub.
So, Your Honor, I'm showing the witness what's
say-
been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 97. Ms. Raftery, do you recognize this?
I do.
I'm going to get close to a microphone so I'm picked up. What is this?
That's the day that they were doing school pictures, and she wanted to have a sparkly blue dress.
Do you recognize the person that's depicted in this picture?
Yes,
Who is it?
it's Harmony Montgomery.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of Harmony as you remember her?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move to admit as State's Exhibit 97.
No objection. All right, the ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
And I move to publish at this
You
point.
may
Your Honor.
publish it.
Such a beautiful child, y'all.
Mrs. Raftery, do you know someone named Adam Montgomery?
I do. Yes,
How do you know him?
he was Harmony's biological father.
Would you recognize the defendant if you saw him again?
Absolutely.
Your Honor, may I approach you?
Yes, you may.
Showing the defense what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 101. May I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
Ms. Raftery,
Yes.
do you recognize this item?
Yes,
Can you tell me what it is?
it's Adam Montgomery.
And Your Honor, at this point, sorry, is this
It's
a
a
fair
picture,
is
yes.
this a fair and accurate representation of Adam Montgomery as you remember him?
I
Yes.
can't believe they didn't make
I
that
move to
monster
mark this
come.
full, Your Honor, to strike the ID and mark this full
I
State's
I
Exhibit
can't believe that
101.
they gave him
Objection.
that leniency.
No objection, and we agree that that is a photo of the defense. Okay, thank you. The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
And I move to publish it at this
You may
point.
publish it.
Ms. Raftery, was
I'm sorry, Attorney Knowles, would you return the exhibits back to the table when you're done with them, just so that everything remains there unless you're going to use it shortly
Absolutely.
again? Thank you.
Ms. Raftery, was Harmony potty trained when she was in your care?
Yes, she was. She started at our house and then she finished when she moved back with her mother.
And how old would she have been at that point in her life?
So at 2.5, going on 3, she was potty trained.
What steps did you take to, you said she started at your house. What
Yeah.
steps did you take to potty train her?
Harmony was very easy to potty train. She didn't like to have, soiled clothes on, and she wanted to be like the bigger kids that were in our house. So she would tell us that it was pretty much Harmony potty trained herself.
You mentioned her mother. Do you know
Yes.
her name?
Yes,
Can you tell the jurors?
yes, it's Crystal Sorey.
And you said that Crystal Sorey finished her potty training.
Yes,
Did Harmony return to your care after that?
she did. Yes,
And after Harmony returned to your care, did she have any bathroom accidents?
absolutely not.
If I could have just a moment, Your Honor. Ms. Raftery, I don't have any additional questions for you. The defense attorney may.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
And I know this is difficult and I won't be long, okay? I'm sorry, we need to get you a microphone and we'll figure out the other podium if you want to do that, but we might as well set it up.
I'll just take it over for now. I only have a few.
Yeah, that's fine. If you want to start there.
I've been pronouncing your name all this time wrong. Raftery?
It's Raftery, yes.
And quite a birthday that you have too.
That's right.
Yeah. So you said that you had Harmony placed with you 3 times.
Yes,
In between, she was with her mother,
yes,
and then she would be returned to you.
yes.
And how long was the most recent time that, how long was she with you the last time she was placed with you?
About 10 months.
from being placed with you for about 10 months, she went to another foster care,
Yes.
and you felt like she had more needs than you could deliver, so she went to a therapeutic foster care.
No.
Miss Kumba? That's not?
I don't know that other foster parent.
Ah, okay. So she didn't go to therapeutic foster care?
She went to another foster home.
Okay. Not a therapeutic one?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Had you asked that she be placed in a therapeutic foster home?
No.
Okay. She left your home for another foster home for what reason?
It's a long story. Co-parenting a child that has trauma, first of all, is very difficult. Co-parenting a trauma with DCF involvement and co-parenting with them is extremely difficult.
Okay. So Harmony was placed with you 3 times, and that last time she was then placed to a therapeutic foster home.
She was placed in another foster home, yes.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Poor
I
baby.
did speak. She went to another foster home.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Poor baby. She was tossed around.
Your Honor, no further questions for this witness that asked that she be excused.
Any objection? All right. You may step down and
Thank
you are
you.
excused.
So the DCYF gave the foster parents a hard time over Harmony, but not her biological father. Wow. And I know how difficult they can be because I used to have to deal with them with Bub. And he thought he was going to come over and rule my roost when I was doing them a favor. I wasn't accepting money or anything from them. I was taking it on all myself. And he thought he was just going to come in and just take over and tell me how to live my life. Tell me I had to have, my husband's grandson, the one that was 6, drug addict father and wife coming to my house all the time and just playing back and forth games. I know how they can be. So I can kind of see why she got frustrated having to deal with back and forth from Crystal, now Adam. I could see that. Yeah. DCS, some of them can be pretty like they got a little bit of a narcissist attitude, like I can do what the hell I want to do. That's what some of them, well, the one I had to deal with was um until he knew he'd pushed me to the limit. And then, he tried to force me to put Bub into a daycare that I was paying for, which they originally should have been paying for, but I was paying for. And I felt like it was like a barn. And I didn't think it was appropriate for Bub. And I was like, no, I'm paying for this. He's not going in there. I don't like it. I don't like the way they do, and I'm going to put him in whatever I want to. I wouldn't let him boss me around like that. But some of them can do that. They don't realize how hard it is, especially in an emotional roller coaster. You having them from a newborn, they get taken away, then you have them back again. You keep them she kept her for 2 more years. They gave her back to Crystal. 10 months later, there she comes again. It's an emotional roller coaster, not only for the foster parents, but for the child as well. If Crystal didn't get her shit straight the first time, then why do they continually give the baby back to Crystal? You know what I'm saying? And then eventually give the baby to this monster. That little baby had no chance. From the time she was born, she had no chance. Which is sad because she probably felt like they were abandoning her because they put her in a different foster home. The child and her whole 5 years of her life never had a stable home because of her mother and her father. But listen, I'm not letting Crystal off the hook either. They gave her chance after chance after chance to get better for Harmony. She chose them drugs over Harmony. They get their highs, they get their fix, and ultimately the children and the family suffers from drug addiction. Not the person that actually is doing the drugs, because they could give two shits. As long as they get their fix, it's their children and their family that suffer the most, and mostly the children. Pisses me off. And then
All right, statement calls next witness.
Exactly. State would like to call Ms. Crystal Sorry to the stand.
Oh, here comes Crystal. I think she's coming. Crystal Sawyer, the mom of Harmony's coming, I think. Yeah, that's Harmony's mom.
I'm sorry, when you get here, if you could just remain standing for a brief moment.
Sure.
If you would please go ahead and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to this jury that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you, Ms. Sawyer. Please feel free to have a seat. Ms. Sawyer, since we're being recorded here today, and there's a microphone right in front of you, so I will ask you to please keep your voice up to make sure
This woman
that
is
the
not the
recording picks
victim.
you
She'll
up.
try to play it.
Would you please state your full name
She's
and
not the
spell both your
victim.
first and your last name?
My name is Crystal Renee Sorey, CrystalSorey.
And Ms. Sawyer, what town do you live in?
I live in Fitchburg, Massachusetts.
How long have you lived there?
A year and 5 months.
And how far did you go in school?
I didn't graduate high school.
I'd like to ask you about a specific day, June 7th, 2014. What significance, if any, does that day have for you?
It was the day my daughter Harmony was born.
And Harmony was a girl, correct?
Yes.
Have you had any other daughters besides Harmony?
No.
And what was her full name?
Harmony Renee Montgomery.
Same middle name as you.
Yes.
What was her medical condition when she was born?
She was blind in her right eye. She was misdiagnosed twice before that. Yeah, just blind in her right eye.
And after about 3 months after she was born, who did she go to live with?
Michelle Raftery.
And do you know Michelle?
Very well.
Why did she go to live with Michelle?
I am a recovering drug addict. I was struggling at the time, handling her diagnosis. I was struggling.
Is it fair to say that who you are now in 2024 is different than who you were in 2014?
Very.
In March of 2016, were you able to obtain custody of Harmony again?
Yes.
Okay. Where did the two of you live?
First, when she reunified, I was at Casa Esperanza in Roxbury. It was a reunification program, but you could only progress so much there. So then we moved to Ruth Kelly Umi's house on the other side of Roxbury, Dorchester.
Okay. When the two of you were living together, how was Harmony?
Amazing, rambunctious, very smart. By the time she was 2, she could tell you her whole life story.
She was talkative.
Yes. People didn't believe she was 2.
When you got custody and were reunified with Harmony in those two places, did you work and finish potty training with Harmony?
Yes.
Okay.
I did.
And how did she take to that?
She did very well, honestly. I was kind of surprised. She was just really excited to be a big sister. Her brother had diapers, and I told her, babies wear diapers, and you're not a baby anymore. You're a big sissy. So she was right on it, and she did so well.
In September and then October, I know you were reunified in March of 2016. In September and October of 2018, did she go to live again with Michelle Raftery?
Yes.
And when she left, then that would be the fall of 2018. How old was she?
2018. 3, I believe 3, almost 4.
Yeah, basis.
It's leading and with, I think the dates.
Your Honor, I believe the question was, how old was she in the fall of 2018?
Objections overruled.
Thank you. So she was born in 2014, is that correct?
She was 4, yes.
Okay, so she was 4 in 18.
Yes.
And was she fully potty trained when she left you?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you, who was Harmony's birth father?
Ahern Montgomery.
And how did you meet him?
Through a mutual friend.
Was he living with you when Harmony was born?
No.
Were the two of you living together when Harmony went to live with the Rafterys?
Never.
Did you ever have any other children with Ahern Montgomery?
No.
At some point in 2019, who got custody of Harmony?
Adam.
Where was Adam living at the time?
Manchester, New Hampshire.
Do you remember what street he was living on?
Guilford Street.
And is that where Harmony was as well?
Yes.
What, if any, visits did you have with Harmony after she went to live with Ahern Montgomery?
I had 2 physical visits with her. And then I had 2 FaceTime calls, both very brief.
The physical visits, where did you visit her?
Excuse me. Guilford Street.
So she knew
Did
where
you
she was
visit
all
with her
along.
outside the home or inside the home? Or
Inside the home.
inside the home. Did you see where her room was?
No. He never showed me.
When you say he, who is he?
Adam never showed me. I was only allowed in the living room or the bathroom.
How did you communicate with Adam at that time?
Facebook.
Facebook?
Yeah. He wouldn't give me his number.
When did you last see Harmony?
She knew where he lived.
April 2019.
April of 2019.
Yeah, right before Easter.
How did you see her?
was doing a Facebook video call. That was how I had job training. So I couldn't do a physical visit that week because I didn't know my schedule.
You said that was before Easter, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you see her on Easter?
Yes.
Were you able to see her after that?
No.
What did you try to do to be able to see her or talk to her after that?
I just kept reaching out to Adam and Kayla and, asking, begging them to let me see her. And I was sorry for whatever I did. I wasn't even sure what I did. But I was just trying to reach out to really anybody at that point, his family, his grandmother, his uncle, his dad, anybody.
Let me ask, did you try to reach out through the months of May and June?
Yes,
What about in July?
I believe so.
Did you receive any phone call from Kevin Montgomery, Adam's uncle, in July?
Yes.
I'm not going to go into the detail of what was said, but after that call, did you continue these efforts you talked about before, trying to get in touch with Adam?
Yes.
And what about September of 2019? Were you trying to get in touch with Adam then?
Yes.
What about October and November of 2019? Were you trying to get in touch with Adam then?
Yes.
Christmas of 2019?
Yes.
In touch with him then?
Yes.
Were any of those successful?
No.
Did you see or hear from Harmony at all during that time period?
No.
What about in the year 2020? Did you continue to try to find and get in touch with Harmony or Adam?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
No problem. What about the following year, in the year 2020? Did you try to get a hold of Adam and Harmony?
Yes, I had made a new Facebook hoping because he
knew
had
where
blocked
he
me and
lived
so
at,
did Kayla. I
y'all.
was hoping to get through to him that way.
Did you try also through 2021?
Yes.
By December of 2021, what else were you doing to try to find Harmony
I was
to respond?
calling DCF. I was telling my therapist, talking to anybody that I knew was either a mandated reporter or had some type of leverage because I wasn't getting anywhere. I had wrote also to the mayor.
And in December of 2021, did you have any meetings with the Manchester Police Department?
I'm sorry.
Yep. In December of 2021, did you meet with the Manchester Police Department about trying to find Harmony?
Yes.
And with regards to that, did you provide them with any permissions to try to get more information to help find Harmony?
I signed whatever they needed me to sign.
Did any of that include medical authorizations for medical records?
Yes.
I would have showed up at his door.
Did you provide a DNA swab for them?
Twice.
Did you provide permission for them to look at your Facebook account?
Yes.
Did you provide permission for them to find out where you had been living and contact those places to confirm your dates there?
Yes.
So she knew where Adam lived at. She just stated that she'd been to that house. Why did she not go knock on the door and demand Adam
Sorry, I'm going to show you. It's been marked Stakes Exhibit 101.
to see?
For identification? I'm sorry. That's
To see Harmony.
Do you recognize this person?
Yes. Adam Montgomery.
This is the person that you were trying to get a hold of.
Yes.
She did not look for that baby like she said. She should have showed up at that door. Besides just Facebook, I'd have been knocking on that damn door. Maybe Debbie.
That's my girl. That's Harmony.
In the fall of 2018, when she went back to Raftery, do you know that she was going to school?
When she was with Michelle, she was, but not after.
Not after.
No.
I understand she's hurting, but
When she went with Adam, she never went to school.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, if we could approach.
I'm curious to hear what the defense has to say to her. Like how she tried to get a hold of Adam. I'm curious. Because right now, prosecution is being light on her. And I'm not trying to be mean to her, but she knew where Adam lived with Harmony. She knew he was being mean to her. She knew that he was an abusive man. Yet she never showed up at the house. I would have showed up at the house. The minute that FaceTime call ended and I seen my baby was terrified, I'd have been at his door knocking on that freaking door. How could you try to get a hold of someone when you knew all along where they lived? Crystal, I'm not buying it.
Ms. Sori, I just have one last question for you. With regards to all of those communications that you talked about through 2019, 2020, 2021, trying to get a hold of Adam Montgomery or Harmony, for any of those, were you ever able to speak with Harmony?
No.
I can have just a moment. And just to clarify, Ms. Sori, the last time that you saw her, I believe your testimony before was April of 2019.
Yes.
So it was not around Thanksgiving time of 2019.
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions for you, Ms. Sori. I believe defense counsel will have a few.
Thank you. I'll pull it out after this. I'll pull it out after this because I only have a couple of questions. And it sounds like Harmony was a lovely child and a joy. Is that right?
Yes.
And you described on direct her getting potty trained and you comparing her to her brother.
Yeah.
Your son.
Yes.
And I think she loved being a big sister to her brother, your son.
Yes.
Right. And you described how old Harmony was in September of 2018, I think. Harmony was not living with you at that time. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Thank you.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Right. You may sit down. Just be very careful of the wire. Okay.
Wow. I'm surprised they didn't go into it more with her. The defense. She looks pregnant again. She might not be, but she looks like she may be pregnant again.
Call your next witness.
Wow. That's right, Lady R.
So, you know,
I wonder who they'll call next.
Will you handle this? Thank you so much.
Regarding the state's next witness, D.D. Travers, I believe the defense counsel indicated yesterday outside of the courtroom that they wish to
Hold on.
that they wish to speak with you about this.
Honestly, I don't know what they're doing. Oh, okay. See who the Amber Alert is. So there's an Amber Alert. Princeburg, black male, 1-year-old, last seen wearing a light blue onesie and a dark brown jacket in DeClaire, Alabama. The abductor is Christopher Lynn Burke, a 33-year-old black male. The subject will be traveling in a white Jeep Wrangler with tags 4SAN14. If seen, contact the police department. Sounds like it's his father.
Good morning, Mr. Travis. Thank you so much. Please remain standing for a brief moment and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give this jury will be the
Oh, I
truth,
wonder who
the whole
this
truth,
is.
and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please feel free to
Hey,
have a
white
seat.
boy.
Ms. Travers, let me just ask you, since we're being recorded here today, would you please state your full name and spell both your first
How
name
do you
or
do,
initials you go by and your
white
last
boy?
name for the record?
Sure. My first name is DD, just spelled as DD. Last name is Travers, TRAV as in Victor, ERS.
And Ms. Travers, do you live in the state of New Hampshire?
Yes, I do.
How long have you lived here?
Approximately 20 years.
20 years. And currently, where do you work?
I work for a Catholic Medical Center in Manchester.
What do you do for them?
Currently, I work as a nurse practitioner.
And how long have you been working as a nurse practitioner for them?
I've been working about 5 years as a nurse practitioner.
And prior to that, were you also working for CMC in a different capacity?
Yes, I was working as a registered nurse.
Let me ask you, at any point were you assigned to work at the affiliate for Catholic Medical Center, the urgent care in Bedford.
Yes.
And I'd like to direct your attention specifically to June 2nd of 2019. Did you take vital signs from a child named Harmony Montgomery that day?
Yes.
And as part of those vital signs, did you measure and record her weight?
Yes.
How much did Harmony Montgomery, the patient that you saw that day, weigh when you saw her on June 2nd of 2019?
I don't recall the actual number.
Let me ask, with regards to those, when you measured her weight, did you record that information somewhere?
I would record it in the electronic health records.
Okay. And with regards to the electronic health records, when do you record that? So,
Generally, it's done in the room with the patient.
so right then and there, while you're with the patient, you're recording that?
Yeah.
Okay. And if you had a chance to look at those records, do you think that looking at those records might help refresh your recollection as to what the weight was that you took on that day?
If I could look again, I could remember the number. Yeah, that'd be great.
You want to approach page 4822? Do you recognize that to include the medical records that you entered that day?
Yep, it has my name right there.
Okay.
And
And I'm about to say, I'm going to have you go ahead and take a look at it for a moment. And when you're ready, just look back at me. I'm going to ask you what her weight was.
Okay, Andy.
And does that, looking at that, does that help refresh your recollection of the weight?
yes,
And how much did Harmony Montgomery weigh in June of 2019 when you measured her?
35.20.
35.20. And are those grams, those pounds? The
I'm sorry, I didn't
35.20.
look at that. I apologize.
That's all right. I'm sorry. The 35.20, is that pounds? 35 pounds? Or 35.20 pounds, I should say.
I didn't actually see that it said pounds on there, but
Okay. Let me ask, do you typically, when you do your measurements, are they in pounds or are they in kilograms?
they're usually in kilograms.
Usually in kilograms?
Mhm.
Okay. Well, I want to make sure that your memory is fresh. So with regards to the record, do you recall off the top of your head whether it was 35.2 kilograms or 35.2 pounds?
I don't recall.
Okay. And having a chance to look at the vital signs again, do you think that might refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Same page? Let's say, does that help? I see you nodding your head up and down. Does that help refresh?
Yes, yes.
So that 35.2 are those pounds or kilograms?
Pounds.
35.2 pounds. All right, thank you very much, Nurse Travers. I greatly appreciate it. I don't have any further questions for you. I believe Defense Counsel may have a few.
And I think Harmony's weight was appropriate for her size and age.
Foundation.
Just a couple of more questions. Did you stay in the room until the doctor came in to look at Harmony?
No,
Okay, so you just pretty much take that information and give it to the doctor for the doctor to do the examination?
that's correct.
Okay, and you don't know the results of the examination, is that right?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Any further? All right, any objections or being excused?
May I ask one more question, Your Honor?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. But one of the observations that you did make was the sores around her mouth?
That's what I wrote in the report, yes.
Okay, and that was a rash or sores around her mouth that she was present for, right?
Yeah, that's what I wrote in the report, yeah.
Thank you.
Any objections or being, oh, do you have any follow-up questions from that?
We can just have a brief.
Yes.
No questions, and we would ask the witness to be excused, please.
Any objections? No objection. All right, you may step down and you are excused.
Thank you.
State may call its next witness.
Thank you. Your Honor, this time the state calls Mr. Kevin Montgomery to the stand. Watch your step, there's a couple of cords there.
You remain standing for just a moment.
Thank you. Mr. Montgomery, if you would please go ahead and raise your right hand.
This is Adam's
I
brother.
solemnly swear that the testimony that you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat.
This is Michael Montgomery, I think.
Mr. Montgomery, as we are being recorded here for the record, could you please go ahead? And I'm going to ask you to please go ahead and state your name, both your first and your last name.
Sure, hang on one second. Could you carefully open that? Otherwise it sort of the top can open. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If you would please go ahead and state your full name and spell out both your first and your last name for the record.
Kevin Lester Montgomery.
Oh,
Kevin
this is the uncle,
Montgomery.
the one that said
And
that she
Mr.
had the black
Montgomery,
eye.
what town are you living in now?
Malden, Mass.
How long have you lived down there?
I've been back in the area since June
June of this year?
last year.
June of last year.
23.
Of course, sorry. And are you currently working?
I am.
What do you do for work?
I am a plumber.
And
Yep, Debbie.
how far did you go in school?
10th grade.
How long have you been a plumber?
Roughly 3.5 years ish.
What are some of the other kind of jobs that you had before being a plumber?
Landscaping. I was in the drywall, union, roofing,
Okay.
stuff like that.
I'd like to ask, in 2019, where were you living at the first part of 2019?
2019, first part of 2019, I was living in Manchester,
And what was the street address that you were living at?
77 Guilford Street.
Who owned that home?
Excuse me?
Who owned that home? Sorry.
My mom and my ex.
And who else lived there? Let me ask, let's say in February or March of 2019, who else lived there?
So it was me, my nephew, his wife, and their kids.
And who's your nephew, sir?
Adam Montgomery,
And who was his wife at the time?
Kayla Montgomery.
I'm going to go ahead and show you states exhibits 1 and 2. Just see if, let's just talk about states exhibit 1 for a moment. Do you recognize states exhibit 1?
I do.
Okay. And what is that a photograph of?
The front of the house,
Which house?
77 Guilford Street.
Okay. And what about, and with regards to that photo, did the house look that way when you were living there in 2019? And by that, I just mean where the windows are, the door is, the color.
Yes.
Okay. And now I'd like to show you States Exhibit 2 for identification purposes only. Do you recognize what that is a photo of?
I do.
What's that a photo of?
That was Harmony's room.
Where was her room, inside this house or somewhere else? Did she live with you?
Yeah, her room was across from my room inside that house.
Other than the stickers that are at the bottom here, and the photograph itself of the room and the home, are these accurate to your memory of what that room used to look like and what this home used to look like generally when you were there?
Yes.
At this point, Your Honor, I'd ask for the identifications to be stricken from States Exhibit 1 and 2, please.
Without objection. I'm sorry. No, without objection. Okay, the ID is stricken. They're entered as full exhibits.
So, Mr. Montgomery, I'll go ahead. Permission to officer.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. With regards to States Exhibit 1, this is 77 Guilford Street? Is that correct?
Yes.
And let me ask you, how many bedrooms were in the home? How big a house are we talking about?
Living room on the first floor, 2 bedrooms in the back, and then like an attic that was like made over upstairs.
When you say made over upstairs, was that also used as a bedroom?
Correct.
And I'm showing States Exhibit 2. I believe you said before, let me make sure I got your testimony right, that this was Harmony's room. Is that right?
Yes.
The stickers on the wall, do you know what that's a sticker of?
Yes, that was Minnie Mouse.
Mr. Montgomery, excuse me. In 2019, you stated, I believe before that you said that your nephew, Adam Montgomery, was living with you. Is that correct?
Can you speak up, please?
Yes, certainly. And let me move closer to the microphone. In 2019, I believe you testified a moment ago that you said Adam Montgomery was living with you and he's your nephew. Is that right?
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
Okay. And so nephew in terms of, so who's his father? And I would assume his father or mother is a brother or sister to you.
So his dad's my older brother, Michael.
And with regards to Adam, how long have you known Adam?
his whole life.
Were you subpoenaed to be here today to testify?
I was.
And let me ask you, do you want to be here today testifying about your nephew?
No.
When Adam came to live with you at Guilford Street, I believe you said before that he had kids with him and that he had his wife. Could you tell us what her name is?
Adam's wife,
Yes.
Kayla Montgomery.
And the kids that moved in with him there in 2019, who were they? Do you remember their names, I should say?
I do. Could you say that question again, please?
Certainly. So when Adam and Kayla came to live with you, you said that there were kids in the home before. What were their names?
So when Adam and Kayla came in, who came with them?
Yes, exactly.
At first it was just Seamus.
Okay. And who is Seamus?
Seamus is their son.
Okay. Who came to live with you next after that? Which child came next?
I believe 2019. So I believe a baby was born somewhere, and then Harmony.
And then Harmony. So Harmony was the last child to move in?
I believe so.
Okay. We looked at a picture of Harmony's room. Where was that room in the house? Was it upstairs? Was it downstairs?
So it was downstairs at the end of the hallway on the right,
Okay. And where was your room in the home?
right across the hall.
Where did you see Harmony spend most of her time when she was in the house?
Question approach, Judge.
So, Mr. Montgomery, let me just restate that question for you. So the question that I had for you is that when you saw Harmony, primarily what parts of the house did you see her in? Where did she spend most of her time that you saw?
Just everywhere.
Just everywhere.
Kitchen.
Okay.
Living room, just everywhere.
In July of 2019, did you stay in New Hampshire or did you go to any other state?
I lived in New Hampshire,
Mhm.
and then I went for roughly 3 weeks to Florida.
Okay. And let me ask you about that trip to Florida. Did any other family members go with you on that trip?
My son.
Your son? Okay. And when you were in Florida, did you visit any family members?
I did all my family.
Okay. let me ask you, sir, when you were down in Florida visiting family, tell us some of the different family members that lived down there that you saw.
So the trip was primarily to go see my mom because my mom had some health issues. But I have several brothers. I saw them, nephews, sister, the whole family.
And I know testifying can be very difficult. So if you need a break or anything, you just let us know and let the court know. Okay.
Okay.
All right. You said that you were seeing your mother and she had some health issues. What health issues did she have?
So I believe that April she had triple bypass heart surgery, and that's what the trip was based around, was going to see her.
And did you spend a lot of time with her during that July trip?
I did.
Okay. When you came back, do you remember what day you flew back into town?
Roughly the 22nd or the 23rd of July.
And I apologize. I made an assumption there, and I shouldn't do that. How did you come back to New Hampshire? Did you fly? Did you drive? Did you take a train?
We flew, James and myself.
And when you flew back, and who's James?
James is my son.
Okay. So when you flew back into town, did you fly into Manchester or into Boston or somewhere else?
Boston Logan.
Okay. Did you come back to Manchester that same day after you got off the flight?
I did.
And did you go to visit 77 Guilford Street? Did you go home?
I did.
Let me ask you, when you got home, did you see Harmony there?
I did.
Where did you see her?
I see her standing in the kitchen.
And when you saw her in the kitchen, how did she look to you?
She had a black eye.
Can you describe it for us? How did the black eye look?
Full, like a raccoon's eye, black and blue.
Black and blue?
Yes.
And when you say full, what do you mean by full? Can you give us a good
All the
example?
way around.
All the way around. And I see just there you were pointing to your right eye. Did you see it on her right eye?
I honestly can't recall, but I think the left.
Okay. You think the left. Okay. I appreciate that for your honesty there. You said you saw her in the kitchen with this black eye?
Yes.
Okay. So when you saw her in the kitchen with this black eye, what, if anything, did you say? It's okay. Take your time.
Something along the words of, "Oh my fucking God, what did you do, Harmony?"
And who answered that question?
My nephew Adam,
Where was he?
standing right behind her.
And what did Adam say?
She didn't do anything. I bashed her around the fucking house.
Did Harmony ever say anything in response to the question, or just Adam saying, I bashed her around the fucking house?
I think just Adam.
How did Adam say this?
How did he say it?
Yes. Or let's put it this way. Can you say it the way that he said it so that we understand?
I'm not sure if I had to describe it to the best of my ability. It would be like a cocky son of a bitch.
Did Adam tell you why he bashed her around the house and caused the black eye?
He did.
What did he say?
He said he was in the bathroom moving his bowels, and that he put Harmony in charge to watch Declan. And when he came out, Harmony had her hands over his mouth, and I guess his lips were supposedly below. That's what was explained.
That's what Adam explained to you?
Correct.
And after he explained that, how did he say he caused the black eye?
I bashed her around the fucking house.
Was there anybody else in the kitchen when Adam said this to you?
Just the three of us.
Just you, Adam, and Harmony?
Harmony.
Let me ask you, did you stay at your house that night?
I did.
What about the night after that?
I left the following morning.
Did you ever stay in the house after that? Overnight?
I did not.
When you heard this from Adam, who did you tell about what Adam told you and seeing the black eye? Who did you tell?
You want names?
Yes, please.
Told my mom. Told my son's mother, Christina. Told my sister, Ahern. My brothers, Sean, Michael, and Richard. I told one of Adam's friends, Nick and Aaron. I told Harmony's mom, Crystal. I told Harmony's foster mom, Michelle. I think I told my sister, Janine. My mother, Helen. That's kind of what I remember. Could you just repeat the question again?
That's all right. I believe you answered the question.
Okay.
Let me ask, did you also make any calls to the what's called DCYF, or the Division of Children, Youth, and Families?
I did.
And the Nicholas and the Aaron that you referred to, is that Nicholas the same person as Nicholas Ahern?
Yes.
And is that Aaron the same person as Aaron Rue?
Yes.
Why did you tell all these people? Why did you call DCYF about this?
Say that again?
Yes. Why did you tell all of these people?
To get help.
Help for who?
For Harmony.
Did you ever see Harmony after that day?
I did.
When did you see her? And by when, I mean what time of year?
What time of year?
Yes.
Maybe approach her.
Yes.
Mr. Montgomery, did you, and let me change my questions a little bit for a minute here. Did you see Harmony again in September of 2019?
I believe so.
Okay. And let me ask, on when you did see her, was it at 77 Guilford Street?
Yes.
And was that before Adam was evicted from the home?
Yes.
Did you see Harmony after they were evicted from the home?
No.
Mr. Montgomery, I'm going to go ahead and show you State's Exhibit 101. Do you recognize this person?
Yes.
And who is this?
That's my nephew, Adam Montgomery.
After Adam told you about causing Harmony's black eye, did you have any further conversations with him about that incident?
I did.
And what did he say to you in that later conversation about this black eye incident?
What did he say to me in the later conversation about the black eye?
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure what you exactly mean.
I'm about to say, let me back up and I'll clarify. Attorneys need to ask very clear questions. So you've described for this jury about seeing Harmony's black eye and Adam telling you that he bashed her all around the fucking house. Did you talk with Adam about that black eye at a different time, at a later time?
I did.
And at that later time, what did he say about having bashed Harmony around the house?
Could I explain?
So if we could approach for a minute, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Montgomery. We just needed a minute to talk there. What I'd like to do is I'd like to ask I apologize. Let me ask a very clear question about this second conversation. When you were later speaking with Adam about this black eye incident, did he apologize to you for having hit Harmony?
Just yes or no, right?
With regards to the question, yes. Did he apologize to you? Did he say he was sorry for having hit Harmony?
Yes.
He did. Going into the fall of 2019 after the eviction, and then going into 2020, did you try to get in touch with Adam, with defendant?
Give me the time frame again.
Yes. After the eviction, so in the fall of 2019, and going into the next January, February of 2020, and then going into the summer of 2020, did you try to get a hold of Adam?
I did.
Okay. And were you able to do so?
I got a hold of somebody on Facebook.
Okay. But what about Adam?
It's hard to remember.
Well, if I can withdraw that question, Your Honor, I'll ask a different question. With regards to that, you said you got a hold of somebody on Facebook. Were you able to go into a conversation on Facebook, or were you ever blocked on Facebook?
Summer of 2020, correct?
Yep, fall of 2019 into the summer of 2020.
Right. The pandemic happened in 2020, right?
Yes, sir.
Like March, right? So that's like my first summer in Florida. Yes, I got I believe I got in touch with someone on Kayla's account through Facebook Messenger that summer.
What about with one of Adam's accounts?
No, I think I was blocked.
All right, so Mr. Montgomery, I just have one other quick set of questions for you. And thank you for being patient with me today while I made sure that I was asking the correct questions of you. With regards to what you've talked about for us, one thing, and I'm sure you may be asked about this in a moment, so I'd like to save people some time now. Have you been convicted of 2 felonies out of this court within the last 10 years?
Yes.
And was one of those a conviction in 2015 for being a felon in possession of a weapon?
Yes.
And was one of those a conviction in 2016 for a theft by unauthorized taking?
Yes.
And from those, have you completed your sentence that was there, and those are all finished now at this point?
Yes.
Lastly, Mr. Montgomery, I'd like to show you State's Exhibit 97. Do you recognize this person?
I do.
And who is this?
It's Harmony.
I believe you said your recollection was that it may have been Harmony's left eye that you saw blackened.
I believe so.
Thank you. I have no further questions for you, Mr. Montgomery. Thank you very much for your time. I believe defense counsel may have a few after we speak to the board.
Good afternoon, Mr. Montgomery. Are you able to hear me okay?
Right now, yes.
Great. Let me know if you can. My name is Jamie Brooks, and I represent Adam, okay? I'll also ask you some questions, but I'll try to be fairly quick. You indicated that you returned to the Guilford Street address on the 22nd of July, 2019.
I believe I said the 22nd or the 23rd.
One or the other. Could have been the 22nd, could have been the 23rd.
Excuse me?
So it would be either the 22nd or the 23rd of July that you were there,
Correct.
and you ended up having a conversation with Adam. Correct?
Yes.
And this conversation included Adam, yourself, and Harmony in the kitchen, right?
Say that again?
The conversation took place in the kitchen.
Correct.
Harmony was there, right?
Yes.
You were there.
Yes.
Adam was there.
Correct. Yes.
Nobody else to your recollection was there.
No.
No other adult was within earshot of this conversation as far as you knew?
No.
And the conversation was prompted because you saw a black eye on Harmony.
Correct.
You indicated that Adam said that she didn't do anything.
Correct.
In response to your question of, oh my God, what happened? He said,
Oh my
Harmony didn't
God,
do
what the
anything?
fuck did you do? I think I said.
Okay. And as part of this conversation, Adam talked about finding Harmony, suffocating Declan.
Hands over the mouth, I stated.
And with the hands over the mouth, Declan was turning blue.
Lips were blue, is
Lips were
what
blue.
I recollect.
5 months old at the time?
Declan, roughly something like that, yeah.
You said that he made a comment and sounded cocky?
Yes.
Also could have been sarcasm?
Not in my opinion, if that's what you're asking.
But he did express concern regarding Declan and the blue lips.
Yes.
You later made a report to DCYF.
Yes.
That report was approximately a week later.
Correct.
Would July 29th of 2022, I'm sorry, July 29 of 2019, would that sound correct to you?
Roughly about a weekish later, 7-8 days or something. Is that what? Yeah, approximate, I guess. It's going back a while.
Roughly 7 to 8 days, and this was after you had returned to Florida?
After I was back
I'm
in
sorry,
New
back-
Hampshire, right? Is that what you're asking? After I came home?
Right. But
Yes.
you didn't go back to you didn't stay at the house except for that one night. Did you go back to Florida or did you go back to Massachusetts?
No, I went to Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Montgomery. I don't have anything further.
Just briefly, please, Your Honor. Mr. Montgomery, about that. You just asked a moment ago whether. You were asked a moment ago with regards to Adam. You were asked a moment by Attorney Brooks about him sounding cocky and whether that might also be some sort of sarcasm. When he said, "I bashed her all around the fucking house," did that sound like sarcasm to you?
No.
And when you asked Harmony, "Oh my God, what the fuck happened to you?" Were you asking about her eye?
I did. I was.
At any point, did the defendant tell you that he had just jerked her away from Declan?
No.
And at any point when you were asked a moment ago on cross-examination about Declan's lips being blue, I want to make sure that's clear. That's not something that you saw, right? That's what the defendant told you had happened.
Yes, correct. That's what I was told.
From the defendant, that's what he says.
Correct.
Let me ask one last question with regards to your understanding. When Adam said that he bashed him all around the fucking house, do you feel that you have somehow conflated what Adam had said?
Conflated? Could you explain, please?
Confused one action for another? Do you think that Adam, when he
Say
said
that-
about, yes.
State it again,
So let me
please.
restate that. With regards to confusing one issue for another or conflated what Adam had said, with regards to that, do you feel that you may have been mistaken that when he said that he bashed her all around the fucking house with regards to the black eye, that he was actually talking about just jerking her away from Declan?
I wasn't confused.
Thank you. No further questions.
Nothing further.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it is just a little past 12:30, so this is a perfect time to break for lunch. I will remind you that you are not to discuss this case, not with each other or with anybody else. While I've indicated to you that you can check your phones on a break or during lunch, you cannot read any media. Make sure all your banners or notifications are turned off. You are not to view any media related to this case. Don't do any independent research. Don't look up any of the names that you've heard throughout this case. And I'll have you come back at 1:30 and we will resume evidence at that time. Please rise for the jurors, everyone. You may be seated.
Just to clarify, Mr. Montgomery is excused. States is not.
He may be excused if, any objection?
No objection.
Okay, yes, he's excused. With the understanding, Attorney Agati, that excused means he's not going to be called now or later.
Yes, Your Honor. In this instance, I think the state did.
Okay. So that is what I mean by excuse. So if we don't all agree that that's what excused means, then we should maybe revisit that after the lunch break, or, so that everybody can take a look at it. Okay. Did we need to address any other matters now?
I think, Your Honor, just after the break, you might want to address that one thing with regards to Michelle Raftery, excuse me. But other than that, no defense counsel.
You mean Michelle Raftery?
Michelle Raftery. I apologize. I think other than that, Your Honor, the other things can certainly wait until after the break. There's nothing right now that we.
Okay, I just don't want to, I guess I want to know what we're going to talk about so that we can make sure we're starting on time with them. So if we want to have some legal arguments about something, let's talk about what that will be, and then I can tell you when you should come back so that we can do that rather than holding them.
If we can just have a look.
Sure.
That we should probably need to come back and discuss. One is with regards to Michelle Raftery's ability to sit in on the rest of the trial. The state feels that she is entitled to do that under the Victims' Bill of Rights, specifically RSA 21-M:8. She is considered to be a family member, and so as a result, she has that right to do that, even though she has been a witness. And even though she may be a witness, depending on what the defendant puts forward in their case, and if they choose to present, if he chooses to present. So I would say that's issue number one that we would have to discuss. Issue number two is, at this point, based upon the defendant's representations regarding Anthony Badero and his behavior as alleged, Mr. Badero, I believe, already has counsel for a different matter. But we should probably set some time aside to have a very quick Richards hearing, because we do anticipate that Mr. Badero is going to be called as a witness in this case.
Wait, do you have any sense of when you might call him? I mean,
Not this week, Your Honor. I can say that. Certainly not tomorrow. So I believe it would not be until next week. With regards to his specific time, I would anticipate the early part of next week, Your Honor.
okay, so I think we will reach out to his counsel and see about some availability, maybe either towards the end of the day or early in the morning, either later this week is tomorrow, so, or early next week. But that counsel is going to need some information about,
I believe she has a lot of information already.
but does she know about what this is?
Yes, Your Honor. So he is currently represented, he's not currently represented on this matter, but he is currently represented by Attorney Ashley Sheehan.
Yes.
And so as a result, before we went to be able to subpoena him and to be able to speak with him as part of the witness prep, we informed her. And so with that, I know that she is up to speed with regards to the issues that may be here. Not
But
necessarily
the
what
issue
this
that,
issue.
well, okay, but that's the
That we
issue.
have to get
So I
up to
think,
speed.
so why don't we do this then? Rather than have the court contact her, the clerk's office, why don't I suggest, you tell me if you disagree with this, why don't I suggest that the state contact her to get to, the defense and the state can talk about what the issue is so that she's apprised. find out her availability. She's going to need to be in touch with the witness, and then everybody would be here. We could do it before court on one, at 8:30 on one of the mornings. That,
I tell you, I think she'll be able to do that in short order. It's our understanding that she was intending to be in the courtroom when he was testifying anyway.
Okay.
This particular matter, so we should be able to get that in short order.
Okay, so the sooner you can let us know, we can all, talk about the scheduling of this. And then we'll either do it before we start at 9. One of the Fridays I know is this all right. Well, during the break, I'm going to take a look. I know I have a short docket tomorrow morning at 9, so we won't start this at 9. I'll see if we can start at 9:30, but it might be 10. So maybe seeing about Monday morning. I don't know what you all think about that.
Certainly.
If not, then.
We can move this testimony to a little bit later if we had to.
Okay. Okay.
The last issue, I'm going to go ahead and let Attorney Knowles address, considering that specifically that Demetrius Soros is going to be one of the state's witnesses who's going to be called today, and it's with regards to statements that defense counsel made in
Your Honor, I will say that the state, in listing witnesses that were going to be called today, did not mention Mr. Soros.
I'm sure he's right on the slip. I gave you guys that sticky.
He was. Have it, 'cause I wrote it down.
Yeah, I know.
Huh?
I know.
Okay. He was not, but we will figure out a way to deal.
All right, well, he had looked for the paper but either way, it sounds like we're going to be able to continue the testimony. So what is the issue that you wanted to raise? And is this as to this afternoon's witness?
It is.
Okay, go ahead.
Again, Your Honor, I believe it was on the sticky note we provided to the defense.
Okay.
That said, Your Honor, and excuse me. I apologize.
It's okay.
In opening statements, defense opening statements, the defense mentioned an opinion offered by this witness as to his findings regarding any abuse or neglect that occurred regarding the call that we just heard about from the last witness. Excuse me. And it's the state's position that opened the door to the basis of that opinion. The state being able to challenge the basis, the information that witness had regarding the abuse, regarding the investigation, information that he received prior to authoring that opinion, the witnesses that he spoke with, the information that he learned from them, as well as his observations, who was present when he interviewed the child. Again, that information was offered by the attorney at Open.
Basically, what they said was that he would say that he did not notice. What was it that you said? I can go back and look, but
it was both that he did not notice that essentially that the report was unsubstantiated, which is the terminology that DCYF uses in closing a report, that it's either substantiated or unsubstantiated. And
so
he to the jury that the report was unsubstantiated. And I would just say, Your Honor, this would be the equivalent of asking an officer who testifies their ultimate opinion of the guilt or innocence of the defendant. And so under 703, the rule on expert testimony, when such an opinion is offered, an expert opinion, which was unnoticed to the state can then, or the person that's challenging that evidence not the moving party or the proponent of that evidence, but the other party can then challenge that evidence, and inadmissible, what would otherwise be inadmissible, becomes relevant and admissible once that opinion is offered. And that opinion was given to the jurors. And I would argue that that bell cannot be unrung, and that we get to challenge that opinion.
And what is it that you want to say? So what is it that you want to get into then?
The statements that he was provided, the statements that he was provided that led to his investigation, the statements, the witnesses that he spoke to, what he was told, what he reviewed.
So you want to get into the whole investigation that led to the determination that it was unsubstantiated.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, let me see what the defense has to say, and then I may have some more questions. Go ahead.
Sure. So the 703, it's not applicable, Your Honor. This is not expert testimony. We're talking about a factual finding, or a lack of a factual finding, rather, made by a fact-gathering witness. So this is no
but if you're
expert
going to ask,
opinion.
but whether expert or not expert, I guess the question then becomes, if you're going to ask him, you deemed this unsubstantiated, why can they not talk about all of the information that went into the ultimate conclusion?
Well, I think that perhaps they could, but as long as also it allows for Harmony's own words to be used and what she said, and the circumstances surrounding her being interviewed alone. There can't be cherry picking.
Well, although you're basically, you put in information that then leads them to open the door to the information that you actually want to get in. That seems a little suspect, Attorney Brooks. No? In fact, I'll look, but I think there's some law on you opening the door for the purposes of getting in otherwise.
I'm not opening my own door, Your Honor. I'm not allowed to do that. But the state in turn shouldn't be able to just selectively pick various things. And I have no idea at this point what they would be seeking to introduce. Perhaps we can have a discussion about that during the break. But this is not a 703 or an expert situation. 703 is inapplicable. Again,
It does feel that it leaves the jury with a misleading impression. If you just get to say, he reported, Kevin Montgomery reported this to you, and ultimately you deemed it unsubstantiated. And that is my concern. So, and then it does seem that your expectation would be that they would then get to put in the other parts of that, the rest of the investigation, which would include the statements that you would like to get in, which would be Harmony's statements. I mean, isn't that sort of the natural?
Yeah, I'm not sure if the state is seeking to get in. I'm not sure what from the DCYF investigation they're seeking to get in, or the limitations of that investigation, or the fact that there may have been subsequent information that Soros did not have. I don't know.
Let me ask you, Attorney Knowles, what are you trying to get into?
The substance of the investigation.
I know, but what is the substance beyond that Harmony had said that? Because what you don't, well, let me start here. If I let you get into what you want to get into, and then the state says, well, if you say that, then we want to get into Harmony's statements. Is that acceptable to you, that it just all comes in, everything about the investigation? Sure.
Your Honor, the state's fine with getting into Harmony's statement, but understanding that statement was not made alone. This was just represented. She wasn't alone when that statement was made.
And the balance of the information that you want to admit with respect to the defense having said that it was unsubstantiated is what?
The substance of the statement that the caseworker received in responding to the call and initiating the investigation, what he did with that information.
But can you just tell me what it is?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'm just trying to understand where we're going with this so we don't end up in the middle of trial. So
Right.
go ahead.
So it's Kevin Montgomery's call, his repeated calls to DCYF.
And the substance of those calls, or
and
just that
substance
he's
of those calls.
okay?
And I would admit those through the witness.
Okay, so the substance of those calls being what? Tell me, walk me through what you want to admit here. And I'll give you a chance to respond. I'm just trying to get the lay of the land here. You all have this discovery. I don't have this.
So I'm looking at Bates 2084.
Yep.
Reporter is hard to follow and understand. Reporter said that he came back from Florida on Monday, July 22nd, 2019. And his 4-year-old niece had a shiner from her 29-year-old father. Reporter said that the reasons for the shiner was that the father gave an ass whooping because the 4-year-old had been left alone with the 2-month-old, the 6-month-old, while the father was in the bathroom. Reporter heard from her niece, nephew, that the baby had been crying, screaming, so the 4-year-old had to put a hand over the 2-month-old's mouth. Father said that the 4-year-old did this very tight and hard and very hard. Father said that he had beaten the dog shit out of her. When reporter left for Florida, there was one running water in the home, and now the electric had been shut off. And I'm just reading the statement.
Okay, basically, you just want to get in. You want to get in the rest of Kevin Montgomery's statement.
Correct. I want to get into the rest of his statements, but I also want to get.
You had Kevin Montgomery on the stand, so I'm.
Right.
So I'm not sure why we're having this conversation.
So, Judge.
Yeah.
Again, the defense rung this bell. They opened the door under the opening the door doctrine, which I believe I've briefed for this court previously. It makes evidence that would otherwise be inadmissible, hearsay, relevance, admissible. Our argument is that evidence, those statements, in addition to what Demetrius, the witness who will testify, did with those statements, what he did with the information, or what he didn't do, that now becomes admissible. It allows
Why
us.
was that, though, what you just read to me, not admissible through Kevin Montgomery, who you had on the stand?
It's offered for another purpose, to challenge that witness's opinion that was offered to the jury. To say, this is the information that you received. Let's talk about what you.
So you essentially, okay, now I think I'm understanding maybe better. You want to undermine the fact that he came to an opinion that this was unsubstantiated by using, just strengthening the statements made by Kevin Montgomery to him. So you want to basically say, he told you all of these things and you still found it unsubstantiated.
Contacted you on this date, Okay.
And, okay.
Yes. And what he did with that information, Your Honor.
And what did he do with that information?
I think the evidence would be that he did nothing with that information, Judge. He contacted the police and told them it was a non-issue without seeing the child.
Okay, so
when he saw the child, he saw an injury to the child, which was also discussed to the jurors, and he still found it unsubstantiated. Investigating.
Okay, so why? So putting aside, the Kevin Montgomery's additional statements, do we all agree that Mr. Soros could testify? You were. It's my understanding. It's your plan to elicit that ultimately he made a finding that the report was unsubstantiated. And then the state is going to say, so even though, this Mr. Kevin Montgomery contacted you and told you all of these things, you didn't follow up, that's right. You didn't do anything further, that's right. And ultimately you came to that conclusion that's unsubstantiated. That we can all agree that that's admissible so far, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
Just to be clear, though, and I don't think the state is suggesting this, but just so there's no misunderstanding, Mr. Montgomery
Kevin Montgomery, yeah,
made a lot of phone calls, continued on and on and on for months into, I think, 2000.
Okay.
After Harmony was even gone, making all kinds of sets of allegations. Obviously, would not be coming in. The door isn't open to everything or anything. And also tangential to the concern about the black eye, which was reported on the 29th, there was also think about a spoon or potential drug activity. And obviously that is not something that should be allowed to get into.
Okay. So let's put aside the drug information for a moment. It sounds like we are not in disagreement, except that the statements by Kevin Montgomery, I mean, you can say, now you got a call from Kevin Montgomery, and he contacted you, and he informed you that he was aware of this abuse, and then what did you do? And you can follow up, because it's your view that it's what he didn't do that undermines the defense view that this is unsubstantiated and therefore did not occur. So I think that is admissible. But I don't know about all of the hearsay statements from a witness you just put on the stand and didn't elicit the additional statements from. I'm not convinced about that.
Well, then, Judge, I would move to strike. I move to admonish the defense for making that statement to the jury.
No. Take a minute, yes.
Your Honor, the state seeks to challenge the basis of the opinion that was offered to the jury. The basis including what this witness was told about Kevin Montgomery, what he did with that information. So challenging the basis of what he was told. And I would note that that includes drug use. That was part of the report. It wasn't just the black eye, it was drug use. And when the witness went to the home, he saw evidence of drug use. He saw drug paraphernalia, and still he found that the report was unfounded. So it's the basis, the foundation of his report, the foundation of the opinion that he gave, that the abuse was unsubstantiated, that this claim, and this is a specific claim which was unfounded. It's report number 826-330, which includes claims of the abuse, claims of drug use.
Okay. So I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to argue if you put in the information that it was deemed unsubstantiated, they can challenge that, the basis for that finding. Do you have any objections?
Sure, but I think the context of the opening statement was very clear about what there was not evidence of. So if I'm hearing the state correctly, they are seeking to introduce evidence about drug use.
Yes, they are. What they are arguing is that if you cross-examine that witness to say you did an investigation and you found that it was unsubstantiated, that they get to challenge that. That is that, and basically undermine his opinion to say you found it unsubstantiated, even though you found abuse and neglect unsubstantiated, even though there was evidence of drug use in the house, even though there were several reports. There was this report of a black eye, and you didn't go to the house, you didn't do X, Y, and Z. That's what they want to do if you are going to bring in the evidence that it is unsubstantiated.
Okay, fair enough. I can certainly not use that word, but I think at the same time, I should be able to elicit the facts, the observations that he saw and did not see with regard to the state's second-degree assault charge. He was there to investigate that.
Okay, so then I'm thinking that what you are going to want is some kind of curative instruction about the finding that it was unsubstantiated if now the defense is not intending to go down that road. And I really need to give the staff a break, so we're going to,
We could discuss that maybe over the break.
is he going to be the first witness that you're going to call?
He's not going to be the very first witness, Your Honor, that will hold on. Just looking briefly, he's going to be the third witness that we call.
Okay, so maybe we may have a little bit of time in the mid-afternoon break, but I am going to, I do want to have us come to some conclusion about this beforehand. So,
So if I can just clarify, Your Honor, from our perspective. So with regards to if the defendant is intending to ask about his findings
Mhm.
and then what his observations were, certainly relative to those findings, then the state is seeking to ask about what his other observations were and what he did or did not do before he reached those findings. And our position is that those findings have already been talked about now in opening argument, with the implication that the conclusion was made that this was unfounded. So in essence, the door has been opened, the bell has been rung, that there is a finding out there that this event was unfounded, despite what Kevin Montgomery just testified to and the other work that was done. If that's there, and if we're going to be talking about the findings of what did Mr. Soros do, then the state should be able to ask also what else did Mr. Soros know, and what else did he do and not do. So it's
what do you mean? What did he know in terms of that investigation? Right?
Yes,
Okay.
not in terms
Okay.
of
I just want to make sure
every
we are
investigation
just talking
on
about this investigation.
this
Okay. And then, so there's basically two questions on the table. If they go down the road to challenge Mr. Soros's findings in any way, it is your view that you want to talk about what did he know in coming to those findings and what did he do or not do in coming to those findings only as it relates to that particular investigation. And if the defense is now saying, maybe we don't want to go down that road, then we've got to talk about, I understand it's your view that they rang the bell and in any event you get to do all of it. And I'm not yet convinced. So I guess Attorney Brooks, you're going to have to make a very, very clear decision about that.
Oh, and I think the decision will be clear.
What if you have the decision?
Sure, I'm not going to ask for if he made a specific finding as part of his obligation as a DCYF person.
Then you need to be thinking about the issue about a curative instruction if I don't say that you've already opened the door to it. Okay? So we're going to go off the record now.
Okay.
Because I do want the staff to take a break. If you want to say something to me off the record, I will listen to it, but
Okay.
then we can put it on the record. But otherwise, we're going to think about where we are. Okay? All right. Thank you, everybody.
Are they coming back, everybody? Does anybody know if they're coming back? I dozed off a little bit, y'all. Nothing happened. Are they coming back? Do y'all know? Do you know what kind of breaks they're taking? An hour break? Later. Lunch break. Okay. I think we'll just hang out here and we'll take a break. I didn't even get to hear Adam's thing. 1 hour. I mean, the uncle, I fell asleep during the uncle's testimony. I didn't give a time. I'm gonna leave the live stream up, y'all. Hmm. Well, Lord. Hmm. They'll be right back soon. Hmm. Hmm? Just a second, y'all. Sorry about that, y'all. Y'all know I was up all night last night. Amber. I think Amber's calling me too to tell me I was snoring. Did I talk in my sleep, y'all? Was I saying stuff in my sleep? I need to wake up. I'm gonna play some com- commercials. Uh, y'all know I was up late last night, so of course I'm gonna be a little sleepy. Let's see. I'll play. I'll play this right here while y'all are waiting. I ain't going back to sleep. I'm gonna try to wake back up if I can. All right. We knew Adam wasn't gonna show his face. I missed the uncles. I completely missed the uncles I was snoring loud. Oh no. Oh no. Y'all, I'm tired. I didn't get no sleep last night. You were whispering the devil is alive. Oh. Listen, I don't blame you for for I had my button. I have a I have my finger on that mute button. I just didn't hit it. Oh my gosh, y'all. I'm just so tired. Dang. It's hard on me getting up early in the morning. When I sit up at night, sitting up at night's killing me. Y'all know I'm a night owl. Oh, the devil is alive. That's funny. Lord have mercy, y'all. I totally missed the uncle's thing. I fell slap dab asleep during the uncle's thing. I wanted to see that the most, but I was too tired. The uncle's thing, hang on. I was way too tired. I don't know if I can. I'm gonna try to do this every day. Let's see. It's okay, Miss Daisy. We're family here. Aw. What y'all think about this trial so far? Ain't it sad? I mean, it's sad. Yeah, I'm gonna go back and rewatch it. I don't want to bore y'all with this. I can go back and rewatch it. While we're waiting. Hey, I want her to touch. Whew, right when Adam's uncle came up, I fell asleep. I've been sleeping the whole time. Then I heard him like say something, and I woke up a minute, and then I went right back, and I had my finger on the mute on the mute, but it never did make the mute. I will. I'll replay it after a while. Ooh, y'all. Ain't y'all getting sleepy? I know y'all was up last night with me. It is very sad what he did to Harmony. It's very sad. Did they have any other witnesses come back up besides the uncle? Or was it just the uncle? Do y'all mind if I put it on Kingston and let y'all watch Kingston till it breaks over? You want me to do that, or are y'all? Oh, they had a nurse come on there too. Oh wait, I might have fell asleep during that one too. The nurse. There was a nurse that took care of Harmony. I remember that, but I make me some coffee. Is that what she said? Make you some coffee, Daisy. I already drunk. I drunk some coffee a while ago, but I just fell asleep. It's where I sit up all night. I'm gonna play a little bit of music. I gotta run to the bathroom. I'm gonna play a little music. I'll be right back, y'all. I ain't gonna go back to sleep. I just gotta run to the bathroom. I know I slept a good hour. I had to have. I'll be right back, y'all. Hey guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to fall asleep on everybody. Um, I was really interested in what the uncle was saying about what happened to Harmony. I want to give y'all a little mind break. So y'all get you a little coffee, a little tea, a little snack. I'm still tired, y'all. This day shift's for the birds. Sitting up during the day is for the birds, y'all. It's too early for this stuff. But I wanted to do it for Harmony. So, okay, Crystal. I tried every way I could last night and I couldn't sleep. I renewed mine last night. I didn't know why it comes back up today. Oh, did anybody do anything during the live stream? Hang on, people send me videos. Man, Diamond's new cups are. Let me show y'all Diamond's new cups. How freaking awesome they are. I'm gonna pull that up while we're waiting. Let's get our mind off this bad stuff for just a minute, and I'm gonna pull up Diamond's new cups that she made. Woo! Sorry, y'all. I ain't mean to be sleepy on y'all. I can't run with the big dogs during the day. I'm a night owl. I've worked night shift all my life, y'all, so day shift is really hard to get adjusted to. Let me show y'all this awesome stuff that Diamonds has created. These cups, y'all. Hang on. She just said them to me. I know Yanni's in the bed snoring. She couldn't hold with the big dogs. It was like 1 o'clock. Look at that. How awesome that is. Look at these cups. I think that's a coaster. That's what the cup looks like. Ain't that freaking awesome? Look at that, you guys. Look at these cups. I'm opposite. I'm an early bird in the morning. Oh, okay. Whew. Daisy, have you noticed that since you've decided to live stream this, the other creators have started doing the same? Well, I know I had a feeling that Ickmail and Giselle was going to. I don't know about the other ones, but hey, as much attention as we can bring to Harmony's case, I say do it. Even though I don't have very many people in here, I still just am very sad and I definitely want to cover this case. But I love you guys for being in here with me and stuff. Oh, she got more. Hang on. Let's see what else she got done. Let me take this down. And Diamonds will be posting her stuff in the oh, hang on. Oh, she sent me an Amber Alert. Hang on. Why ain't this thing let me? Darn it. I don't know why it's not letting me pull this up. The rest of that stuff. Oh, there it is. Okay. Look at this, y'all. Tell me this is not amazing. Amazing. This girl is so talented. Look at that. That's a little kid's cup. That's so cute. I love that. Oh, my Lord. She's so talented. That's a card. I love that, Diamonds. Ooh, I love that. That's a card, a bag. It looks like a bag and a cup. Nana loves you. Oh, my. That's awesome. Man, oh man, y'all. This girl is so talented. I don't even know how to say anymore. Talented than she is. I mean, look at this. You can specialize anything for a loved one, and she will make it, honey. So talented. I love this, y'all. So going over to Diamonds Creations, y'all, and subscribe to her channel up on her Facebook page. She'll be posting that in the link. And get you one of these things. People were like, you need to mute. People were like, you need to mute. Here is everything you need for this right here, y'all. She put, if you're looking for a personalized custom gift, please visit Diamond Creations, where custom meets quality. Let me get my glasses on. And there's the link, y'all, to Diamonds. Awesome, awesome cups, y'all. Hang on, y'all. You talk about talent, honey. Right? Cheers, talent. So cool. Glow in the dark cups. Oh, is that diamonds? That is her making them, I guess. She's putting bling on them. Making them. Or making something. You want me to show that video, Diamonds? It's holographic. Man, she is making that stuff. Those are cute. She was sending that to me just for me to, I don't know if she wants me to show it, but I'll show y'all this video right here. The girl can make stuff. She said she didn't mind. Okay. Yeah, I hope I can make it through this day. I'm going to try to make it through this day. I think it already showed all that. Let's see what they got here. So that was her working on it. Oh. That's cute. I love this. That is adorable. I love that. If I had grandkids, I'd be getting that for my grandkids. You can show it. I don't mind. I was in my moo. She wears a moo too. The best way to get a hold of me is on Facebook, but there's some, I have to say, y'all, if I don't respond to you on Facebook, I do get a lot of messages during the day. So it puts a person down below. So if I get a lot of them, if I got one from you and I'm not available and it gets down far enough, I don't get to see it. So why do cows have hooves instead of feet? They lactose. That's cute. They lactose. That is so cute. Y'all, I feel like poop soup right now. I need to go back to bed for a minute. I want to go back and sleep the rest of this freaking day. Even though it's a beautiful day, I want to go back and sleep. I'm not sure, Shauna. I have to go and check. I get so many messages and calls during the day that it takes it down. Yeah, Diamond does a good job. Oh, shoot. Sorry. Hang on. Do 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 do. I can't play the music on it, but I'll play it when Diamond's little video. I've got a headache now, y'all, from sleeping so hard. Did you see my Facebook messages? I don't know if. Yeah. I got sleep apnea so bad that I can't. You probably heard me gasping for breath. Because when I don't have my sleep thing on, y'all can hear me. Very neat designs. Yeah, Diamonds does a great job, y'all. She does a real good job. Well, I guess we reckon we ought to take a break, y'all, just a mind break, and let y'all go do your thing and come back when it's time for court. We can do that if y'all want to. We didn't hear you until just before you woke up. Well, I didn't mean to fall asleep. I meant to fall asleep, but I didn't mean. I had my button on that mute button. I just didn't hit that mute button. Look at all that sparkle. I love it, y'all. She's just amazing. She is amazing. Ooh. Y'all, I'm trying to get woke up. Hang on, y'all. Let me see. Take this down for a minute. She sent me something. Oh, she's sending me more stuff to play. Okay. Here we go. There's some more cups. Ain't them awesome? Oh, look, that looks like a big glider. That is cool. That looks like a big glider. That's awesome. Cool, Diamonds. It's a football, like a big glider. That would be awesome to make you, like if you had a coach or something that you liked a lot, like from your kids. Okay, so she sent me a video. Let me take this down while I pull the video up. Hang on. Okay. There's a video. I can't play the music, but this is the stuff that she makes and creates. So she does a good job, y'all. Diamonds does. She's talented. Oh, Lord have mercy. She does a good job. Super good. Super good. Look at that. Those are them bags? Them are book covers or bags? Lord, y'all, that's talent right there. That's definitely talent. No doubt about it. Okay, she sent me another video. Hang on. Oh, darling, 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 darling. Is that what she just sent me? Okay, this is what she just sent me. Yeah, look how talented, y'all. Baseball. Sent me baseball stuff. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Lilo and Stitch. Oh, sheet. Hang on now. Let me take this down. Oh, wow. Look at this Valentine's Day one. I love, love, love that. If Valentine's Day was longer, man, oh man, y'all. Them are awesome. So cute. Oh, well, I'll be shoot. Look how cute that is. That is so cute. And she puts candy in the box. How sweet. Talented, y'all. Talented. So talented. Awesome. Here's her link. Anybody wants to go check it out? We're doing like a halftime thing right now or a break till they come back. But I'm currently showing Diamond Creations. Listen, this girl, she does YouTube. She have 100,000 subscribers. Easily have 100,000 subscribers with the stuff that the way she does these things. She's super talented, man. I'm surprised. I'm surprised she ain't got 100,000 on Facebook. Like, I ain't seen no YouTuber this talented. And I've seen a lot. I think Bargain Bethany has 1 million subscribers, and she ain't nothing compared to what Diamond's is. Diamond, I mean, this is 100% talent, y'all. No doubt. Let me see. I still got it on, and court's not done yet. It's not back yet. But yeah. Trying to keep from going to sleep on y'all again. Trying to stay awake. This is gonna be a long day. I ain't guaranteeing you that I ain't gonna fall asleep again, y'all. Because I may fall asleep again when the trial starts back up. But I'm trying to stay awake. This early bird forgot the worm and left it behind. I'm not able to. Let's see how many people's going live in the true crime community here. See who's alive. The devil is 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 alive. Everybody's just kind of hanging out and waiting and talking. I don't see how some of these YouTubers can sit up at night and do live streams and then get up early in the day and do it too. I definitely am not able to. There's just ain't no way. I just can't do it, y'all. Ooh. I don't like them something. What do y'all think about Adam not showing up? That right there to me shows guilt, if there ever was guilt. And now they're trying to. He didn't give specifics. He just said that Harmony. He came and Harmony was deceased when he came. Such a liar. Such a freaking liar. He's a liar if ever was a liar. Like if you're trying to blame it off on somebody, at least be good at it, you know? Make up a story about what happened. He can't even lie about it because the story that he's coming up with is a piece of crock of shit. That's what it is. It ain't nothing but a crock of shit. So, I mean, hell, come up with that story like, oh, well, we came back and she was unalived. He didn't really come out and say that she unalived him, but he was trying to make it look like she was unalived. So, he's just a piece of shit. What a crock of bullshit. I mean, if you're going to say somebody unalive somebody, but then you're just going to sit there and say, oh, well, da-da-da. You know, here is Diamond's link, y'all, if you want to go and check out her link. Yes, she is fantastic, y'all. She's the bomb.com. But yeah, this sucker's, he's so cheesy. He is so cheesy. I mean, he's literally sitting there saying that, like, oh, well, I left to do my business, and then I come back, and she wasn't live no more. And Kayla said she didn't know what happened. They should make him testify to that. But he's not going to be made to do anything. They're giving him a choice to testify or not, or be there. They're giving him a choice to be there. They can't force him to testify because he can plead the fifth and not testify. That's an easy thing for people to get out. If they really don't want to testify, all they have to do is plead the fifth, and they don't have to answer any questions. So, yeah. This case is overwhelming. Overwhelming. I mean, I don't see how these judges sit here day after day after day after day and listen to these trials and listen to all the bullshit and knowing that these attorneys know that it ain't nothing but a big lie. It's nothing but a big lie. But yet they still do it. They still do it day after day after day. That's a job I definitely would not want to do. I don't care how much money you get paid. I wouldn't want to be an attorney on a criminal trial. Hey, sweet and sassy. Hey, if y'all ain't hit that like button or that subscribe, please hit that like and subscribe button. That helps my channel grow. And consider becoming a member of the Critters Crime family. Daisy's trying not to fall back to sleep. It's a hard thing to do. But I'm going to do it. Hang on just a second, y'all. Okay, guys, I'm gonna take a little break myself, and I'll be back here in just a few minutes. Okay. I'm gonna put some music on, but I'll be back. So stay tuned. Stay tuned. cool. Thank you. Thank you, Lady R, for calling me and telling me I was on the phone while we were waiting, and Crystal gave me a $50 super chat. Woohoo! Thank you, Crystal. God bless you. You are the bomb.com. Oh, thank you, Crystal. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that because this video might get flagged actually. You know how they've been doing, but thank you so much for supporting my channel. Love you, and thank you, Lady R, for calling me and letting me know I didn't even see it. Woohoo! $50. Yeah. She said, you are the bomb.com. Yeah. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That woke me up a little bit, y'all. I was trying not to go back to sleep. Thank you, Crystal. It's okay. Get some sleep. Well, I was on the phone and I'll wake up here in a minute. Thank you. God bless you, Crystal. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, I'll turn the music back on, y'all. Give y'all a little mind break from all this. This stuff can be too much. It's so sad. Well, looks like they're coming back. Maybe. Thank you. God bless you, Crystal, for that.
And we could still be able to start at 9.
Thank you, thank you,
Okay,
thank
so
you.
I'm gonna confirm that, but that's my hope.
We'll be here.
All right, so the jury.
Please be seated. State may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Katie Moore to the stand. Just raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, and the truth, and the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
You can have a seat, make yourself comfortable. And there's a microphone right in front of you. Just make sure that you're talking into that. Can you start by stating and spelling your full name for the record?
Katie, Katie, Moren, Morin.
And what's your date of birth, Ms. Moren?
6/10/78.
What city and state do you currently reside in?
Laconia, New Hampshire.
And how long have you lived in Laconia?
About 3 years.
How are you presently employed?
I work in retail.
In retail? And how long have you done that? How long have you worked in retail?
My whole life, about 20 years, probably.
And what's your highest level of education, Miss Moren?
GED.
Do you know someone named Adam Montgomery?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell these jurors how you know Adam Montgomery?
We were in a rehab facility together, and then we became romantically involved for a little bit.
What year would that have been in that you were romantically involved with the defendant, Adam Montgomery?
2021.
And Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I'm showing the witness what's been published as State's Exhibit 101. Ms. Moore, do you recognize?
Yes, I do.
The individual that's depicted there?
Yes, I do.
And who is that individual?
It's Adam Montgomery.
That was the individual that you were romantically involved with in 2021?
Yes.
Were you aware of whether or not the defendant was married at that time?
I was.
And did he ever tell you anything about his wife?
Not just that they hadn't seen each other in a while.
Do you remember providing a statement to an officer with the Manchester Police Department back in February of 2022?
I do.
And that statement was regarding the defendant, is that right?
It was.
Do you think that seeing that statement would refresh your recollection of what the defendant may have said to you about his spouse, about his wife?
No, I recall.
Okay. And what do you recall him saying about his wife?
That she would do anything for him.
That she would do anything for him? During the time that you were romantically involved with the defendant, did he ever discuss his children?
He did.
So you were aware that he had children?
I was.
Was there a particular discussion with the defendant that stood out to you about
Yes.
the children? And
Yeah.
tell us about that.
We were at lunch one day and just talking about our children in general. And he stated that the worst thing that had ever happened or he had done was he walked out of the bathroom and Harmony was suffocating the baby. So he backhanded her I don't know if it was as a reaction is the way it was told to me, to stop her from suffocating.
So he said he backhanded her.
Yes.
Did he say what the result of that backhand was?
He said he hit her glasses, so she ended up with a black eye.
Did he describe anything about that black eye that you just mentioned?
No.
In that conversation where he discussed causing that black eye, did he say that he had nudged Harmony out of the way?
I don't recall.
He said he backhanded her.
I don't recall his exact verbiage.
Did he ever discuss other children with you?
Why is this woman trying to smile?
And what were those discussions? What was the substance of those discussions?
He told me that he had 5 children, all under the age of 7. They all had the same mom. At one point, I asked him to go to Maine with me when I was leaving, and he said he would be too far away from his kids, so he could not.
If I could have just a moment.
Why is this woman acting like she wants to smile in a murder case of this monster that she dated?
No questions, Your Honor.
Maybe I'm just.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Well, what was the point of getting her to come in just to answer those questions? That was stupid. No, the one
Next witness.
that he was living with in the car died. Exactly. She's acting weird, ain't she? It could be a nervous reaction. You're right. People do get nervous. Listen, there's other ways to stopping a child from doing something besides backhanding them in the face and giving them a black eye. That's not something that he didn't do often. I believe he done that very often for that baby. That son of a bitch. Somebody ought to black his eye.
Mr. Ahern, if you can just remain standing and raise your right hand. You swear that the testimony that you're going to provide this jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury.
Yes.
You can have a seat, make yourself comfortable. Mr. Ahern, can you start by stating and spelling your full name for the record?
Yes, it's Nicholas Ahern, Nicholas. Ahern, Ahern.
Thank you. And Mr. Ahern, what city and state do you live in?
Manchester, New Hampshire.
How long have you lived in Manchester?
My entire life.
How old are you?
34.
Mr. Ahern, what do you do for a living?
I do construction, metal framing, drywall.
Framing and drywall?
Yeah.
How long have you done that?
Since I was like 20.
It's 14 years.
Yeah, a long time.
What's the highest level of education you've obtained?
I think it was 11th grade.
And did you get your GED?
No, I went right into the trade.
Do you know someone named Adam Montgomery, Mr. Ahern?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
Mr. Ahern, I'm showing you what's been published as State's Exhibit 101.
Yes.
Do you recognize that individual?
Yes, that's Adam Montgomery.
And how long have you known Mr. Montgomery?
I want to say since I was like 18. So, yeah, a long time.
Are you aware of him having any children?
Yeah, I know he has a couple.
Are you aware of a daughter?
Yes. Yes.
Have you ever seen his daughter?
Yes, once.
Do you know her name?
Harmony.
What can you tell us about that one time that you saw Harmony?
She came out of the house and she had marks on her face, which was a black eye.
Okay, and so let's unpack that a little bit. When you say she came out of the house, what house did she come out of?
I think it was Guilford Street. Yeah.
Is that the house that she lived in? Was that your understanding?
Yes, that's where they lived.
So were you visiting the defendant when you saw Harmony?
Yes.
And what were you doing when Harmony came out of the house?
Just sitting out front talking to Adam.
What time of year was this?
Summertime, I want to say around July.
Do you remember what year?
I think it was 2019.
And let's talk about that injury that you saw. What can you tell the jury about it?
It was a pretty severe injury. At the time, I questioned Adam, what happened. And he told me that she acquired it during a soccer accident. Yeah.
When you say severe injury, what did you see? Can you explain to this jury what made it severe in your opinion?
Her eyes were blackened. Yeah, it was pretty intense in the moment. Yeah.
Was it concerning to you?
It was, but he told me that she acquired it during a soccer accident. I have kids, so I understand, accidents happen. So.
Do you know someone named Kevin Montgomery?
Yes.
At some point
Thank
after
God
you saw
for
that
me.
injury to Harmony, did you have a conversation with Kevin?
Yes, he contacted me.
And I'm not asking you for this substance, just whether or not.
Yes.
And you said he contacted you, is that right?
Yes.
When Harmony came out of the house, about how long did you see her for?
Maybe 4 seconds. It was quick.
Why was it quick?
Because he told her to go back inside.
And sorry, when you say he told her to go back inside,
Sorry, Adam Montgomery told her to go back inside.
can you tell the jury how he told her to get back inside?
He was, Adam was forcive. He just, basically told her to go in, and he kind of walked her up to the door and shut it.
That monster.
About how old was Harmony when you saw her that day?
want to say maybe 5, something like that. 5.
How would you describe her when you saw her come out for those 4 seconds?
She was just standing there, just looking. No real body movement, just standing there.
And when the defendant forcefully told her to go back inside, did she obey?
Yes.
If I could have just a moment.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. No additional questions, Your Honor.
Counsel,
No questions, Your Honor.
you may step down.
And we'd ask that this witness be excused, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No.
You may be excused.
Wow. Wow. He should have. If he seen that baby being mean to that baby like that, he had to have known.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would call Deputy Sheriff Palmontre.
He had to have known. Especially if he was being that aggressive.
Sorry, just a moment.
That poor baby. That poor baby. All of them are quick. They're not even really, there's not really a defense really right now. They're not really giving anybody a hard way to go. That's his fault. He didn't want to show up for court. So there you go, Adam. It's on him. Poor little baby girl. It's just heartbreaking to think about him being so mean to her.
Sorry, Your Honor, would you like me to just check in the hallway?
Sure.
I know they do, Misty. They're just being so laissez-faire about it. Like, this is an innocent little baby.
Careful with the wires, please.
This precious baby endured extreme abuse under the hands of
Please
her
remain
father.
standing when you get there for a brief moment. Thank you. Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear that the testimony that you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God. I do. Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat. And Deputy, as we're being recorded here today for the record, would you please go ahead, state your full name and spell both your first and your last name for us?
Palmontre, Palmontrey.
Okay. And I bet I already know the answer, but where are you currently employed, sir?
Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. How long have you worked for them?
7 years.
7 years so far. Okay. And with regards to your employment with them, did you ever work in any other sort of law enforcement before working for the sheriff's office?
I started in New York City in 1985, NYPD,
Whereabouts in the city?
Lower Manhattan and Brooklyn.
Okay. How long were you there?
5 years.
5 years. Okay. And after that, any other sort of law enforcement
Ahern,
experience?
Henniker for 5 years.
Okay.
Merrimack County Sheriff's Office for 20. State for 2. And now I'm here part-time.
And when you say state for 2, what agency did you work for those 2
Quality
years?
Control DMV.
Okay. And what were some of your day-to-day duties for them?
We basically dealt with trucks and inspection stations.
All right. So with regards to your duties now for the Hillsborough County Sheriffs, you said you're working for them part-time, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So what are your day-to-day duties? What do they look like?
Primarily transporting prisoners to and from the jail and the prison.
Okay.
To the courts.
And let me ask you, do you ever, I'm about to say, when did you come back to do part-time again?
2000,
19.
2019. Okay. I want to specifically draw your attention to November 27th of 2019. And on that particular day, I'd like to
Actually,
ask,
2017, sorry.
2017 is when you
I
came
went
back.
to, yes,
Okay.
Monroe County.
That's all right. Let me be specific though. Let me steer you to one day in 2019, just before Thanksgiving, November 27th, 2019. Did you help serve or were you present for an eviction notice at 77 Guilford Street in Manchester that day?
I was.
Okay. And I wondered if you could explain a little bit for the jurors, just for an eviction process, what is the role of the deputy sheriff? What are you there to do?
So we have a court order that's evicting whoever's there on the premises. I was a second deputy. I'm assisting the primary deputy. Usually we send two guys. And for some reason, I don't know what, his partner was tied up with something else, so they sent me over. And I just assisted with posting the property and having the people leave.
And typically, how long does this process take to do an eviction? Just typically in your experience, I mean.
We usually give them 10 to 15 minutes to get some belongings and skedaddle.
Okay. And on this particular one at Guilford Street, do you have any recollection of roughly how long that took?
Probably 10 to 15 minutes, the ordinary time.
Was there anything about that eviction that necessarily stands out to you, or was it just a very typical eviction for you?
Pretty much the same as all others. There were a lot of clothes around. It was kind of dirty. And there were a couple children there. And there was a male and a female.
And when you say a male and female, and you say male, female, and children, so the male and the female, are they both adults?
Adults, yes.
Okay. And then the children, do you remember how many there were?
I couldn't tell you for sure.
Okay.
There were a couple. I would say at least two, but I can't tell you if there was any more than that.
Okay. Where did they go at the end of the eviction?
They got into their vehicle and they left.
Okay. And with regards to the home, what happens to home when an eviction takes place?
So we post it with no trespass stickers.
Mhm.
And usually the landlord will come and change the locks.
Okay.
I don't recall if there was a landlord there that day. Sometimes they don't show up and we just post it.
And I just want to make sure that I understand on this particular one. I believe you said before when you do an evictions, it's based upon an order from the court. Is that
Yes.
right? Right. Do you have a copy of that order when you go to do the eviction?
We do. I did not personally have that. That would have been my partner that had the paperwork.
Sorry, I need to be near the mic. Is that a routine practice of being let me try this in English. Is that a routine practice of the sheriff's office to make sure that a copy of that order is in hand before the eviction is done?
In our hand, yes.
In your hand?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any reason to believe that's not what happened that day?
Not at all.
Just a moment, please, Your Honor. Thank you very much, Deputy. I don't have any further questions for you. Defense counsel may have a couple.
Okay.
No questions. Thank you.
All right. You may step down.
Thank you, Ralph.
Statement called. Next witness. Yes.
Sometimes things go more quickly than we think. Oftentimes they go more slowly than we think, but sometimes they do go more quickly than we anticipate. This is one of those times. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have you take a break as soon as the next witness is ready. And we're ready to take their testimony. We will call you back in. We hope that will be in the next 10 to 15 minutes. All right. So same rules apply, not to talk about the evidence, not with each other or with anybody else. Don't do any independent research, and we will call you back in as soon as we can. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so counsel, are we going to need still to have you speak to that witness before we are able to take the witness?
Probably be best practice for us to come in and report to you what that answer is so that we can have it.
Hell, the way this trial's going, it's going to be over.
It'll be a quick process.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. I'm just thinking that while we are in that waiting posture, is there anything we can accomplish so that you know which question you just need to ask? The only question is whether someone else was there. Do you want to approach for just a minute?
Yes, sir. I have to just say it's here. So,
like the defense is not doing anything in Adam's part.
Get the answers you need, and then I will wait, and I'll have the court
and I'm glad
monitor take a break until you're ready.
That's what he gets for not showing up.
No, you can go off the record.
It does take too many breaks, don't it?
Unless it's just one question, you want to come right back in.
I
Why don't you go ask the question? We'll stay here.
Want to wear the
You can stay on.
jurors out. He's done like dog's dinner in the end of the day. Hey, innocents. Like the defense is not even questioning any of them. They're just letting them go. They're not like, maybe they're going to come after Kayla. I didn't see what they did with the uncle, but I think there's enough evidence there to prove that Adam was very abusive to that baby. So sad. She could have been saved. CPS just didn't. I wonder why they've not interviewed any CPS workers yet, y'all. I guess that's to come. Boy, they're going to have their tail between their legs when they come up there. I hope prosecution gets onto him. He's not very aggressive. That prosecutor is not very aggressive. I think the DNA evidence will do it for Adam. Yeah, the hand blood stain. Oh, disgusting. That poor baby. The uncle did well, in my opinion. Did he? I was wanting to listen to him the most, and I fell asleep. I was wanting to listen to him the most, y'all. What sucks is they proved she had a black eye and that Adam saw her last. I hope that the other stuff is enough to prove something. I do too. Daisy, this is just evidence part. Okay. I wonder if they'll have to call them all back in again. My blood pressure's getting high, y'all. This stuff's stressful. Sitting and listening to what that baby, it makes me want to cry. Sitting and listening to what that monster did to that baby. I want to know where is Harmony. Unfortunately, I don't think that monster's ever going to tell anyone. Abusive men seem to hurt kids, women, elderly, and animals. I think abusers are chickens. No offense, chickens. I know you're right. They're cowards for sure, Polly Pam. I do too, Crystal. I get angry and upset
To
too.
ask him with regards to that question of whether or
This
not
case has got always
his,
had
and Attorney Brooks can correct me if I'm wrong.
from
with the
before
statement
we
that
knew what
he
happened
cannot
to
move on.
Harmony.
So there typically
Um,
will be a practice to
but
try
after
to
I
speak
found out
with the
that
child alone, but that didn't always happen, or that a parent could either be nearby or in the room. So he doesn't have a recollection of whether he spoke before.
Okay, so he doesn't know. Okay. So where does that leave us with regard to, you're just, why don't I ask you, Attorney Brooks, we were talking about what you were going to ask. Or the other way is just to proceed. I mean, as you know, as state's already indicated, they're going to be looking to challenge him to the extent that you try to get into any opinions, concerns, findings, any of that.
I don't plan on stepping.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
That's okay.
I wish they had that attorney that was for that little baby, Cody. Wasn't it Cody? The little baby where she screamed at that mommy and daddy. That was a mean DA. Remember, she screamed at him because they put him in that crate.
Okay.
Put him in a
Everybody thinks we have a good enough understanding of where things stand? Yes? All right.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, then let's bring in the jurors.
They're coming back now.
All rise for the jury, please.
I still just can't seem to have pity for Crystal. I just don't. I don't feel like she's a victim like she's playing. She got Harmony back how many times, you know? At least
Counsel.
Uncle cared
So
about Harmony.
after this
I
witness,
know.
am I releasing them and having them come back at 8:45?
45, I anticipate a very full day.
Okay.
The uncle and the foster
Counsel, I'm sorry.
had
Attorney Smith,
a
did you hear
real
that?
emotion.
After this witness, we'll be releasing them then for an 8:45 return tomorrow. That's fine.
That's what I'm saying.
All rise for the jury.
So sad.
Please be seated. State may call its next witness.
Turn to the state calls Demetrius Soros.
I bet this is another sheriff or maybe a social worker.
And Mr. Soros, you remain standing. Raise your right hand. You swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be the truth and the whole truth with the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
You can make yourself comfortable. Can you start by providing, by stating and spelling your full name for the record?
Yes. My name is Demetrius Soros. First name is Demetrios. Last name is Tsaros.
And Mr. Soros, I'm just going to ask that you speak as loud as you can.
Yeah, thank you. I will.
Mr. Soros, what city do you live in?
I live in Concord, New Hampshire. I apologize. I just moved. Pembroke, New Hampshire,
How long have you been a New Hampshire resident?
all my life.
And what do you currently do for a living?
I am a career level letter carrier for the Postal Service.
The U.S. Postal Service?
Yes, yes.
And how long have you worked in that capacity?
Since September of 2021.
Dad.
Prior to September 2021, how were you employed?
I was employed as a CPSW, a Child Protective Service worker with the state of New Hampshire for DCYF.
Oh,
And that acronym that you just gave, CPSW, can you tell the jurors what that means?
Yes, Child Protective Service worker.
oh, his tail's got to be between his legs.
How long did you work for DCYF?
Approximately 10 years.
And in your capacity as a caseworker for DCYF, did you have occasion to interact with someone named Adam Montgomery?
I did.
And calling your attention specifically to 2019, the summer of 2019, did you receive a report regarding Adam Montgomery?
I did.
Are you aware of whether or not he had children?
Not when I first received the report.
Was the report regarding one of his children?
Yes.
Which child was that?
Specifically, it was Harmony.
Harmony Montgomery.
I'm sorry, Harmony Montgomery.
And was that report regarding an injury to Harmony Montgomery?
Yes.
Do you know who made that initial report?
I do not. It was anonymous.
So he's the caseworker that was handling Harmony's black eye.
Do you remember specifically when that report was made?
It was July of 2019, towards the end of the month. Specifically, it was either the 19th or the 29th.
Would looking at your report refresh your recollection?
Yes.
To me, this guy right here is just as responsible for what happened to Harmony as what happened as Kayla. I'm not going to say Adam, but I'm going to say Kayla.
Yes, July 29th, 2019.
Did that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay, so if you could just turn that over. It's face down.
And sir, I'm just going to ask you to keep your voice up so all the jurors can hear you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And can you tell us that date again? I missed it.
July 29th, 2019.
And what did you do after your involvement on that call began?
I apologize. Could you be more specific?
So you got a report. What did you do after you received that report?
When I received the report, I initiated trying to make contact with the family in order to see them, see the family, see the children, ascertain safety.
And is that generally what you do, or is that what you did in this specific case?
Generally, that was the standard practice.
In this specific case, though, what did you do?
Specifically, tried to initiate contact. I ended up going out to the listed address in an effort to see the family.
Do you recall what that address was?
I believe it was 77 Guilford Street or Guilford Ave.
He probably waited long enough for the black eye to
Tell us about that trip out to the 77 Guilford Street or Ave.
So I drove to the location, and as I pulled up, to the location, I noticed a person who I recognized as Adam Montgomery getting into a car.
And let me stop you there.
Yes.
Yes.
He knew him. He knew Adam.
So, Mr. Soros, I'm going to show you what's been admitted and previously published. It's as State's Exhibit 101.
Mhm.
Do you recognize the individual that's depicted there?
I do. That's Adam Montgomery.
So when you said that you recognized the individual getting into a car, I believe
Yes,
that was this Adam Montgomery.
it was.
Was anyone else present with him as he was getting into that vehicle?
There was a young girl, small girl.
That interaction, your observation of the defendant, Adam Montgomery, and the small girl who was with him, how long was that?
Not very long. Basically, as I was pulling up and getting ready to park, they were getting into the vehicle, and I can't remember exactly how far away I was, 30, 40 feet or so.
So he knew Adam.
I was parking my car, and I observed them getting into the vehicle.
So you're parking your vehicle. Were you outside of your vehicle when you saw him, or were you still inside your vehicle?
I was still inside my vehicle.
And this young girl that you saw with the defendant, what was she doing?
Nothing really in particular, just, getting into the vehicle, her father helping her into the vehicle. Excuse me. I didn't know if it was her father at the time. The person, Adam, helping her into the vehicle.
Specifically with respect to that small female that you saw, how long were you able to observe her for before she got into the vehicle?
Maybe 10 seconds, 15 seconds, not a long period of time.
And this was from 30 to 40 feet away?
Correct.
I want to back up for just a moment. The child that you were going to see, it was a female, is that right?
Yes.
How long? Sorry, let me strike that. Were you able to clearly see the child when you were in your car there?
I guess as clearly as I could from that distance.
Did you observe anything about the child other than her gender?
No, just it literally just looked like a small child, a female getting into a car with someone.
How long were they parked there for before they drove away?
Not long. She got into the car. He then got into the car, and they drove away.
And you said the distance already, but was this on a public road, or were they in a driveway or something else?
Public road. They were
The only
parked on the
interaction.
side of the road in front of the house that I was going to.
During that home visit, did you interact with a child named Harmony Montgomery?
No.
Why not?
Aside from seeing her
Oh my God.
at that home visit, because she had left. She was the little girl that got into the car.
Oh, and Adam took off.
Is that something that you learned that day or at a later time?
That day.
Oh my, and he didn't go hunt him down. Oh my goodness.
While you were at the home attempting to make contact with Harmony, was there anything that drew your attention away as you were approaching the home?
Anything that drew my attention away?
Yes.
Nothing in particular.
Wow.
Do you recall?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Do you recall noting that there was a loud dog that was barking at you?
Yes. There was a loud dog,
He's more worried.
a large dog barking at me from the property.
And was that before or after the defendant drove away with this young female?
I believe it was after. It was after they left. I approached the property.
So you were unsuccessful in seeing Harmony Montgomery that day?
Correct.
Did you attempt to follow up with the defendant?
I did.
Tell us about those attempts.
That was initiating a phone call
Oh
and
my God.
speaking with Adam and trying to
A phone call.
arrange a home visit in which I could actually come and see and speak with Harmony.
Oh my God. Can you believe?
When were those attempts? Those, you mentioned a phone call. When was that phone call?
I think I would have to look at my notes to refresh my memory, but I believe it was later that day that I spoke with Adam on the phone.
Please do, if you believe that that would refresh your recollection.
Can y'all believe this? He let Adam leave with her and then just called him. Please tell me this man went back. That's probably why there was no, oh my God. Adam knew who this man was.
Yes, it was later that day.
Did you also attempt to call the defendant on August 1st?
I again would have to refer to my notes.
Please do.
Oh my goodness. This guy right here, he let this baby slip through. Why didn't he demand to see Harmony that day?
I did.
Did you speak to the defendant on August 1st?
I did.
What, if anything, did he tell you about Harmony's condition?
I would have to, again, look at my notes for details.
Please do. And just look up when your memory's been refreshed.
Please tell me this guy did not dismiss it after talking to this man. Please tell me he went out there and saw Harmony for himself. Y'all, I'm about to go off on this man.
Do you recall what, if anything, the defendant told you about Harmony's condition when you spoke to him on August 1st?
The contact I just reviewed, I was speaking to him about setting up the home visit and that he had one of his children was not feeling well and he needed to take him to be seen.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
So we would not be able to have a home visit and it would have to be rescheduled.
And during that conversation, did he also tell you that he believed that Harmony had the same illness as his other child?
That I don't remember. I don't recall.
Do you think that reviewing your notes would refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Please do.
this man was too lazy to go out there and see that baby the day that they called. He waited around until the black eye was healed, if he even went back out.
And Mr. Soros,
You got to be kidding me.
is your memory refreshed?
Yes. And Adam did say that he believed Harmony now had the same illness or condition that his other child had.
That again was on August 1st.
Yes.
So 2 days after you went out.
Correct.
At any point during your response, did you have a face-to-face with Harmony Montgomery?
Could you ask me that again? I'm sorry.
At any point during your response, did you have a face-to-face interaction with Harmony Montgomery?
My response as far as my following up with the report.
Correct.
I did.
When was that?
I believe it was about a week later. The exact date, I don't remember.
Of course.
Do you think that reviewing your report would refresh your recollection with respect to the date?
This
Yes.
man has a hard
please
time
do so?
remembering. This makes me mad as hell, y'all. I bet he didn't even go back out there and see Harmony. How much you want to bet? How much she dropped this case? Oh,
Yes, it was August 7th. Approximately a week later.
a week later.
What,
yeah.
if anything, did you observe about Harmony's physical appearance when you saw her on August 7th?
Overall, excuse me. Overall, she seemed.
So let me strike that question.
Yes.
Specifically, did you notice any markings or injury to her face?
I did notice a small red mark under one of her eyes and some redness, a discoloration in the eye that was closest to that.
Yeah, after a freaking week later. Yeah.
Did the defendant tell you anything regarding how that injury occurred?
He did. He said that he had bought the kids, he had two younger children. He bought the kids like foam swords or lightsabers, and that they were playing with them, and that Harmony was struck in the face, in the eye, and that's how she got that mark.
So, Mr. Soros, I want to switch gears and I want to discuss January of 2020. On January 8th of 2020, did you make contact with the defendant?
Oh,
I believe so. I would like to
he's the
review my
one that
contacts,
let it
please.
slip too.
Sorry, could you speak a little more loudly?
Yes, ma'am.
And repeat the answer to that question?
I do remember receiving a report then, and I don't remember the exact date and whether I made contact or not.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at your report?
Yes. If may I?
In just a moment,
Okay, so this is the guy after Harmony was killed, was supposed to check up with Harmony, but what he did is he made a phone call and Adam told him Harmony was with Crystal, and he left a message.
So feel free to review that and just look up when you're
The state needs to be held responsible for this man's actions. I'm sorry. He was the life and death
Yes, it was January 8th, 2020.
after Harmony was killed.
And how did that communication occur?
I apologize, meaning how did I contact them?
Yes.
Oh, phone.
You spoke to him on the phone?
Yes.
And what, if anything, during that conversation did he say about Harmony Montgomery?
I believe it was that conversation. I would have to check my notes to make sure, because I can't remember if it was that conversation or later when meeting with him, that he had told me that Harmony was now living with her biological mother.
Do you recall the specifics of what he said about how she came to be with her biological mother?
He had said that she was having visits with her mother, and again, I'd have to probably look at my notes again, but I believe due to their unstable housing situation, that Harmony ended up staying with her mom.
You are the CPS worker.
Did you follow up with Crystal Sorey?
I did make an attempt. I called, and I believe I left a voicemail.
If I could have just a moment, Mr.
This guy don't remember anything, but I remember everything. But he was the CPS worker. He better be remembering this shit. He don't remember it because he failed this baby. Not only did he fail her, the day that he saw Adam get in the car, he should have ran Adam's ace down with that baby in the car. He should have came back out there that night and seen that baby. But no, he didn't. And now Harmony's dead. And he's still jumping the gun on this baby and not doing what he called Crystal on the phone and left a message. No, you're a CPS worker. You're supposed to find out where these babies are.
A report came in on July 29th of 2019 regarding Harmony, correct?
Correct.
And specifically, it was that Adam had caused a black eye.
That was in the report. Someone referred, whomever it was that made the report referred to it as a shiner, which I interpret as a black eye.
And the report was made anonymously, but you knew the person to be Kevin Montgomery?
I did learn that later on.
So that day you went to the residence, the 29th.
Yes.
But it was a very fleeting encounter. Adam and Harmony were getting in a vehicle as you were arriving.
Correct.
So you observed Harmony for all of 10 seconds, right?
Thereabouts, yeah.
30, 40 feet away.
Mm-hmm.
You were in your car still at the time.
Yes.
But you did have a longer visit approximately a week later, correct?
Yes.
That was August 7th.
Yes.
You went inside the residence.
I did.
And it sounds like you spoke with Adam, but you also spoke with Harmony.
I did.
Your general or preferred practice is to try and meet with the kid alone, correct?
Correct.
But that doesn't always happen.
Correct.
Sometimes there is a parent there
Sometimes there's a parent there,
or in the next room.
or in the next room.
And you don't have any specific recollection regarding whether anybody was present when you spoke with Harmony.
I don't recall that.
But you were able to visually see Harmony, right?
Yes.
And you noticed a little bit of red in her right eye.
I can't remember if it was a right or left eye, but it was one of the eyes.
A little bit of red.
There was some redness,
Yes.
faded bruising as well.
Yeah, I refer to it as like a faint red mark and then some
Wow.
redness in the eye.
Harmony had her glasses, right?
She did.
You, she agreed to remove them, right?
Yes.
So that you could look at her.
Yes.
And there's a standard set of questions you ask under these circumstances, right?
I do. I did.
So again, without indicating what the answer was, you would obviously ask her what had happened.
Yes.
And other questions regarding her general safety.
Yes.
Aside from the redness in her eye and the faded bruising, you did not observe anything else concerning regarding Harmony's person or well-being.
I did not.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Yes, he is D-Box. He is. He's trying to save his own ASS. Make no mistake, I am not joking. When I say this stuff, it's not a joke. This is serious, and I feel pretty pissed off that this guy got away with what he did. They never asked what questions they asked Harmony.
Just one question for you, Mr. Soros. So if I understand correctly, you're not sure whether when you spoke with Harmony, if her father was in the room, in another room, or somewhere else.
Correct. I don't recall that.
Thank you.
Of course she was in the room.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
Oh, well, they just let him off the hook.
Any objection?
They
All right,
just
this
let
witness
him
may be
off the
excused. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as I said, things moved a little more quickly than the parties anticipated today. So we are going to end a little bit earlier today. It's our hope that we're going to go through with a full day tomorrow. So plan accordingly. Looks like maybe there's a little bit of nice weather this afternoon. So so you'll get a little additional time. But I'll have you come back at 8:45 tomorrow with the hope that we will get started on time at 9 a.m. Okay, so please be back at 8:45 tomorrow. Once again, don't discuss the case, not with anybody, not with each other or with anybody else. Don't do any independent research. Don't drive by the locations. You know, if you happen to drive anywhere along the route we were in the other day, yesterday, don't pay any additional attention that you wouldn't ordinarily pay if you were just on your direct route home. Okay. Once again, I do anticipate that there is media regarding this case. So turn off all the notifications on your phone. Don't look at the newspaper or the local news, please. Maybe focus on international news if that's what you want to do. But please make sure that you are avoiding any newspaper, online, or other media coverage of this case as we continue the trial. All right. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We will see you tomorrow morning.
All right, for the jury.
We're all just kind of a joke. Like, they're not even taking it serious. The judge is very intimidating, irritated. No, she's buttering Adam's tail. She's letting him choose. Come up here with me, Christine. We'll commentary on this afterwards. I mean, if I was a juror, I would be outraged right now. I'm outraged at the CPS.
Maybe seated. This is, I guess, a good time for us to take up any housekeeping matters if we have any, in the hopes that And I don't know, maybe as you look at the witness lists,
Immediate to race resources calling the cops to CPS for retaliation. These workers need to focus on real abuse, not YouTube drama. I agree, D-Boss.
absolutely.
I agree.
Hey,
Hey, what's up? What do you think about this?
that
Let's
no, the judge is very irritating. She is just wishy-washy, trying to coddle the
yeah.
defense. That's crazy. I mean, she
It's
doesn't. You're going to get some more time, so because it's going to be nice weather tomorrow. You're
yeah,
in the middle of a child's trial. Are you kidding me, lady?
yeah.
And she could order
How many breaks?
Adam. She can order Adam Montgomery to be present. She can say he doesn't have a choice. She can order him to be there.
I know.
She
I
can
know.
take that. She can take his choices away and order him to be present. But
Is
she
it
gave
no?
him that choice and is coddling. I mean, I think listen, all them jurors have to take time out of their own personal lives to sit there and listen to this disgusting things that he done to this baby. The least his ass could do, sorry for cussing,
Oh,
is is make him sit there and listen to it and make him squirm and be uncomfortable because I'm sure the jury isn't comfortable listening to all this crap that that he did to poor little Harmony. Oh man, this makes me mad.
I thought the prosecution was going to come. Why didn't the prosecution ask the CPS worker? Well, how do you know Adam? Because he said he knew who Adam was when he pulled up.
Yeah, so they probably went to school or something together.
He let Adam leave. Adam
Wow,
quit seen it. He got the heck out of there with Harmony's what he did. Because he didn't want him to see him like that.
that's just crazy.
I mean, if he would have
Did you
his
see him? He practically ran out of the courtroom.
yeah, he was the lifeline of Harmony
Is he
Montgomery.
the CPS worker that Adam knew?
I don't know. I don't know.
Because didn't somebody say that Adam knew one of the CPS workers?
The one that gave a Harmony to him, she said it was a childhood friend.
Was that him, this guy?
I don't know. I don't know, but he came to see Harmony and Adam took off and he sit right there and let Adam do it. And then instead of coming back that night, he waited a week later and found evidence that she had had a black eye and dismissed it. I mean, come on. This man is the reason why this child is not alive to this day, other than Adam. And I hate to be like that, but if you're going to take a job on to where you are a lifeline in a child's life, like you are the person that would decide whether this is a safe home, if he would have just stopped Adam at when he pulled up or came back that evening, we might not be sitting here watching this court case right now.
Well, it just seems to me like this guy didn't even. I mean, so he's going to take a word.
I bet
Now
they're
he's seen a black eye on this child and take the word afterwards from Adam that he's with his mother, or she was with her mother. He calls and leave a message. Did he follow through? Did he follow up? What, he just left one message and was like, oh well, next to the next case.
Yeah, you mean like after Harmony was killed the
Yeah,
next month?
yeah,
No, left a message and never followed up
yeah.
after.
See, I think that see that that is not protocol, and he should be investigated.
Well, he's working as a postal worker now. He lost his job as I guess they fired him, but CPS needs to be held responsible for his actions. I mean, I understand how they work. A lot of them don't like the paperwork. There's a lot of paperwork to be done, y'all. And I seen it with my own eyes with my stepdaughter, even though it wasn't the actual CPS, it was still like the social services when you go and sign up for food stamps. She was drawing food stamps off Bub. We had full custody of Bub. And because I wouldn't take those papers up there because they wanted me to go up there and sit for hours in that office, and I was working and going to school, I said, call the courthouse and request the paperwork. Why should I have to go up there and sit? Call the courthouse. She went for probably like 3 years drawing benefits off of Bub and him under my husband's insurance, and me and my husband paying for everything. They let her get away with it because they didn't want to do the paperwork.
Paperwork, right?
Called several times and reported her over that.
I think I think that they're overworked, underpaid, and they're just like next case, get through as many cases as you can. I'm not saying that they're all that way,
I know.
but I mean, you take a responsibility when you have that kind of a job to make decisions on the well-being of the child. And just because you feel like you don't want to, write the report, or you don't want to put the effort into following up, that's crazy.
And just because Adam doesn't mean that he wouldn't do something like that. In fact, if you know that he was a monster and he takes off with the very child that you're looking for and you don't come back till a week later, hell to the no. You call the law and you say, he just took off with this child. Will you come help me hunt him down?
A lot of CPS workers sometimes will have a police escort.
Exactly, Laura P. I know a lot of them does. And Adam knew him because he stated that Adam knew him.
Well, then that must be the one that Crystal was talking about. Wasn't it Crystal that said that he knew the CPS worker? Daisy.
Hang on just a second. I'll be right back.
Okay. Y'all, I can't see the chat. So.
Okay, hang on just a second. I'll be right back.
Okay. Y'all, I can't see the chat, so I'll just be up here just rambling until Daisy gets back. Yeah, I just popped in from taking a nap. My temperature's been up. This morning I woke up about 3 o'clock in the morning with 101 temperature.
Oh wow. I hope you're feeling better, honey.
No.
That was my daughter calling me from work, wanting to gossip. They called me for the latest gossip.
Ooh.
I know. I said, call me after you get off work and I'll tell you the story. It's about it's scandalous.
Ooh, you gotta tell me.
Scandal, huh?
I want to know.
Well, I'll tell you. You don't know the people.
Oh, well then never mind. Unless you want to tell me.
It's a family scandal, but
Ooh.
I told her to call back. But this just upsets me because that guy, I know this guy probably felt like pure shit up on that stand.
Oh, he about ran. Did you see him? He about ran the prosecuting attorney over. He was wanting to get out of there as soon as possible.
Oh, I believe that they probably really got onto him when they fired him. They probably fired him.
Well, I want to know why they didn't ask, how do you know Adam?
I don't understand that. I would have asked that.
Yeah, that would have been the first thing I asked.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, though. If they asked that might have worked against the prosecution.
Yeah, that's true.
So that might be why they held that question back.
But he seen Adam put that baby girl in the car and leave with her. And instead of smelling a rat and coming back that night, he waited a whole entire week and still found evidence of a black eye. And I bet it was a lot worse than he was sitting up there on that witness stand saying.
Yeah. And what did he say? That a 2-year-old and a 5-month-old were playing with swords and whacked her in the eye? Okay.
That's what he said.
How's a 5-month-old going to whack her in the eye with a sword?
And he said he didn't remember if the parents were in the room. They were in the room. They were probably standing right over. Adam was probably acting really nervous and standing right over baby Harmony.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And if he was friends with him before this, that's why his lack of judgment. Now, I don't know if that was him or not, but if Crystal is right and that he knew the CPS worker. Obviously, he was the CPS worker assigned to his case. It had to be him.
That's right, D boss. I know. I agree.
So how did he know? How did he know Adam Montgomery? Did he go to school with him? Did he go to what?
I don't know. Unless he was the one that placed the baby with her. And I don't know who that was, but her mom said that the social worker that placed Harmony in his home was either a childhood friend or a friend that he had went to school with.
Yep. And I bet you that was him.
Yep.
See,
I'll rewatch The Uncle tonight. Did you watch it, Ada? The Uncle thing? You can rewind on
oh
this and
yeah,
watch it.
she was in chat.
I fell asleep.
Did you?
Yeah. Lady R
He
had to.
did. He did good. He did good. He was nervous. He was the only one that's been up on the stand so far that act like he even cared.
I know. Well, Crystal acted like the victim.
Yeah, Crystal was covering her butt. Everybody's covering their butt. The only one that didn't was Kevin Montgomery. He actually did a good job. He was
Actually,
nervous at
hero.
first. Huh?
He's actually the real hero in this whole case.
Yeah. Well,
I mean,
he actually was, trying to choke back the tears, and I mean, he was genuine. And there was a couple times that the prosecutor had to switch up the questioning to like something like questioning when a witness is up there and they're starting to get nervous. Usually the attorney can tell, so they'll change the subject real quick and switch it to something that asks questions that he can know and answer quickly, and then go back to the harder questions just to make them feel like they've got some answers right. You know what I mean? That they knew some of the answers. It's just to take off the nervousness and the pressure. It's a tactic that they use
Did you
to
notice
calm the witness.
when they made them swear, they wouldn't make them swear under "So help me God" anymore? They said something in perjury.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, they're not saying under. They're not swearing under God
Ugh.
when they swear their oath.
That's all right. We were all in the chat praying for Kevin. We were like, Kevin, we were like, Lord, give Kevin the strength to tell the truth and get him through this and be little Harmony's voice.
Him and his mother went to check on Harmony, and she seemed okay. He said, "I'm here. I had to clean after that DCF worker. He pissed me off." It's all off, y'all.
We're gonna send Lady R after him.
He set up a 25,000 GoFundMe, cashed it out. 295 doesn't sound like he cared that much. Wow, that's the only thing that gets me.
Yeah.
I think it depends on the state in the court. Pretty sure South Carolina said it. $295 is all he got. Well, people was on to that. Like, I don't give to GoFundMe's, y'all. I would not give to a random GoFundMe. I've noticed that people on TikTok will go on there now. Several people has been going on to random making their TikToks, telling people they're homeless and starving to get people to give them money. Have y'all seen that on TikTok?
No.
I
If they're
mean,
homeless and starving, how they have a phone to sit there and make a TikTok?
I know this one girl last night had a baby in the back seat of the car, and she said, "I'm out here in my friend's parking lot with nowhere to stay. Hey, Diamonds." And I'm like, okay, so your friend's letting you stay in her parking lot. Why won't she let you stay in her house?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I scrolled. I mean, I hate to be cruel, but so many people are out here scamming. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Trying to make a quick buck.
Yeah. So I don't know. When there's a death, you'll see the worst, or a tragedy or anything like that, you'll see the worst come out of family members, especially.
So Daisy, so tell me, do you think Adam's gonna get second degree murder or no?
Yes, I think they'll find him guilty.
I hope so.
Me too. That's right, DD or D boss. I do think that they will find him. There's just so much evidence that he hit that baby and stuff.
Yeah.
I think Kayla's more involved. I think Kayla may have been smacking her around it herself. I think Kayla didn't try to save that baby for the simple reason is she covered it up for over a year after she left Adam.
Yeah.
She still continued to draw benefits.
Let me tell you this. I can't believe she realized that this man that she's with just killed this child, shoved her in a daggone bag, and toted her around all over the place. Then put her in a ceiling, and all the fluids leaked out. His handprints are on the top of that ceiling when he was dragging that tote out. Then put her in a daggone bathtub. Was wringing out the bodily fluids to go down the drain. She sat there and looked at all this. At what point did she just realize maybe that he could do that to one of her kids?
He would have done it if he would have flew mad enough. She probably protected her kids.
Exactly.
She probably was like, "You don't touch our kids."
Exactly. She probably thought, well, Harmony is your daughter, not my daughter. And whatever he does to her, it's none of her business. And she kind of has that arrogant look about her, like, oh well, that's not my daughter. Oh well.
Did you see the opening statement where they said that she wrote a letter that she was trying to get them to give her a deal, and she wanted this, that, and everything. And in the letter, she wanted Adam back. She'd just like to have one more night with him to be
That's
able to kiss him
disgusting.
and love him. Well, she
Ugh.
got pregnant after he killed Harmony. She got pregnant and had a baby girl herself from him.
Wow. Well, if he goes to prison, then she can go and visit him in prison.
In prison herself, but she's only getting like a year in prison, and then she's going to be able to get out. I pray that they don't give that woman her children, and I really
Oh,
don't
they
think
will.
she deserves to have her children.
They will. They'll give her children back. That's what CPS is there for, is to reunite parents.
One last booty call, yeah. Like, she was that obsessed with him that she would sit and let him do that, you know?
See, listen, you've got to be a special kind of sicko to sit there and witness all that stuff and continue to love somebody like that. No.
Her time is almost served. I know. I don't think she should ever get those kids back, for the simple reason she let that man murder that little baby in front of her other two children.
Yep.
He admitted to doing drugs and everything in front of her two children.
Yep.
I mean, how can they? I would be mad. I would be.
But the sad thing about it is that poor little Harmony doesn't really have anyone who cares enough to push anything.
Nope.
Not even Crystal, her biological mom.
I didn't know until this trial that Crystal knew that they were living in that same house. She knew. She had been to that house to see Harmony before. Yet she said she couldn't get a hold of Adam. Show your ass up at the door, knock on the door, and check on your child.
Oh, I would have took the police with me. I'd have been
Yeah.
like, I'd have called for a safety check. If I couldn't find my child and say, I was afraid to go up there to the door, I would call the police and have a safety check done.
Exactly.
Every week, every day if I have to.
Emailed this, and I quit talking to him. He wouldn't give me his number. Well, you know where
You know where he lives. Yep.
Exactly. So why didn't, when she hung up that phone with him and he did that to that baby in front of her, why didn't she take her big ass on over and knock on that door and say, I want to see my daughter?
Yep. Because she didn't care.
Because she didn't. She was too worried about doing her damn drugs.
She was worried about doing her drugs, and she was just too lazy. And I think honestly, I think she was glad that she didn't have to take care of Harmony. That she wasn't responsible for her any longer.
I think it was. I think it wasn't until people started asking about Harmony that she actually stepped up and started. My nephew had, his wife did that. She walked away from her daughter when she was like that age and just
How in
left
the world can you walk away from your child? I just can't fathom that.
I can't either.
But I mean, I guess I guess if you realize you can't be the parent that you're supposed to be, I guess the better thing would to be is to allow them to go somewhere that would be a better place. But in Adam Montgomery, that was not the place. The best place was for her to stay in that foster home with that lady who loved her.
Well, that lady give her up to another foster parent.
That's you know why, don't you?
Why?
Well, you've seen how many times she was in and out, in and out, in and out of that house. So probably what happened was is Crystal cleaned up, took that baby back, then got the baby taken away again, then placed in this lady's home. This lady loves this baby, seen all the crap that this child's going through. Your heart can only take so much.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
That's a lot of, I mean, especially when she had other foster children that, I can guarantee you that lady probably would have adopted that little girl.
But the point of the matter is, in the foster care system, the father takes priority over any foster parent.
Yeah.
But where he had a history of drug abuse and stuff.
He had a felony.
Uh-huh.
And I did not think that you could gain custody if you have a felony. Maybe in some states you can, but in the state I'm at, I don't think you can.
With all the calls that people were making on Harmony and they didn't do anything, it pisses me off.
Yeah. So, but we gotta think about this. Harmony, God took Harmony, and now she's no longer suffering. She's up in heaven, just living a good little life, and she's no longer with these monsters. Being done no matter who knows what to her, because I can guarantee you that ain't the only crap that was happening to her.
I'd say either. Even duty
So,
run that. What's a proffer agreement? Kayla
A what?
signed a proffer agreement. What's that?
I don't know. A proper agreement.
Mm-hmm.
I never heard of it.
I've never heard that either. But yeah, I believe God took her that day because she was just. Sometimes they just need their Father God. Nobody else is there, so God took her, I believe.
I didn't realize he was continuously punching her while he was driving through red lights, through red lights, through red lights. I thought he punched her 4 times, but it sounds like to me he continuously punched her while he was driving to a stoplight, punch, 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 and then went to another stoplight, punch, punch, punch. Sounds like he struck her more than 4 times.
He did because they said Kayla put up her arm to try to supposedly stop her, and he gave her a look or something.
I mean, a grown ass man doing that to a 5-year-old. What?
I know.
That's just disgusting. It makes my stomach hurt.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, ugh. He needs to be put in the deepest, darkest dungeon and be tortured. Sorry.
I know. It's sad.
In some countries, there's an eye for an eye.
Oh yeah, doing that to a child. But you know what? He's sitting back. He's getting 3 hots in a cot, watching TV. Probably got an iPad.
Yep. Not having to go to his court and listen to all the horrible, horrid things that he did to this baby.
Mm-hmm.
And here the jury is having to take time out of their own life and away from their families. And don't think that these jury members aren't going to have nightmares. Because when I was on the jury, the stuff that I seen, asked my husband, we weren't allowed to discuss it. And I told him I couldn't discuss it with him.
Diamond said basically she can snitch and they won't charge her. But if she runs her mouth to a third party, that third party can tell on her and then she will be charged. Oh.
What?
I'm still kind of confused on that one too.
What does that mean? I don't understand that. So she's only allowed to testify to in court, but not outside of court. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know.
Huh. I don't know, because I never heard of that before. But I mean, there's a lot of plea deals that you could make. But I mean, if you gotta let one evil go to catch the actual monster, I mean, you got to do what you got to do as far as the
One good thing about it, the
prosecution is.
defense is not really going after. I mean, it's not really taking up for him. They're just kind of letting it be what it is.
Yeah, well, what could they say?
There's nothing they can say, I guess.
The only thing that the defense is saying is that Adam didn't kill his daughter, that his daughter just miraculously died.
Well, Adam is trying to say that Kayla, that he left and come back, and Harmony was under Kayla's care, and he asked Kayla what happened, and she said, "I don't know." So he's basically trying to throw it off on Kayla.
Well, I wonder if he's going to testify to that.
Mm-mm.
But he's already admitted to dismembering a corpse, tampering of evidence, whatever else it is. So he has already said yes to all that. I hope he is not. See, he seems like he's arrogant enough to think that he's going to get away with this.
Oh, he is. He knows how to play the system. And you know what I think? I think that as long as his children are little, they should never be allowed to go around that prison and see him.
No.
But you know what? When Kayla gets out and she gets custody, I guarantee she'll bring them kids up there to see him.
Yeah. Well, when they grow up and they find out why he's in prison.
Yeah. Find out what he did to their
Yep.
sister.
Yep. They might think a little bit differently.
And I don't believe for 1 minute that Harmony was smothering that baby. I think that she was afraid her daddy was going to hurt the baby, and she put her hand over his mouth to try to keep him from crying so her daddy wouldn't get mad.
Who
And
leaves a 4-year-old in charge of a 5-month-old? Where was Kayla? How are you going to leave a 4-year-old
she was
in charge of a 5-month-old?
She lied. She told the law that she was working. They found out that she had long been fired.
Yeah, she was there.
She lied a lot. They caught her in so many lies. It's
And
disgusting.
she probably had her hand over his mouth because she thought she was going to get in trouble because Adam might have thought she made the baby cry.
I don't know. It's sad.
And she's only 4 years. Legally, you cannot leave a 4-year-old in charge of a 5-month-old
I know.
or a week old. Was it 5 weeks or 5 months? 5 weeks, right?
It was a little one. I'm not sure. They might or they might not care, especially if Kayla raises them. Well, she's proved neglect. I mean, this woman assisted in the murder of this child. In
That's
my
right.
opinion, she sit there and let this baby moan. And I think, hey, Gigi, he needs to be there so the jury can see his reactions to the
Exactly.
asked what the effing coward. Yeah, I agree too. Well, not only that too is that she could have at least checked on her when she alleged heard her back there moaning and groaning and gurgling for 5 minutes and then just stop. And then the prosecution said she was afraid to look back there because she knew what he
Oh
did.
yeah. Well, heck, if he'd been pounding her in the face through 2 red lights, she was a bloody mess on her face. She had to have been.
Her face was probably beat up horribly because.
And there was a 2-year-old sitting right next to her, watching her get punched in the face.
Yeah, and
what a disgusting piece of shit. I'm sorry.
I know. She had an accident that morning, and he had jumped onto her and stuff over that accident that morning, and then they were going down the road, and she must have pooped on herself again because they said they smelled it, so she she pooped on herself. Maybe she was sick and had diarrhea or something.
Well, why didn't they get her pull-ups?
They wouldn't even get out and take her to the bathroom. All they was worried about was drugs,
Drugs.
drugs.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why Kayla can't remember details, is because she was all doped up.
In my opinion, they need to put her in jail too. She
Oh,
needs
yeah.
to spend time for what she did to Harmony. I feel like she's just as responsible all these months. Like, and she was caught stealing at her work, so therefore she's a thief, a liar, a stealer.
Yeah.
I mean, how can you believe anything she says either?
I hope, this is what I hope. I hope that all of that abuse and horrifying, horrific actions that her and Adam did to that poor child, I hope that haunts her over and over in her nightmares every single night of every single day that she breathes in oxygen until it's time for her to meet God.
I think her mother knew too. I do too, but guess what? She don't look like the type that would. She's grieving more over not having Adam back. Losing Adam. Just one more night with him. Yeah.
Well, you know what? Maybe if she got one more night with him, he'd kill her too, because she's witness against him.
Hey, I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't. I don't get this monster. I don't get. They're both monsters.
They both are, exactly.
There's so
All
many.
she cared about was her kids, because she didn't have no ties to Harmony, so she
No.
probably figured, well, I mean, what's it my business? That's probably the excuse she gave herself.
Yeah.
That's
Why
his daughter, not my daughter.
Exactly. She assisted him with undressing Harmony, cutting her clothes off and everything. She assisted with that. And they're not even charging her with abuse of a corpse. She assisted in abuse of a corpse.
Yeah. So his friend rented him a U-Haul. What did he have to have a U-Haul for? Oh, because it was cheaper than just renting a car.
I
And
don't know. He stayed in a hotel room that night too before he did it. So what I think is he stayed in that hotel room and cut her up.
I bet he did too.
And then he disputed her over. I thought I read that the friend helped distribute her small bags, but I don't know.
Well, it didn't say that though. They didn't say it.
Not yet. No, they didn't call the friend up on the stand yet. I don't think.
I wonder if he's on the docket to come up and testify.
I'd say so. Where he was with Adam.
What was the point of having that nurse up there?
Just the fact that Harmony was 35 pounds. That's not bad for a little one. I mean,
Not for a 4-year-old.
no. I don't know. I didn't get that either.
It was weird.
That was weird. Like,
And she was sitting there like, what am I even here for? Just read the medical. All they had to do was read the medical report.
exactly.
They didn't need to have the nurse up there, I didn't think, but I don't know.
Around her mouth.
What?
They said that Harmony had a rash around her mouth.
Huh.
I wonder if I don't know.
Well, you know how little kids like lick their lips,
Yeah.
and they cause that rash that goes around it,
Or
like
her
dry
crying
skin.
all the time.
Yeah.
Just sometimes you wish that you could just have 1 hour in a small room with these people like him.
Oh. I would. Oh, yeah.
I mean, with these law enforcement, that they see these cases all the time. And red flags are there, especially with CPS. You're expecting, you can't just take a mother's word for it. My stepdaughter lied so damn much, like she was the best at lying. And so, I mean, I never took a damn word she said, because she come to our house one time, brought the little grandbaby that had leukemia. He had 103 fever and he was lifeless. And She bummed money off of us, wanted gasoline and money to take him to Lexington, Kentucky, where he had his treatment at, his cancer treatment, okay? And he was lifeless. She even got on the phone and acted like she was talking to a doctor. Okay. Well, my husband, I guess he smelled a rat. So he got her some gas and gave her some money and followed her. And she went after my husband left and hid where she couldn't see him. He saw her go down and to this gas station, pick her mom and another man up, and take that baby back up the road to her house, and never took him to the hospital that night. And I called the hospital and I said, "Is there a room available?" Because she said there was a room available. They were on their way. I called the number back and it wasn't even a real number. And she sat there and acted like it was a real number to scam money, use that baby. And he was deathly sick.
Wow.
And I said, "I want to speak to the hospital social worker right now." And I told him, I said, "That baby is running 103 fever and he is lifeless. And she just come to our house getting money and then took off back up the road with her mother and another person." So yeah.
Wow. People,
Yeah.
I guess when you're on drugs, you don't care about
Oh,
nothing but yourself.
on and on what she did with that baby, how they used that baby for money. I could, oh yeah. Yep. There's a lot to that one.
Well,
So
there is each state has like a CASA program, which is a child advocate program, and people can volunteer to help out with the workload, in their state and actually assist in, helping CPS visit and talk with the child. Now, the CASA worker takes the child in one room while the CPS worker talks to the parent.
yeah. And they
Um,
need to do that.
yeah, and each state has a CASA program. So if there's anybody interested in, volunteering for that program, and
Believe
that's actually doing something and helping, you could help a child, and I think that's important.
believe. I think very important. And I know that a lot of people call falsely. I know that they call falsely.
Yeah,
Look at the YouTube people that does it.
yeah, and
But
that's why they should never do that, because what that does is that makes it to where, it seems not as important when you have false calls like that.
yeah, yeah, because they're used to it.
You cry
But
wolf too many times and people don't take it seriously.
when you pull up and you're a social worker and you know this guy and this guy knows you and he sees you and he puts the child in the car and takes off with it and you do nothing about it, I mean, what the hell?
Yeah.
You
So they
know,
locked so they locked eyes. He knew he was there to check Harmony out.
well, yeah, he knew he was there to check Harmony out.
Yeah, I didn't come in on it. I come in at the
Oh, yeah,
very
yeah,
end.
yeah. I missed it, but I've seen his other. But oh, with that part, yeah, the social worker said that he pulled up behind Adam and saw Adam putting Harmony in the car and watched Adam get in the car with Harmony and take off.
Like
And
he
then
backed out around the social worker?
I don't know exactly, but he would have had to have. Or
Wow. If he pulled up behind him, he had to have backed up around him.
yeah, he pulled up behind him. I think he said about 30 feet. He literally let him do it. If that don't smell a rat, I don't know what does. And then instead of going back out there that evening, he freaking called Adam and waited a whole week to. I could sit here and yell all day. It ain't gonna do no good.
I know. That's what I'm like. We just gotta pray that God touches these witnesses' hearts and give them strength to tell the truth. And I mean, there's nothing we can do. We can get mad all day, but
Maybe through Harmony's death that they'll pass laws where CPS will have to do better, and
yeah,
maybe through her they'll save other children. Maybe Harmony will save other children from the same thing. I
I
mean,
just want to know if that's the social worker that knew Adam.
I don't know. They'll probably do an interview with Crystal after the trial and maybe ask her. I don't know. They never asked him a whole lot of questions.
I
I
feel
felt
like
like
that's important.
I know. I feel like it is too. This case has got me, and Harmony's had my heart from the beginning. Like this child has been through so much. Whatever happened to Bashley? Remember Bashley? She was boots on the ground. My
Yeah,
old mod. I mean,
yeah.
she was all about some Harmony, and she knew everything. But I've not seen her. You know,
Oh, yeah. I'm sure she's on
around.
her case somewhere
Yeah,
because that was her. That was her. She
yeah.
lived there.
She was boots on the ground the day that they were bringing the refrigerator out, the
Oh
floor,
yeah.
everything. I knew they found something.
We had firsthand view of what was going on
Oh my God, can you believe he packed that baby everywhere?
in that little tote too. Not even a plastic tote, but a cloth tote.
A cloth tote, yeah.
That's uh,
And he was at that shelter and he was letting that drip down on them. She was in
that's
the cell.
disgusting. This man is disgusting. And then she wants to
That
have
Barb,
one more visit with him to kiss him and oh,
I don't get it either. I do not get it either. You know that law enforcement probably wants to charge her but can't.
oh yeah. Well, they had to make a decision. They either
Yeah,
charge her for lesser charges or throw the book at him.
exactly.
And he's the actual the bigger monster than she is.
Yeah,
So they had to pick the worst of the two evils. Sometimes you got to make that decision.
I agree.
And if we all had to choose, Kayla going to prison or Adam going to prison, who were we going to pick? I'd pick Adam hands down every time.
Yeah, me too. You know, with that little Cody's trial, even though the father wasn't the one that unalived that little boy, but he helped conceal the body, they still charged him with murder.
Yeah, some states are harder than on stuff like that than others.
Yeah. But now he never admitted to seeing her. Well, he admitted like once or twice to seeing her smacking the baby around, but the child was actually in his custody. She wasn't supposed to be there, and she was beating that baby, and she killed him, man. She didn't even have him but a couple days, and she unalived him. That's just psychopath.
Was she on drugs too?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think both of them were on drugs.
Our society right now is very, very
That's-
much drug ridden, and when you're on drugs, there's no there's no rationality there.
I would love to foster children again. I'd love to have foster children again. We've got enough property and all that, but I don't want to deal with CPS. I mean, dealing with CPS is difficult because some of them they want to control everything you do, and tell you what to do.
Oh, so CPS wants to control the foster parents, but not the real parents.
Well, both. I know that my problem was the CPS worker that had Bub. He would go back and forth between me and my stepdaughter and the little boy's daddy, and would gossip in between and pat tails. And then he would tell me that I had to let the little boy's dad and stepmom come to my house, and them drug addicts and stuff. And we were supposed to be getting paid, but we chose not to. We took on uh full amount of money for both boys. And then he would tell us, "Oh, well, you can't leave her alone." But then he turned around and let her have them back. It was just a hot mess express. And I was like, he knew I was at my point because I actually called him up one day because he had threatened my children. Evelyn was taking care of my kids, and Evelyn and my oldest daughter just, they always argue back and forth, kid around. And he he said something to my oldest daughter because she was kidding with Evelyn. And that's when I called him up and I said, I'm not going to do this anymore. He knew I was pissed off. He was not going to threaten my kids. My kids had nothing to do with it. And he knew that he effed up. Because I told him, I said, let me tell you something. I don't know if I can do this anymore. I'm about ready to give up. Because hell no. I'd had it. I'd been at my point with his bullshit, his tail packing, my stepdaughter coming over, running the freaking show, acting like a little witch, going up there to the hospital when we'd be having to sit up her all day, every day, and her just walking around like she's king shit and smoking her cigarettes and running outside playing around. It pissed me the hell off.
Isn't that the ones who was trying to steal the iPad?
Yeah, well, her mom was, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I could tell y'all some stories on that whole situation. Yeah, it's way worse, but it'll just piss me off.
I think you might already be there.
No. But the fact of the matter is, they gave him back to both of them back to her, Bub too. But she didn't
They
want
gave
Bub.
Bub back to her
Yeah, they give Bub and him back to her.
and Dakota.
Yeah, and she didn't want Bub because Bub didn't come with a check. Dakota did. So she was like mad at me because I was like, I'm done. I'm walking away. I can't do this. So I went for like 2 weeks and I wouldn't get Bub. And she got mad. But then I got to thinking, I cannot do that to that baby. He loves us. He's used to us. I can't do that. So I went and got Bub again. And then it was like probably not even a year later that she came to the house high and dropped Bub off. And when she came back, she had needles. Or she wasn't high when she dropped him off, but when she came back, she was hiding with dirty needle marks in her arm, and he wouldn't let her go. And that's when we got full custody of Bub. We took her to court. We didn't mess with CPS. We took her straight to court, and she signed him over eventually.
Wow.
Yeah, but that was we during that time we actually had him through CPS, but after he granted her custody and she went back and started doing drugs again, we didn't even waste our time with CPS where my husband was the biological grandfather. We went and got an emergency custody order that was granted, then we got temporary, and then when the day we went to court to get full custody, she agreed to let us have him with visitation. And so, yeah. And then we took it upon ourselves to not let her have but supervised visitation after Bub started coming home telling us stuff. So she could only come to our house and do it, see him. She didn't
Yeah.
like that.
See, that's CPS's goal is to get the families back together. It's not to keep them apart.
I know, but it's dangerous when you've got
Yeah, it
somebody
is.
that's why these kids fall. That's
Through the
why it
cracks.
happens.
Yeah, they fall through the cracks because
Yeah.
that's. I mean, I understand if there's a parent who's trying to better themselves,
Mm-hmm.
but and some parents do. They
Places and
they get
homes.
their stuff together and they learn their lesson, but there's a bigger majority that don't.
Well, and another thing is too, placing them in homes where their mother or their parent that's abusive and neglective lives in that house, and then the grandmother, which in my stepdaughter's case, the grandmother turned them loose, the sick little boy loose in the hospital for 2 weeks. She was supposed to be there supervising, and when they went in there to look for him because they'd robbed the floral shop at the hospital, they robbed the floral shop at the hospital.
Wow.
The grandmother was passed out in the bathroom, and because my little grandson, not Bub, the other one, told him, said hers in the bathroom, and she was in the floor passed out. And the great grandma, we didn't know it at the time. CPS had gave her custody. We didn't know it, and they come in and took them from her. and gave them to us. It was a whole mess. It was a whole mess.
Wow. That's pretty bad when you got the grandma
Yeah,
shooting
and
up in the bathroom.
yeah, well, my stepdaughter's mom, yeah, that's another big story. But the fact of the matter is, the great grandmother actually had custody of them, and she turned both of them loose when she was supposed to be supervising visits, just like with Billy Joe. Billy Joe had custody of Quentin, but she left Quentin with his angry, drug addicted mother. And what happened?
Yep.
They robbed the flower shop at University of Kentucky's flower shop, UK hospital. They robbed it.
Wow.
Hmm. I
Well,
don't know how they did it or what, but they did.
that's drugs.
Yeah. And so, yeah, that's a hot mess express. Well, I could go on and on all day about that, but
So when is the court re-adjourning tomorrow or back in session?
8 o'clock in the morning again.
What
I don't
time?
know if I'll be able to make it. I might get it started and go back to sleep again.
8 o'clock in the morning.
They was in the yeah, they were in the process of taking uh Bub's brother again, and I didn't know
Died.
it until he passed away. The great grandmother, my stepdaughter had signed over him to the great grandmother. Well, the great grandmother they had already got for neglect the first time, so she took him and ran to Cincinnati, Ohio, where the CPS couldn't touch her,
Mm.
and so they just dropped the case whenever you know.
Whenever it went over to a
Yeah,
different state.
yeah. Then Bub's sister went to her dad. Yeah,
So poor
drugs.
little Dakota had not a chance.
No, no, he didn't.
That's a shame.
He would have been 19 years old this year. Well, going on 20. He'd have been 20.
Wow.
Yeah. He loved me, though.
Um,
He said I was cushy. He
you're
called me
cushy.
cushy. I would sit with him and rock him at night because that Decadron would make his legs hurt, make him real emotional.
Yeah.
So I'd rub his legs for him and just hold him and love on him. And he called me cushy. And by
Oh,
the time that she got him back, hell, he was running around swimming in the pool, everything. He was doing so good. He went from a white count of like 1,500 to a 5,000 white count. Like he
wow.
so good, yes. Because I let him get outside and play. I didn't take him out in public, but we had a big yard. We had a swimming pool. He got outside and played. He had fun. I've got videos of him and my youngest daughter dancing and stuff together.
Oh.
And it was
Well, at
so
least he knew some happiness.
yeah, he loved us. And then they took him away from us and gave him back into that situation again. And 2 months later, his cancer came back with a vengeance. So it's sad, but he's in heaven, and I'll see him again.
Yeah.
I had a dream about him.
And he's no longer in any pain or hurting or have to be,
He got baptized
shuffled back and forth from his mom to his great grandma to the
oh, yeah.
and sitting there suffering without getting his own medicine.
I do believe his great grandma loved him. I just think that she couldn't control that situation.
It doesn't sound like anybody could. Sound like that mother was wild.
Yeah,
And her
but
mother was wild.
yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, if
Oh,
they're robbing the flower shop of the hospital, they're trying to steal an iPad. The mother's all passed out and cracked out in the bathroom. I mean, that's weird. The grandma,
oh yeah,
and then you're doing it with your daughter.
yeah.
That's
Oh, it's worse than that.
so weird. I know. Isn't didn't I? I won't say it unless you say it.
Well, I just
I,
yeah,
yeah.
it's worse than that. But I know he's in heaven because I had a dream about him after he passed away. And it was actually after his great grandma, because I believe his great grandma grieved herself to death over him because she got cancer and it was already too late by the time she found out. She died a few months, probably exactly about a year after he passed away. She passed away. And
Oh,
I had a dream, and she was with him in that dream, his great grandmother.
wow.
They were together, and he was happy. And so I know that he's good. He's in heaven.
Yeah. That reminds me of the movie The Shack.
I know. I know. You know what's something real funny? And I don't believe in ghosts. Y'all know I don't believe in ghosts. But I was working in a nursing home at that time, and it was about 2 weeks after he passed away.
You got some spooky stories, though.
I know. And there was a patient there, and she kept smiling. She kept looking down around my legs and kept smiling. And I'm like, "What are you smiling about?" And my friend Jade was there with me, and she knew the situation. And she said, "Oh, there's just this little blonde headed boy that keeps running around your legs." She said, "Look at him. He's running all around you." And my friend Jade said, "Make her stop. Make her stop. She scared the shit out of me."
Uh,
And I'll never forget that she said it.
wow.
And she ended up coding that night, and we had to resuscitate her that night.
Oh. And now,
We
how long had it been since Dakota had passed away that she seen this?
like 2 weeks after he passed away.
Oh.
Yeah, she kept saying that she saw a little blonde-headed boy running around my
Well,
legs.
maybe she did. We don't know.
I don't believe in ghosts. I don't know what it
Maybe
was.
that wasn't a ghost, though. Maybe it was his spirit.
No, I don't believe that. I don't believe spirits can come. I think they go to heaven. But the thing is,
Maybe
I
his little spirit wasn't ready yet.
that was one of the things that make you go, And
Yeah.
it's weird because she coded that night. And
Wow. And maybe
yeah,
that gave her the ability to see something that you couldn't
she
see.
didn't die. We brought her back. She died a couple weeks later, but
Oh,
uh,
you brought her back.
yeah, brought her back, and they
Was that
shipped her.
the only time she said that to you?
Yeah, was
Oh.
that night? Yeah, because they shipped her. Did you guys see the Quentin Simons ghost? Do you guys think it
That
was real?
no, that was a play on the light.
I really believe. I don't believe people can come back after death.
I think that was play on light. I mean,
Yeah,
maybe not, but I watched it over
yeah,
and over again, and the way he was moving, it kind of, the light does the opposite. Like if you go on a certain angle, and the only reason why I know this is because I was a wedding photographer for a very long time, and there are ways that you can catch reflection and cause it to look like that.
yeah. I believe that they either go to heaven or hell. There's no in between. I think that the people see things. It's their demons that they leave behind. Um,
Yeah,
I get. I get.
but Quentin couldn't have a little demon. He was a baby.
No, he didn't. But it could be the demon of the mommy that's in there fooling people. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe.
There's a lot of evil in that house. I
Oh
bet
yeah.
there's a lot of evil in that.
I sure in the heck wouldn't buy that house to live in.
Yeah, and
No.
demons come in all different forms. They can attach themselves to like items and objects. Um, and that's why they say clean your house out and get rid of anything that has any kind of witchcraft attached to it. Like that doll allegedly in that Conjuring movie, they say that's supposed to be evil.
Was it
Uh,
the Annabelle?
Annabelle, yeah.
That was like a Raggedy Ann doll, wasn't it?
Yeah, but those people, I
The
watched
Warrens?
the Warrens. They did witchcraft. They wasn't Christians. They were doing seances. That's the worst thing you could do is a damn seance, conjure up that demon.
Heck
They
no.
were doing
You
seances.
ain't doing those. Nobody's doing a seance in my house.
Yeah, that's when the woman flew across the room. Alleged. I watched a thing, and I actually watched where the daughter of that that woman that lived in that house said she was peeking through the door and watching it. She seen what happened. And she had a pendulum necklace on. So they all practiced witchcraft. So no
Mm.
wonder all that shit was happening in that house.
Well, didn't they also collect all the things that were supposedly possessed,
Well, they
all the
proclaimed
trinkets?
that the Warrens were Christians. No, Christians don't do seances. I'm sorry, you don't do that. And those people are not Christians, in my opinion.
But didn't they collect didn't they like once they did whatever they did, they took the item out of the house and kept it in their house
They
in like
put it
a special room
place,
under
yeah.
glass? Yeah. That's scary. I wouldn't no. I don't fool with any of that stuff. I ain't taking a chance. I wouldn't take a chance. No. I want nothing. We built our house from scratch. So,
You don't have to worry about nothing being in your house, do you?
nope, we're the only ones in here.
Yeah.
We know it's clean and clear.
If you work in a nursing facility or any place where people have died, you will see stuff. I've seen it.
Oh, Daisy has the wildest stories. Oh my gosh. Her, me, and Lady Love and her would sit there and talk for hours about this. And she has the wildest stories.
Anybody that worked in healthcare that's worked in a hospital, especially a night shift, will experience stuff.
Yeah. Like that,
Yeah,
like that time when you said that you walked by this door and there are like giant angels surrounding this person's bed. Was it angels or people?
People, like I'd walk by doors and people would be in the rooms, and then I'd stop and back up, and there'd be nobody in that room.
See, that's weird. That'd be scary.
And then like the shadow people, I've always seen them. And then a little story that we used to tell at this hospital I used to work at. Well, allegedly there was a nurse supervisor who was working at this hospital, and she was upstairs in the nursery talking to um, the girls in the nursery, and it was at night, and she got this phone call from a patient's room, and in the phone call, the patient's like hard breathing, saying they can't breathe, they need help. The nurse supervisor gets this phone call, okay? So she calls down to that floor and tell them they need to go check on that patient because the patient's having shortness of breath. And they said, "What are you talking about? That patient passed away like an hour ago."
Ugh.
Like, what? She's like, "What?" And she's like, "Yeah, that patient passed away. There's nobody in there."
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, yeah. Oh my God, or something like that. It was, and
Creepy.
she was freaking out. She was freaking out.
That's creepy.
And then I've heard stories like, I like the stories that some of the other ones, because some of them. The one thing that I saw the was when I was in a level 2 nursery. I worked in a level 2, the main nursery with all the normal size newborn babies were in one room behind me, and then there was a second room where we kept the preemies, right? So they placed me with the preemie that night, and so I was alone at the witching hour between 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning. And of course, the other nurse that was supposed to be there with me, I was in training at that time, was off to the postpartum, yapping and yapping. She always did that to me. She left me, and every time she left me, something would happen. And I could sense something behind me watching me from the regular nursery. So I turned around and looked, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw a large person. Oh, I thought it was an angel. I didn't get scared or anything, but I could feel its presence. And I got up and I walked in the nursery where the other babies were and looked around, and there was nothing there. It was almost like it stepped back from the wall and hid itself. And then hey, reap what you sow. And then, like, I could feel that presence. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And about that time, it wasn't maybe 30 minutes later, the baby I was feeding, the preemie, uh, dropped oxygen dropped to 30.
Oh,
And I freaked out and I had to get it out and stimulate it and get it back going. But I thought that it was an angel there with me.
that
I
might have been
was an angel there with me that was about to happen and that angel was there with me during that time.
to help you through it.
Yeah. And then I had another experience where a baby actually coded on me and I was by myself. And that same nurse was over in postpartum and I had to go.
What's over at postpartum that she can't leave alone?
Well, in that department, friends, she's over gossiping
Uh,
with. We had three different departments. We had labor and delivery, nursery, and then postpartum, and they were all sectioned off. Especially the nursery. Whenever you're in a nursery, it's secured. That place was extremely secured. You have to have special codes and everything to get in it. And so she would walk lolly dolly all over on over there, and every time she'd leave me alone, something would happen that scared me to death. But luckily, each time I did what I had to do, but I just felt like that was an angel there with me that night.
well, good thing you've been well trained.
Yeah, I can tell when someone's getting ready to seize. I actually had a patient I actually had a patient seize on me. I was alone in that little tiny bathroom in the hospital, and her eyes started getting big, and I was like, I hit that bell. I said, I need help now. She's getting ready to seize. And just when I did that, son, she started seizing.
Oh
And
my
I was
goodness.
trying to hold her, and finally everybody came and helped me. We got her to the bed, but I've had them pass out in the bathroom on me and everything.
That's gotta be scary.
The scariest thing I've ever had experienced with me was probably a 9-year-old little boy that passed out after throwing up blood everywhere.
Oh,
He'd had a tonsillectomy and he started throwing up blood, and we was like, what happened, what happened? And the grandma broke down and started crying and said, we give him a cheeseburger. I
oh
said, a
no.
cheeseburger? Yeah, because he wasn't supposed to be eating. And it ripped all those stitches out, and I was getting ready to take him back down to OR and had the wheelchair there, and he passed out in the bed on me. And it freaked,
Wow.
yeah, and throwed up bright red blood everywhere. Not brown blood, but bright red blood, and it scared the shit out of me.
Yeah, I guess it would.
Yeah.
Wow.
After you get those experiences, uh-huh. But
Yeah.
after through all them, you just learn to react. I function better under high stress.
Yeah.
Yeah. We had a patient code one time. I was the charge nurse, and she turned blue and limp like a rag doll on us, and she was in a wheelchair, and we had to pack her to the bed. And one of the CNAs said, she's dead. I said, no, she ain't. Let's get her in the bed. And we started CPR on her. She came back. I sent her to the ER. She was fine.
Wow.
I sent her back that evening. She aspirated, is what she did. She turned
Wow.
blue and just went limp.
That
And
that
then
has
she
gotta be
left
scary.
so fast. Huh?
I said that's gotta be scary.
It's scary, but you get used to it. I literally saw a patient turn completely white. He was sitting at the nurse's station with me. He was my little buddy. He turned pale white, and I said, "What's wrong with you, Pappy?" And I went around the nurse's station, and there were blood everywhere,
Oh my gosh. Like
everywhere.
you threw up or pooped it out or what?
Out of his bottom,
Mm.
and it. Oh, we rushed him. I rushed him to the hospital, and when they were trying to clean him up, it was just squirting out. I thought we were going to lose him that day, but he didn't. It was a polyp. A polyp can do that. They can break open and you can bleed out from them. And that's what happens. Sometimes
Wow.
with polyps, yeah. So it scared the shit out of me. Had to have blood transfusion and everything. But yeah, that's when there's a lot of blood involved, it's very scary. Very, very scary.
Yeah. Because even a little bit of blood, it looks like a lot to me.
Yeah. Well, after you work labor and delivery, nothing scares you. Blood, nothing about blood, because you see so much blood in labor and delivery. A C-section ain't near as the blood as a vaginal birth. A vaginal birth is way bloodier than a
Yeah.
C-section.
Shoot, my first baby ripped. They didn't do the anesthesiotomy. He ripped it from my hole to the butthole.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm telling you what, that was painful.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, I'm surprised I had two more.
I've seen some bad ones.
I
Some bad,
bet.
bad
And then the
ones.
doctor stitched it up, and he stitched it up so tight. The stitches that when I sneezed and popped them open. Oh my gosh. Talk about pain.
Was the baby okay? Did you say baby?
Yeah, my oldest son.
Oh, no
Yeah, he was
boy.
about 10 pounds. He was almost 10 pounds.
Oh yeah.
My first baby, and I was little back then. I weighed probably about, I don't know, 135 pounds before I
Oh,
got pregnant.
you had a water baby?
Me?
Rhonda Lynn said she
Oh,
had a water baby. My friend seen one come out in the sack. They delivered.
what?
She delivered it in the sack. The baby come out in the sack with the sack intact.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, that is weird. I've never seen it, but I've had friends that's worked in
It
OB.
must have just slid on out of there.
Yeah, sometimes they do. Sometimes they do. Believe me.
Well, when you have your first one and then your second one, it
Oh,
just gets easier as it goes, but because it's not,
oh,
so tight down there. But oh my goodness.
yeah, especially if they've had a lot of babies, it usually don't take long, and they can usually tell you, look, this, and this. Now, when this happens, it's only 15 minutes. I had one that had 11 babies, and she told me
11 babies. Dang.
that baby was her. She said after my water breaks, I have them within 15 minutes, and yeah, we delivered that baby. Make no
Wow.
mistake, Doc didn't make it in time.
That's a lot of kids.
Huh? Yeah,
That's a lot of kids.
yeah. There's a
Hey,
lot of.
Daisy, I think I'm
Uh,
going to jump down. I'm not feeling too good.
Yeah, you better get you some rest. And I'm going to go ahead and get off here for today, too, because I've been up since this morning. I've already snored on these people and everything else. And so I appreciate you coming up here and talking about this with me.
Yeah, I'm glad that you let me up. I was mad.
I know. Well, I put my link out there for you earlier. I don't know if you've seen it.
I probably fell asleep for a second.
You might have, because I
I've
thought,
been
well,
in and out, like from sleep because my temperature is still high.
what is it right now?
Right now it's 99.9, but earlier, like at 2 o'clock in the morning, it was 101.1.
Yeah.
So I guess it's just a after effect from the,
Inflammation. Yeah.
yeah. And so that's just going to have to be the new normal for me every time I go have chemo.
Right.
Like today is like the worst day. Like I have no energy, like none. And
I can tell.
I'm just like it's just I'm cold and even ice pack on the back of my neck. I woke up and had severe headache, high temperature, and it was around the same time as last time. So if this is the new, I guess, normal.
Oh, I'm so sorry,
Thank
Christine.
you.
Will
Well,
you get
what
some rest?
doesn't kill us
Did
makes us stronger, right?
you get your package?
I got what whose name is it in?
Your name.
No, I mean, like, who's it from? Does it say it's from you?
It's yeah, it should say me.
Huh.
It's QVC.
Oh, it's QVC. I'll have to go in there and look.
It's actually from. It was the one delivered to your actual house.
Oh, okay.
Well,
I'll
just you can show it whenever you open the rest of them.
Yeah, I'll go in there and look and see.
Well,
I'm
you get
sure.
your rest
Does it
first.
when you look at it, when you look at the delivered, did it say it was delivered?
I haven't checked it.
If it says it was delivered, I got it. Joe's been my work and stuff has been sending me stuff, and I worked pretty closely with nursing homes in the area, and they've been sending me flowers and stuff.
Oh.
So yeah, so Joe's been, getting the stuff and putting it up for me. Like today, I just don't feel like doing anything.
No, you just get you some rest, Miss Christine, and don't worry about the rest of it. Just get you some rest and start feeling better.
Yeah, I'm going to try. I got those Pedialyte popsicles that help.
Yeah, and try to get as much sleep as you can.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I wanted to listen to all the court stuff, but
Go back and listen to it if you need to. I'm going to go back and listen to the part where Adam's uncle.
he did good. He did good. You could tell he was nervous.
Yeah, poor
He's probably the only one I think did well so far.
Yeah. Yeah.
But there's really not many that's going to testify for Harmony because not very many people seen her.
I know. He kept her hid, didn't he?
He did. Well, at the opening of the prosecution, didn't he say that Adam would cover her face with a blanket when he shuffled her from place to place so that people couldn't see what he had been doing to her?
I didn't pay attention to that part.
Oh yeah, he sure did say it. Adam would cover her face with a blanket.
See that scum.
Uh-huh. Yeah, when I heard that just clarified that baby's been beat
a lot.
More than a lot. Like probably every day, every second. Anything she probably peeing herself and pooping herself because she's afraid to make a wrong move because she get beat.
That's what her mom, Crystal, said.
Yeah.
That's why she was, because if she would have asked him to go to the bathroom, he would have probably beat her up.
Yeah, but then beat her because she couldn't hold it. I mean, you don't even treat an animal like that.
And they don't care. They'll find any reason to hit you or beat
Oh
you
yeah.
up.
It's your fault. It's not theirs. And Adam is a very cocky, condescending, arrogant, pompous ass. And you could tell that he's a very narcissistic person.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, if he gets prison time for a long time, they're going to have to keep him in solitary because if they don't, his butt is grass. I can tell you now.
I mean,
especially in that state.
To me, it screams guilt by not showing up to court.
Yes, it does.
Even Chris Watts sat there and took it like a man for what he did to his kids and family.
Yep, I've never seen nobody not show up for a court like this. This is the first time I have ever seen someone opt out to be at their own trial.
Yeah, and they're letting him do it.
And if he was really thinking about it, he would want to be there in the courtroom because then he could intimidate by staring down the people that are testifying against him. But
he'll be there when Kayla does. How much you want to bet? The day that Kayla has to testify, he'll be there just to intimidate her.
I would be like, listen, you chose not to be at this in the court hearing. That means permanently.
She offered every day a bus to come pick him up every day if he decides. Yeah, they're buttering his tail. They're letting him dictate what he can do and what he can't.
Why? Harmony didn't get to dictate when she got hit or beat. Why does he get this choice? What is he getting this choice for? I think the judge needs to put on her big girl panties and be like, you know what? You get in here and you sit in this courtroom. I have to sit here. These prosecutors and these attorneys have to sit in here, and these jury has to sit in here day in and day out after what you've done. No, you get in here and you sit in here and you listen to everything that is being said.
Every damn
I'd make him. I would have made him if I was the judge. She's wishy-washy.
She's you seen there to court. They're all wishy-washy.
Yeah, I want somebody that's going to be like, getting all like hyper and being like, look what you did. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
Well,
they're
look,
all melancholy. They're all like melancholy. Their voices are like an even tone, like nap time tone. It's like, come on, get aggressive. I want to see some aggression. I want to see some gusto and fight for this little girl. I don't want to see melancholy, wishy-washy garbage. I'll tell you what, the prosecutor that was in when I was in the jury, she was good. I mean, she didn't let nobody get away with nothing. She'd get right up there. I was like, oh yeah, I think this lady is going to go far because she didn't put up with no shenanigans at all.
yeah.
She
I
was
know.
good.
Well, the thing is I don't understand why they're letting this monster get
Have
away
any
with.
choices? He
Huh?
should have zero choices.
He should have zero choices. You're absolutely right.
Harmony didn't have any choices, so why should he?
I know. If I was a juror,
But
I
you don't want
would.
to get up at 7 o'clock in the morning and
Right.
shuttle over here to your court date so that you can hear all the disgusting, torturous, horrifying, horrific things that you did to this little 5-year-old girl. You don't want to sit there and hear it, but yet this jury has nothing to do with this little girl and has to listen to all the horrific things you did to her. No, you're going to get here and you're going to listen to it.
Exactly. Well, one good thing about it, with him not being there, his defense is not really fighting for him either.
Yeah.
They're not really.
I was wondering why they're more concentrating on Kayla. It's like Kayla's not on trial. Adam's on trial.
They're trying to make it look like Kayla is lying that she's responsible for Harmony's death.
Okay, so like we're gonna believe the man who toted a body from place to place for months and months and years and squeeze the fluids out of this child's body in a bathtub and shove it in a bag and then dismember it and then distribute it within wherever he went. We're gonna believe him over what?
Over an innocent little precious baby girl.
Exactly. This guy is a monster, straight up out of a horror film.
I know.
And I guarantee you there's going to be a movie made about her.
I know. It's so sad.
It's so sad. And she already had a blind eye. I mean, my goodness. And here he is punching her in the face multiple times. I mean, while they were describing that, I could picture it in my head what he was doing. And I was crying. I was sobbing. It hurt my heart so bad.
I know.
I could cry now.
I could too. I was getting emotional too.
Lady R, boy, she was riled up. She's like, I gotta go do something else. I can't. She's like, I'm mad.
And it's going to get worse, especially when Kayla comes up there and she starts telling exactly what happened. He'll be in there. You watch and mark my word. When Kayla testifies, his butt will be right there to intimidate her.
I don't think he should listen. If he didn't listen to all the rest of it, I don't think he should have the choice to listen to her testimony.
Exactly.
You chose not to come, then hey, you keep your ass there. Sorry.
I bet she gets out of jail, they'll get back together. They're still married, I believe.
I thought he came up with another girl. I thought he had another girlfriend.
She died.
What?
They found her dead. Yeah.
She died.
Yeah. They found her dead right after they arrested him. They arrested Adam. They said there was no foul play. They found her dead, so I think she probably overdosed. She was living in a car. She was a beautiful girl. She was living in a car with him, homeless, and
who in the heck is going to go for a guy who doesn't even have a house and lives in a car?
Another drug addict.
You are not going to get me living in no vehicle with no.
I know.
And then there's all this him missing a daughter. I wonder if she knew all the circumstances around.
I know, that's kind of weird, ain't it? That she.
It is weird. It's almost like that syndrome where these women go for people who are in prison.
Yeah.
And
Well,
write them all the time for horrific crimes too.
Gypsy Rose's husband. He's went and got Gypsy in prison.
Oh
That's
my
a matter
goodness.
of time. She gonna leave him. She going wild, honey. She just played him to have a play. You watch him, mark my word. I won't give that relationship long because she's already like doing like little cutesy stuff and acting like she's a celebrity. You watch him, mark my word. Gypsy Rose ain't gonna stay with her husband.
No.
It's a matter of time because her, I don't know if it was her friend or her mom, she was a spokesperson for Gypsy Rose. Gypsy turned on her and she came forward and talked about how manipulative Gypsy Rose was and all the things that she did. Like that guy said that she had gloves and everything there for him and made sure he had gloves on the day that he went to murder her mom.
Oh my gosh.
Another rabbit hole the Gypsy Rose thing is, but yeah, these
Yeah.
people that marry these people,
Relationships like that don't last.
no, listen, that guy looks like her mom. I think that's
What?
yeah, he looks like her mom.
The guy looks like
Yeah,
her mom?
yeah, Gypsy Rose's husband looks like her mom.
That's
Hang on,
weird.
I'll have to. It's weird.
That is
They
weird.
even said there is a rumor going around TikTok that hang on, I'll bring it up.
Okay. Yeah. I gotta see this.
Hang on. There's a rumor going around that was her brother, but it's not. People are just making it up. But hang on, I'm gonna type in her husband.
I gotta see this. Is it gonna be next to the mom? I want to see a picture of the mom and the husband.
I don't know if I can do that, but let's see. Let me see if I can bring this up. This here, well, sheet. I hate when they do that. Hang on, let me see if I can find. Here's the picture. There's one out there, I'm sure, compared to her mom. But Gypsy Rose's husband looks like her mommy. Look.
Oh my gosh.
But that's her husband. Hang on. Let me get more images. There might be one of the mommy and him side by side. Because a lot of people says that
Wow.
but there's other pictures of Gypsy's mom and him beside each other.
They do look alike a little.
They look alike.
Oh my gosh.
This is him. There they are. That's Gypsy's mom, and that's him.
Oh my, it does look like him.
So
That
I don't
on the
know.
right hand side is her mom,
Yeah, this is
and
her
the
mom,
left hand side is the husband.
and that's the husband.
He looks like he's got lipstick on too. Same color as she's got on.
I don't know, but like she was on TikTok or Instagram.
Dang, that's the same kind of smile. Same same nose.
And creepy. Well, the thing is
That's
the
weird.
interesting part about it is that that they were, I guess people were coming after him or something about, and he got on there
Same
and
kind of curly hair.
he was talking about haters, and she's like, yeah, you showed me what kind of man you was with your thing last night, making hot sex or something like that. Just
Ugh.
made me sick.
Ugh.
Like, she's a dominatrix.
Ugh. Look how little look at her hands. Look how little her hands are.
I mean, she could be pretty if she wasn't a murderer. But
Look how little her hand is. She's got little teeny hands.
She does. She thinks she's a celebrity. Well, they've made her a celebrity.
Well, that's why she thinks that.
But I don't see her staying with this man, y'all.
No.
I don't.
As soon as something else better comes along, she's out.
Prime of her life, and this is an older man, and she's not had a chance to sow her oats.
Oh my gosh. He does look like her mom.
She's very so vocal about her sex life. I'm like, that's TMI, TMI. We don't want to hear about that.
No. Ugh. Those make me puke.
Lady R said dominatrix. Please
Ugh.
stop.
Ugh.
Well,
That's
he's a
disgusting.
according to her.
He's a what?
I love muffin. Like he's the big
Ew.
man.
Ugh. That makes my stomach hurt. Ugh. That's gross. Oh, ugh.
God, y'all. We'll go down that Gypsy Rose rabbit hole another time. Christine's about to pass out on me over here.
I am. Oh my gosh. Now I'm gonna have nightmares.
I know, but that is a rabbit hole too, Gypsy Rose is.
You know I like going down rabbit holes.
I know. Me too.
I'm a rabbit hole goer.
I can't hold on to the rope long enough to get out of it.
You get stuck. You get stuck in there. We have to come down back after you.
Way down in there now. And my nephew is probably one of the biggest conspiracy theorists out there, you know, but he still don't believe in the flat Earth, and he's like, "No, I'm not buying
But
it."
you're trying to convince him.
There. Hey, Trina. But Christine, I guess I'll let you go and let you get rest. And
Thank
I
you.
appreciate you coming up here and hanging out with me and laughing and stuff. And you get you some sleep.
All right, I will. All right, love you, girl. Love you guys in the chat. Love you.
Love you, honey. And
Love
you be
you.
okay.
I will. Thank you.
All
Bye.
right.
I'll talk to you later. All right, bye.
Talk to you later, sweetie. Bye. Y'all, I want to thank you all for coming out here today and spending time with me with this trial. I want to thank each and every one of you for watching my channel and hanging with me. I love you guys. Y'all stay up. Stay safe out here on the YouTube street.